Mic check, mic check. Hey, what's going on? Saved 85. What's up? What's up? What's up? Glad you made it. Bear with me just a second. Can you let me know in the live chat if the mic is working properly? Let me know in the live chat if you all can hear me clearly. Mic check, mic check. All right. So it's time to get started. Let me go ahead and add this other platform to the stream, and then I'll go ahead and get started with today's pre-market prep. Bear with me just a minute. Mic check, mic check. Let me know in the live chat if you all can hear me clearly. Just give me a thumbs up or a yes in the live chat. Just want to make sure everyone can hear me clearly. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, so yesterday was a pretty interesting day. Okay, Ray, appreciate it. Glad you all can hear me okay. All right, thank you all for joining today's live pre-market prep session. All right, actually, let me update this welcome screen. All right, cool. So currently, Tesla is down 0.30%, 0.30%, and which is interesting because we're going to take a look at that. I'm going to take a look at a couple of things. We'll look at scheduled news, like I always talk about, scheduled red or orange folder news that could positively or negatively impact the market, and as well as Tesla. And then we'll take a look at Tesla specific news. There was quite a bit of news that dropped over the weekend and yesterday that caused the stock price of Tesla to increase quite a bit, even after earnings fell short. And this is what I talked about in the last week in the previous pre-market preps. As I said that, hey, I know that Tesla fell short on its earnings, but I also showed that this has happened plenty of times before, and the stock still moved up. And so you just have to be attuned or abreast to the news that's taking place, because Tesla is one of those particular unicorn stock companies that will move just based on news alone. And that's exactly what it did yesterday. But I want to do a really quick recap on my trade yesterday, and then we'll jump right into the scheduled news and Tesla specific news. And then after that, I'll talk about my strategy of what I expect from Tesla coming into today. All right. There's an echo. Let me see. How about now? Is there still an echo? Is there still an echo? Is the audio better? Let me know if the audio is still an issue. It's good? Okay, cool. All right, so yesterday I was trading live with my mentor, and there was a couple of things that took place. I did mention this in the pre-market prep that I believe Tesla was going to take off. But what I was looking for specifically, I didn't end up trading Tesla because it started out heavy. And I talked about this in the pre-market prep yesterday as well. It started out very heavy. Sellers stepped in aggressively and pushed the price down right at the open. And so the company that did show relative strength was AMD right at the open. And so what I ended up doing was trading AMD, traded the cheaper contracts as I've been testing for the past couple of months, and I will continue testing them into August. All right. But yeah, so I traded AMD and I made $500. I made $500 in 7 seconds. Okay, 7 seconds. And this is what, obviously minus fees here once I enter it into my journal, minus the brokerage platform fees. Um, my net gain was $445 and change. But I did this in 7 seconds, and I want to quickly talk about, just do a quick recap to show you how that took place. All right, so let me pull up the chart here. If I go to AMD, let me make sure you all can see this. Let me go back to yesterday and zoom in. Okay, so on AMD, here's what happened right at the open. You can see, let me activate my drawing tool here. You can see that right at the open, I'm on the 1 minute time frame, by the way. So that means every candle here that you see is 1 minute or 60 seconds in duration. So candle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the first 5 candles right at the open yesterday. All right, so this is what I was looking for from Tesla. If Tesla would have done this, I would have traded Tesla yesterday, but AMD was the first company that was showing this relative strength right at the open, okay? And so if I show you how we draw key levels just very quickly, right? I'm going to show you how we do this. For the breakout and retest strategy, I use the opening range. And that's the first 5 minutes. So you could use the pre-market, you could use the first 5 minutes after the open, or you can use the first 15 minutes. So if we count out, like I just did, the first 5 minutes after the open, we'll mark this out. Okay, that would represent the 5 minute high. Then we'll mark out the lowest point, the price either started or dropped within the first 5 minutes. And this will represent the 5 minute low. So as I mentioned, as always, for the breakout and retest strategy, what we're looking for is a break in either direction. So it just depends on the direction the stock wants to go. And we don't care. As options traders, we don't care which direction. We can make money either way. So in this case, yesterday, AMD broke out toward the upside. So we were waiting for the breakout and then the retest. And then the retest. So this is a textbook breakout and retest, right? So we wait for that breakout and then for sellers to step in and try to push the price back towards the 5 minute high or whatever the key level is. Again, this could be for the first 15 minutes or 5 minutes, pre-market, or what have you, right? But yeah, so using the first 5 minutes, this is the 5 minute high. We had a perfect retest back towards the 5 minute high. And again, I said it doesn't have to touch the key level. This is considered the key level a pricing zone. Think $1 or $2 above and below, right? Just consider it as a range. Doesn't have to touch this key level perfectly. That's not what we're looking for. We're just looking for a retest back near, at, or slightly below that level, okay? And so with that said, once this happened, I talked about the other condition that I look for to determine my entry. I'm not using any EMAs. For those of you who are familiar with trading, these three lines that you see here, I'm not using any EMAs to determine my entry or exit, okay? For the breakout and retest strategy, they are not necessary. They are not necessary at all, but I do have them enabled. But I do not use them to determine my entry and exits for this strategy. The breakout and retest strategy does not need them, okay? So anyway, what I like to enter, when I like to enter my trades, is considered the low risk entry points. All right, low risk entry points. And there's risk involved with that, and I'm going to explain why. Typically, the breakout and retest strategy, one of the conditions that you're looking for is to wait for buyers and sellers to step in aggressively to push the price up. This is your sign that there may be continuation toward the upside. All right, this is your sign. And I showed this yesterday in a mock trade, how this would look. You'll see these candles form very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. And as that's happening, you can decide to jump into that trade. Now, the reason why I would not wait till the close of this candle, although you can, and there's nothing wrong with that, but there is a possibility that you will experience an immediate drawdown on your position. So, for example, if your initial position for this trade was $100, I'm just using a nice round number as an example. If your initial position was $100, at the entry, at your entry, the close of this candle here, you could have experienced a brief drawdown on your position. It could be anywhere between 10, 15, 20%, because what could happen is that sellers could have immediately pushed the price lower on the following candle. That didn't happen on the following candle. It did happen 3 candles later. So you would have experienced, this probably would have been like a, if I zoom in to make sure you all can see that clearly. Let me switch this for just a second, pull it down so we can see more real estate. So you would have experienced the wick on this candle here. If you had entered on the close of this candle, this wick would have took you down maybe 1 to 3% possibly. So in this scenario, we didn't have much drawdown after the entry if you would have decided to enter your position at the close of this candle or near the close of this candle. I entered on this candle here. Okay, it's this cross-like candle. All right, I entered here, and when I entered, I did experience a brief drawdown on my position. I bought 20. Wait, how many contracts did I buy? Let me double check that. I think I bought, let me double check. Yeah, I did. I bought 20 contracts yesterday for AMD. So I bought 20 contracts here, right? And I did experience a brief drawdown on that position. Now, my 20 contracts, each contract, I talk about that this is a cheaper contract, right? So each contract costs $123. I just ended up buying 20 of them because I talked about this, that is the goal. So my total entry cost was 2.4K, and I ended up making 2.9, right? 2.9 after everything was said and done, okay? So again, you could have just bought one if that's all you could have afforded. Was one contract of $123. If you could have bought more, then you would have done so. But the point is that I did experience a drawdown once I entered this position at this low risk point. And why do I consider this low risk? Well, based on the relative strength that we had on the breakout, and if you look at the strength of these candles or the size of this bullish green candle, you can see that we have this one, we have this one, and we have this one, right? All right, so, and then if you look at the down close candles, which represents the sellers, All right, all these purple candles here represents the sellers. These candles are very, very small, right? So there wasn't much resistance from the sellers. So I decided to go ahead and enter my position here. And it's low risk because my risk is this key level, the 5-minute high. My risk is a close below the 5-minute high. So if for whatever reason, the next candle would have been sellers stepping in aggressively to push the price lower. Remember, price can only go in two directions, up or down. If sellers would have stepped in instead of buyers stepping in, obviously that wasn't the case. Buyers stepped in. But if sellers had stepped in and pushed the price lower and we closed below, remember, I'd be looking for a close below from that would have been my stop loss limit, the 5-minute high. A break below and a closure below the 5-minute high would have been my stop limit for this entry. Okay. If that had happened, then I would have suffered, no more than 10% of my position. I like to keep it within 1 to 4%, but no greater than 10%. But I like these low risk entries because I can capture more of the gain if, I'm closer to the stop loss limit. I like this versus entering here. I'm closer to the stop loss limit, which is the 5-minute high in this case. I'm closer to the stop loss limit at this entry on this candle than I would be at this candle. So if you were to enter at the close of this candle, then your stop loss limit or your risk amount would be greater because the stop loss would be down here, right? I like these lower risk entry points because I don't have to sit through too much risk. Okay. I don't have to suffer too much risk. All right. But when I entered this position, I did suffer a brief drawdown of, I believe the high was $75. $75. I think I reached as high as 3.5%, maybe 4%. But as you can see on that following candle, man, it took off. And this is when I made the $500. So in 7 seconds, because speed and momentum, that's the key. So I felt like that momentum was going to continue based on what I saw in the open and the low resistance from sellers in the previous candles. And so my thesis was correct, and I ended up making 500 in 7 seconds. So I didn't even sit through the entire candle, the entire 60 seconds. Within 7 seconds, once I hit that target, I scaled out of 19 of the 20 contracts and secured my profit. Okay. So as you can see here, if I zoom in, 848 is when I got in. 848 and change is when I got in. Now the journal can't even capture that. So it has to do it in the same, like a minute later based on that entry. I think I put in 849, but it was 7 seconds. If I showed you in the actual brokerage account, then you'd see it was just 7 seconds. But I sold it 7 seconds later, 19 contracts, 7 seconds later. And then after that, I left one trailing contract here. And once I started to lose money on this trailing contract, that's when I exited the entire position. All right. So that was just a brief recap of the trade from yesterday. All right. Hey, what's up, everyone? Let me take a brief pause. What's up, Nikki, Nicole? I see you. Grand Rising. Appreciate you. Glad you're here. Let me scroll up. Let's see, make sure I don't miss any questions here. Appreciate you all. Susanna, what's up? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate you. LJ, what's up? I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, coach, what are those lines, EMAs or SMA? Yeah, exactly. I don't use them, so you can ignore those. I do have them enabled, but I do not use them for the breakout and retest strategy. They are not necessary at all. So yeah, you can ignore those. Susanna, yep, I say good morning. Good morning. Appreciate you all for joining. Crypto Epps, what's up, man? Appreciate the follow. Appreciate the love and support. User, what's good, man? How you doing? It's good. It's good. It's good. Let's see. All right, so cool. I fixed the echo. All right, it looks like I got everybody. Ray, what's going on? How you doing? Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so yeah, let's continue. So next, let's go ahead and talk about, let's look at any scheduled red and orange folder news that could potentially impact the market coming into today. If you all have any questions, feel free to drop them in the live chat. All right, so Forex Factory. Forex Factory is where we go to check out scheduled red and orange folder news. And we have a couple that's on the schedule today that's going to drop. But right now, we don't have anything coming into the open today, all right, which is good. And we do have some at 9 a.m. So we have red and orange folder news dropping at 9 a.m. Central, 8 a.m., 10 a.m. Eastern. All right, so the job openings is the red folder and consumer confidence is the orange folder news. So we'll keep an eye out on that coming into the market today. You definitely want to stay abreast on this particular type of news because it could negatively or positively impact your position if you're in one. But it could impact the direction of the market. All right. So you either want to be in before that happens, in and out before that happens, or wait until the news drop and then determine if you still want to enter your trade or not. All right. The next scheduled red folder news drops at 8:30 p.m., but we'll be long gone before that if you are day trading. All right. If you are day trading. Let's see. So next, let's go ahead and take a look at Tesla specific news. All right. Currently, we are down 0.21% in the pre-market for Tesla. Yesterday, Tesla took off to the moon, 325 and change, almost $10 move. If I jump back over to Tesla, if I pull up Tesla, I'll show you why I did not enter that trade yesterday. Let me reset this. All right. I'll show you why I did not. Tesla took off, man. It was crazy. It was crazy. All right, so I'm going to show you why I did not trade Tesla yesterday. So if I zoom in, this is the open. I'm on a 1 minute time frame, which means every candle is 60 seconds in duration. This candle here, this purple down close candle here is why I did not enter the trade for Tesla because it started out very, very heavy. After the first candle, sellers stepped in aggressively to push the price down. And so I was waiting for Tesla. The first two candles, I didn't like the third and fourth candle. So I was like, I don't know, because you could have a retest and then continuation towards the downside. And this would, if we count out the first 5 candles, like I showed you in the AMD trade, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the first 5 candles. So we're heavy. We're heavy, right? After the first 5 candles, if we're using the first 5 candles, like I said, you could use the pre-market as your levels. You could use the first 5 minutes or first 15 minutes or the previous day high and low. The previous day high and low is this green candle here. That's the previous day high. And this is the previous day low. But first 5 candles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the low point. This is the high point. So we're still within range. So it didn't do anything just yet. And if you count out these candles, it didn't do anything until what? Almost 8:45 Central, 9:45 Eastern. So 45 minutes later. But you saw that I took a trade at 8:48. So as soon as like almost 15 minutes after the market opened, AMD was showing strength. So I jumped into that trade and made an 18% return on my investment, right? 18%. So you don't have, that's what I said. I have my primary target is always Tesla. But if Tesla doesn't do anything, then I'll scan the other options like AMD, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Meta, and so forth. And so that's what I did. But now Tesla coming into today. So, or anyway, hold on, let me go back. Tesla did take off, right? Look at this. So if we draw this key level, this is the 5-minute high. So once we broke above the 5-minute high, we still had a almost textbook breakout and retest, right? Back towards the 5-minute high, as you can see here. This was nice. This was nice. If we look at this entry, you could have made, let's see the highest point the stock rose, because it rose pretty high. All right, so if you entered in on this candle at 321 here, this is 321 and change. All right, the highest point was 330. So yeah, you would have captured an $8 to $9 move. $8 to $9 move. That would have been very significant. If I would have traded Tesla yesterday, I was looking for relative strength right out the gate, right at the open, and then a pullback to the 5-minute high, and then I would have looked to enter my position on relative strength for continuation toward the upside, right? And I was looking to take an even larger position, maybe 10 to 50K, anywhere between 10 to 50K, because I wanted to capitalize on that move. It just took too long to happen, right? And I just so happened to AMD presented itself, so I took that trade instead. But yeah, this was a nice push after, let's see, 9 o'clock. So 9 o'clock is when this happened. A little after 9, right? 5 minutes after 9, that's when this happened. So that's what I would have had to wait for in order to enter this position. But I was busy answering questions and all that other good stuff, so I didn't get a chance to capture this trade. It just took too long in the opening, so I missed it. But that was a nice move. So anyway, coming into today, the pre-market, we're down 21.21%. All right, so let's take a look at Tesla specific news. Again, I'm in Trading View. I'm just going to click on the news tab here to check out Tesla specific news and see what's going on. Let's see if we have any headlines that is of importance or significance. Okay, so let me do a quick scan. Let's see, Samsung 16.5 billion Tesla coup comes with caveats. Let's take a look at that really quick. Tesla stock is rising. The post-earnings dip is almost erased. Yeah, so if we take a look now, what's happening? Am I losing? Do I have too many apps open? Hold on. Give me a second. I think I'm having... Stop sharing. Hold on. Let me refresh my my browser. I think I had too many tabs. Open. While I'm reopening my browser, let me know if you have any questions in the live chat, and I will feel free to. I will take a moment to answer your questions. Let me pull this back up. Trading View. Let me know if you have any questions in the live chat, and I will answer those questions. All right, cool. So let me do this. Okay, so coming until today, it's pre-market, we saw that this shaded area here, the yellow shaded area here, again, is the pre-market. So the pre-market starts at 3 a.m. Central, 4 a.m. Eastern, and it closes at 8:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Okay, this is the pre-market zone. This is the post market. This is after the market closes. The session closes at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. This is the post from 3 to 7 or 4 to 8. All right. So we did take off, but after that, there was quite a bit of consolidation, and we've been consolidating for the most part in the post market and pre market. So we did drop from the highest point of 330 and change, right? So we're currently at 324, almost 325, all right, in the pre market, right? So taking a look at this news, Samsung, let's open this up again. Tesla stock is rising. Post earnings dip is almost erased. Tesla deal likely to give Samsung a 2.4 billion annual revenue boost from 2027. Now that's huge. That's huge. Samsung Electronics chief heads to Washington after a 16.5 billion Tesla chip deal. Let's see what else we have here. Shares extend gains after Tesla deal, but challenges remain. So let's take a look at this news here and see what if we have anything that Samsung Electronics finally has some good news in post on his X social media. This is cool because we really want to know why did Tesla decide to partner with Samsung versus companies like Nvidia or AMD or Intel. Obviously, Intel is, I don't know what happened to Intel. Intel's tripping, man. Some of these people just get too comfortable and just don't, I don't know, they just don't take advantage of their opportunity to capitalize on more market share. But anyway, in a post on his X social media platform on Sunday, Tesla CEO Elon Musk detailed that his car maker has struck a $16.5 billion deal to buy state-of-the-art chips from the South Korean group. Yet the impressive coup, which pushed Samsung stocks up 7% on Monday, comes with some caveats. Now, take a look at, if we notice, Tesla is doing quite a bit of business abroad, right? So they got the battery plant that they're opening up in China, and then now they have this Samsung deal with the South Korean group Samsung, right? All right. So, and I talked about this yesterday, but anyway, let's see. This impressive coup comes with some caveats. First, let's take a look here and see. First, on an annual basis, it works out to 2.1 billion in sales over the agreement's 8-year span. Okay, so it's an 8-year agreement. That's nowhere near enough to turn things around at Samsung's foundry business. Its operating loss topped 5 trillion. Whoa. In the first quarter and widened in the second quarter. All right, so let's see if we see anything else. Granted, Musk also said that the contract, which includes advanced A16 chips, is just the bare minimum and demand could end up being several times higher, but Musk is notorious for over-edging production estimates. Yeah, he does. He does. He does that with his Tesla models. That's just what he does. I don't know. I mean, maybe you should. It's good to have a to be, what do you call it? Pessimistic, I think it is. Or no, optimistic. Optimistic. Let's see. That may not be straightforward. No, Tesla is a risky partner in other ways. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Last week, Musk said that the company faces a few rough quarters given waning U.S. support for battery power. The electric vehicle maker is also losing share in China and Europe. Long-term bets, including robo-taxis and the Optimus robot, are not necessarily going to fill the gap. All right, so that's what we have for Tesla-specific news. So we do have a couple of things to keep an eye out on coming into the open today. We see that Tesla is just simply, if you look at, this is where the initial retest was, and this was the previous day high. So we are still hovering above the previous day high from yesterday, right? From yesterday. But we have a little ways to go in the pre-market today, all right? We have a little ways to go from the pre-market today. So here's the pre-market low, here's the pre-market high, here's the previous day high, because this was Monday's high, but this was This was Friday. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. This was Friday's highs. So we're still hovering above Friday's highs. So we haven't dropped below Friday's high. If we drop in the open below Friday's high, and we take out all of this liquidity that was gained yesterday, then I'd be a little concerned, right? Because there may have been some more news that dropped, and so we'll have to stay abreast and just keep refreshing and checking periodically to see if there's any Tesla specific news that is dropping during the session today. Man, I think I'm losing my voice. Give me a second. Let me grab some water. I'll be right back. All right, let me appreciate that. I had to drink some water. It feels like I'm losing my voice. Carlos, you said, what are you trading today? So my primary target is always Tesla. So I'll talk about what I'm expecting coming into the market today. And then if Tesla doesn't perform, like I said, I'm going to be very patient today. I'm not really, feeling anxious to take a trade. So I think that's important to have as a trader, is to be patient. As an investor in general, is to be patient. Wait for the opportunity to come to you. Don't try to force it. Just wait for the opportunity to come to you. If Tesla doesn't do anything today, because today Tesla might just consolidate for the whole day. It might look like this for the whole day today. It might just consolidate. There might be some scalping opportunities, short trades, 1 minute, 2 minute trades or something like that. But I'll let you guys know what I'm looking for coming until today. Let's see. Is that an indicator that you use for those levels, or do you do that manually? Yeah, those are, if you're talking about these squiggly lines here that you see, these squiggly lines that's following the candles, the yellow, the orange, and the purple, those are indicators. Those are the EMAs, 9, 20, and 200. I do not use them at all. I completely ignore those for the breakout and retest strategy. They are not relevant to the breakout and retest strategy. You do not need them whatsoever. I just do have them enabled on my chart. But yeah, you do not need them for the breakout or retest strategy. Let's see. Let me scroll up, make sure I'm not missing anyone else's questions. If you have any questions, Miss Living Now, what's up? Hey, how you doing? Glad you were able to join. Let's see. Okay, I think that's it. Any more questions? No, not the EMAs, the green and red horizontal lines. Oh, so these are, the green is the previous day high. This is the previous day high, and the red is the previous day low. And I wrote a script to add those. They have free indicators. Let me show you all really quick. I'm in TradingView for those who want to follow along, but they do have free indicators that you can find. If you click on indicators, you can search for the indicator that you're looking for, and once you find them, then obviously you could add them to your chart, right? You just have to find. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them, and you have to find them, and you don't know how well they work, so you have to kind of check them out and see their reviews and stuff like that, and see how many people are using them and so forth. But yeah, I wrote a script. Like I said, my background is in software engineering, so I wrote my own script to mark these out every day for me. Okay, so it'll do that for me every day. The script will add the previous day high and the previous day low. It'll also mark out the pre-market high and the pre-market low, and it will also mark out the first 5 minute high and the first 5 minute low. Okay, so I could enable others. I do have a couple of other options in the script as well, but these are the only ones that I use often. So yeah, so let's see. Natalie said always Tesla and just got a new follower. That's my Tesla stress or Tesla. Right, exactly. Tesla is a stressor. You know, the first time in my mentor, so I bought into two mentorship programs, and the first one I started earlier in 2024. The second one with Tony, I got in April this year, right? And so, or no, it was October of last year. I'm sorry, October of last year is when I got into the first, and then with Tony and Jack, I got in April, at the end of April. Okay, but my first mentor, and I still use him because I stay in contact with him and ask him questions periodically. But my point is that in that community, he would trade live for free every Thursday. He still does, by the way. But every Thursday he would go live, and so within that group, everyone in that Zoom call, there was a few people talking about this one guy that they know of that was trading Tesla. Because remember, I'm completely new to investing in stock options, right? This is all new to me. I just started my research journey last year, 2024, and I just began trading in the toward the end of April with Tony and Jack. So anyway, within that community on those Zoom calls, people were saying, "Yeah, man, there's this guy. He always trades Tesla, and he makes anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 a day." And I said, $50,000 to $100,000 a day trading Tesla? How does he do that? And so that started my journey to search for a mentor that specifically focuses on Tesla. And that's when I found Tony, aka Scarface. If you're looking for him on social media, right? He goes by the handle Scarface. Scarface Trades. Scarface Trades. All right. So yeah, that's when I started looking into Tesla, and man, Tony makes so much money every single trade trading. To his primary target is Tesla, but if Tesla doesn't do anything, then he will focus on second and third options like the semiconductors and other tech stocks. Natalie says, my mentor is huge on Tesla, and I feel like once you learn how Tesla moves, she will keep paying you. Definitely, definitely. Yeah, I agree 1000%. My first mentor, he said to me, he said, take your time, focus on one stock and learn its behavior, because they all have unique behaviors. And once you learn it, you'll feel more comfortable. Your confidence will grow, and you will definitely be able to capitalize on those opportunities that's presented within that stock. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. I've been studying Tesla for an entire year. That's why my pre-market only focuses on Tesla. But the breakout and retest strategy, which I demo in these live sessions, they work on any stock. I'm just really comfortable with Tesla, and I can make money in either direction. So I'll tell you, the first week, and this is before I joined my mentorship program. I think this was sometime in May. May, I think it was sometime in May. Yeah, it had to have been May. The first week, I was just watching Tony's videos, right? I was just watching his videos. Again, I had been studying Tesla since the beginning of 2024. And that first week, using Tony's what I've learned from Tony regarding the breakout and retest strategy, I made 20,000 that week on Tesla. I made 20,000 that week on Tesla. So yeah, I agree with you, Natalie, 1,000%. Um, you said love you some Palantir. Yeah, dang, what did I make? How much money did I make on Palantir last week? Was it Palantir? Let me pull up my journal again. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, Palantir. When did I trade Palantir? On the 14th. On the 14th, I made. Oh, okay. I didn't make that much money, but I made $473 in on this one. I bought 21 contracts on that one. Okay, yeah. So that was a 20, almost 25% return. I haven't traded Palantir too much, but yeah, Palantir is a nice one. Palantir is a nice one. Let's see. Natalie says yes, they all have personality. Yeah, I see that. Cause let me tell you, let me tell y'all a brief story. After winning the 20K on Tesla, guess what I decided to do? So remember, I have been studying Tesla the whole year. So this was my person, right? This was my person. All right. So I'm not only feel comfortable trading Tesla, I'm making money. I just made 20K that week. So what I decided to do, my friend told me, he was like, "Yo, man, if you learn SPX and SPY." Well, he was talking about SPX, but he was saying SPY there. He was telling me about SPY and SPX. And he was like, man, SPX, you can make a lot of money. So, silly me, I deviated from my strategy. And guess what I did? The following week, I tried to trade SPY. And I was taking these large positions. And I ended up losing $40,000 trading SPX. I ended up losing $40,000. So yeah, so I learned my lesson. So yes, Natalie, they do have personalities, and if you jump into these tickers and you're not, checking and getting familiar with how they move, because they don't all move the same. Um, but yeah, once you learn their personalities, it you can see it gets really really easy to trade these companies. But yeah, I lost 40,000 on SPX, man. That sucked. But anyway, you live, and you learn. What's up, Queen? What's up, Queen? Good morning, fam. Let's see. What else? Natalie says, didn't even have to say it. You already know. You already know. You already know. Like, yeah, that was crazy. So needless to say, I'm not trading that one again until I get a little bit more familiar. I'll paper trade that one until I get more comfortable. Queen says, SPY and QQQ, you would dominate. Yeah, if I don't typically trade Qs or SPY. I do use them as a confluence or confirmation to determine my position for like Tesla and so forth. But yeah, I'm going to, because I don't trade Qs and SPY often, I'm a little afraid of those. But the breakout and retest strategy does work for those. But I don't typically trade them. I just focus on Tesla and the other tech stocks. I'm just more comfortable with those than I am Qs. Um, but yeah, people are making a lot of. My mentor, which is his name is Chris Sang. You can find him on social media. He's from Detroit as well. He's been doing this for a long time. He trades SPY all the time. So that's when I looked at SPY, but I was so focused on trading Tesla. I just wanted to find a mentor who solely focused on Tesla. ALJ say, ouch. Yeah, 40K. Yeah. It's crazy, man. So I lost the 20. I lost the 20 plus 20K of my own money. So yeah. So 20K of my own money. So yeah. Yeah, that was an experience. Do you trade Tesla every morning? Queen says, do you trade Tesla every morning? So I look to trade Tesla every morning. But like yesterday, if Tesla takes too long and some other tech stock presents an opportunity, then I'll trade it. Time is of the essence And I'm going to keep trying to help people visualize how critical it is when you're talking about trading these opportunities. Obviously, I'm making money in like seconds, right? So I made 507 seconds. I made 430 in 27 seconds because time is of the essence. So you're watching, it's hard to take your eyes off of these stocks. So, for example, you might have three in your playbook, right? Three primary stocks in your playbook. Although you might have, some other options as well. You may have maybe up to 5 or 7 different stocks that you might like to uh, trade. Okay, but when you're eyeing a stock, you like in the beginning, once the market opens, or from the pre-market to the market open, you might be checking to see how each of those options are moving and which one is showing relative strength, right, or relative weakness. All right, which stock is pushing price, pushing lower, and which stock is pushing higher, right? And so once you see that and you start to notice 1 or 2 stocks that's pushing higher in price, then you kind of start to lock in on those options in particular, right? And it's hard to take your eye off of that because time is of the essence. If the setup is getting close to presenting itself, presenting an entry, then you don't want to take your eye off that to go check out some other stocks. And that's why I didn't get into that Tesla trade, because AMD presented that setup very, very quickly, not too long after the open. And so, yeah, it gets difficult to kind of, take a look at everything. And that's why I'm trying to get everyone familiar with the lingo. When you hear my mentor call out, when he says, like, hey, keep an eye out on, and then he'll say the name of the stock, and then he'll provide the strike price, and then he'll say the direction. So he'll say, keep an eye out, on AMD calls, 170 AMD calls, 170 AMD calls, and he'll repeat that. Keep an eye out on 170 AMD calls, 170 AMD calls. So it'll be like that, right? So now he's locked in. He's locked in. And he may have one other alternative option. So he says, I also like NVIDIA, but NVIDIA isn't there yet. We need this. And he'll state the condition. He'll say, we need this. So it'll sound like something like, hey, we need buyers to step in aggressively. We need to see that buyers are going to maintain this level. And he'll call out that level, and he'll state what the strike price is. So he'll say, we need buyers to maintain or step in at 570. Like if he's whatever stock he might be referring to, he'll say, we need buyers to step in here aggressively at this price point. So that's the language that I'm trying to get everyone familiar with. So as you listen in, it gets kind of difficult or challenging to start eyeing every single stock at that point, but you begin to lock in on 1 or 2 options and then kind of take it from there. So yeah, I like to trade Tesla, but if it doesn't, then like yesterday, I just traded AMD. Natalie says, oh, hey, Natalie, I'm glad you said that, because I've been wanting to swing trade more. I've been wanting to swing trade more, so I would love it if you would share your insight. Natalie says, I day swing trade and am forever stacking some leaps on Tesla and her dips. I would love it if you would join as a co-host at some point. It could be today or later. In any pre-market, it doesn't matter when, just whenever you're ready. And share your screen if you can, and just talk through what you're looking for, your experience, because that'd be great. Because I want people those who can't afford to day trade, right? They don't have the time. They have too many responsibilities, maybe too many things to do. They have a 9 to 5. I've been talking about the option to take longer term positions. So I would love it to have someone who already has that experience, because I have very little swing trading, really none at all. Because I primarily do day trading. But I was sharing with my listeners that is definitely an option, and you can really, 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 really capitalize on gains. Let's see. Oops. Let's see. Queen says, Natalie, oh, we need some tips. Yeah, see? We need that. Okay, we got to give the people what they want. All right. T-Bands, what's up? I'm glad you made it. You need to be in the money and a delta of zero point 0.6 or above. Not necessarily. It depends on your goals, T-Bands. I've been testing out the lower delta contracts. That's what I've been testing for the past 3 months because everyone in my mentorships communities, not everyone, let me not overstate. There's been a lot of people who can't afford those contracts at those prices, right? The 0.45 to the 0.6 contracts, right? Especially for Tesla. Okay. And so many people felt excluded because they're like, well, hey, I can't trade with you guys because those contracts are too expensive for me. Or they could only buy one contract, which wouldn't allow them to practice scaling. And so I was looking at this as a new trader, and I said, well, what are all these other contract options available for? Why are they here if you can't make money? So I decided to personally test these out, right? And so for the past 3 months, that's all I've been testing is these lower delta contracts. So, and I talked about this in the live session yesterday. So as you can see my P&L, right? It's 8.4K, right? I've been doing this since June. Since June, if you look at my equity graph here, right? Since June, all right? So look at these contracts. Look at the cost of these contracts. $123, $176, $221, $95, $340, $53, $313, 313. That's Detroit. That's my area code. That's what's up. $183, $342, $185, $124, $90, $92. And I've made 8.5K just trading the lower delta contracts. So I've been wanting to provide people with the actual evidence for the past 2 months that you can still make money with these cheaper contracts. And I did for those who were on the live session yesterday, you saw me demo that with a mock trade for NVIDIA. And I showed how we made, what was it? 170 to 200 plus dollars in 7 minutes, I think it was. In 7 minutes. Let me grab my charger. Give me a second, and then let me grab my charger. So yeah, I was explaining that. I was explaining that you can typically traders trade those deltas, the 0.45 to 0.6. But for those of you who can't afford that, I demonstrated how you can still participate in these trades and make money. And so we did that with NVIDIA yesterday, and I also did it before in previous sessions with Tesla and other stocks. All right, so let me see. Let me finish. Let's see. T-Band says I do this every day. Watch the charts, 1 to 5 minute charts. Yeah, T-Band, what's up, man? We need to lock in. Let me see. LJ, let's see, T-Band. Yeah, the premium is a little high. Yeah, exactly. Natalie says definitely up to do that next week. Okay, cool. So everyone, Natalie says, yeah, she's down. She's down to collab. Let's do it. Let's see. I love it. So any one of you who has experience, I would love it. Love to collab if you have the experience. Let's lock in. We talked to She Trades yesterday, and she's ready to lock in. She joined the community, the free community. So it's great to have these resources. Let me drink some more water. Hold on. So great. Thank you, Natalie. I appreciate that. I love it so that I can keep my day moving on vacay this week. Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up. Now, you know how addictive trading is, so I know you probably... Look, you up here. You're supposed to be on vacay. What you doing in the live section? What you do? You're supposed to be relaxing. What you doing, Natalie? I know it's addictive, man. Let's see. But next week, all in. Ha, ha, ha. I'm glad. Appreciate you, Natalie. Thank you. Natalie says vacay Funded by Tesla swings. That's what I'm talking. Yo, I've been trying. That's what I'm telling everyone, man. Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. That's what I'm saying. I want everybody to experience this. Because guess what I'm doing next year, the start of next year? I'm going on a 1-year cruise. A 1-year cruise. So yeah, definitely. I feel you. Let's see. G Prophet, what's up, man? Glad you joined. T-Bands, you must have bought, you must have bought right at the reversal to run it up like that. Nice. Facts. Natalie said facts. Yeah. So yeah, those, I was just talking about that earlier. I like to enter my trades at the low risk point, just before that confirmation. Yeah. Just before that confirmation, that aggressive candle or push by buyers or sellers if it's a short position. That's great. LJ said that's crazy. 1 year. Yeah, man, I'm going on a 1 year. When I was in the military, in the Navy, man, the places that I've seen was crazy. Like, I'm like, yo, I haven't traveled much since. I've just been locked in. Like I said, I spent the last 10 years as a software engineer working my tail off, working 60-hour weeks for a 6-figure salary, man. And now that I get to just, invest and make money from my income without having to work, 60 hours a week, I have time freedom. So yeah, man, that's what I'm looking to do. G Prophet said, what's up, brother? What's up, G Prophet? Glad you made it, man. Let's see. Susanna said, please tap. Thank you, Susanna. You always got my back. For those of you who just joined the free community, if I haven't set your permissions, I'm going to do that on this live. So don't fret. All right. Those of you who just joined the free community, I'm going to set your permissions so you can see the channels in the server. Okay. And then you can tap in. So I'm going to do that on this live call. So I'll make sure that you're able to see the channels in the free community. Natalie says, yes, love that for you. About to hop out, but we'll connect. Have a great day, all. Appreciate you, Natalie. Appreciate you. All right, let me drink some water here. Love it. Man, I love this. I didn't expect to have this type of experience, going live like this. Just to have the level of support and just to build, a supportive community that shares the same mind, right? The same focus. So yeah, excuse me. So with that said, let me wrap up this pre-market really quick. I'll talk about what I'm looking at coming into today. Let's use yesterday as an example. When I talk about low risk entry points, this is what I'm referring to. If I'm waiting for using the breakout and retest strategy, right? Again, this is the strategy that I use. Breakout and retest. This line here, this yellow line here represents the 5-minute high. All right. And once we're waiting for a breakout either above the key level or below it. And then the next condition we're waiting for is to see strength or relative weakness, depending on the direction. For continuation to the upside, we're looking for relative strength. What does relative strength look like? Okay, what does it look like? Well, it looks like these types of candles here. Speed and momentum. So not only do we have the size of the candle, right? The size of the candle, but it's also the speed and momentum in which it forms. This chart or time frame is the 1 minute time frame, which means every candle is 60 seconds in duration. So within 60 seconds, if this candle is forming quickly, with speed and momentum, meaning buyers are just stepping in, buying, and you see this candle is jumping up like boom, 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 boom. That's what you're looking for as the second condition, right? To your, or confirmation to your, for your entry point. I like low risk entries. So for me, I would have probably stepped in somewhere at this point with, as this candle is forming. Okay? Or it would have been this brief down close candle. Right after this brief down close candle here, let me zoom in a little bit more so you all can see this. This candle here, this brief down close candle, okay? Because we had a slight, this is not really, we did break above the 5 minute and we did close above the 5 minute, and we had this brief down close candle, right? It was very, very small, really, really weak down close candle. But after this, I would have probably entered a position here because I like these low risk entries when I start to see a trend forming, right? Look at the sequential candles here, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is after the down close candle. So we're starting to make a trend, form a trend here. So we got this, right? All the way to this next down close candle. But right after that, this is when I would have entered because my risk is the 5 minute high. This is where I would get stop out, right? Just a close below this level based on this, the previous down close candle or the most recent down close candle. So that's what I like to do. But if we're waiting for, stronger or greater confirmation, and again, this is because I'm more familiar with Tesla. I don't do this for every ticker, but because I'm more familiar with Tesla, I have an idea. I've seen these patterns form before. So another low risk entry I like to take with Tesla is these here. Okay, so I'll take this risk. I might take a 10K position even, or greater. I might take a 10K position here, and my stop would be a break below the candle I entered on. But I like to see this wick after an aggressive drop. This is the condition. I need to see something like this where buyers are trying to push the price lower, but then there's this, an aggressive push by sellers within one candle. Remember, this is the 60 or 1 minute time frame. So every candle is 60 seconds. And look at this significant drop in price in 1 minute. So I love these entries for Tesla. All right. You see the wick on this candle. Make sure I zoom in so you can see that. You'll see the wick on this candle. And this is where I would get in right at the close. I will experience a brief drawdown because I'm expecting the next pullback, right? Pullback on the somewhere after this entry. Okay, so we had this pullback and then this pullback, but we didn't drop lower. We didn't drop lower than these two. Okay, so this is a great sign. I love these for Tesla. I love these. But at the beginning of the week, I didn't want to catch an L. All right, if I was wanting Tesla to start out with strength, so that's why I didn't trade it again. That's why I didn't trade it. But I saw AMD with relative strength, so that's why I chose AMD instead. But I love these low risk entries. So coming until today, if we look at the pre-market, where are we in the pre-market? We're near the pre-market low. All right, we're near the pre-market low. Queen, you asked, would you live trade Tesla today so we can follow along on paper trade? Well, I would love to, Queen, and that's a very good question. The problem for me is, as a new trader, I may get distracted because I will be focused on trying to help you all learn versus focusing on the trade itself. And that may distract me and may cause me to make a mistake. So that's why I like to go live and recap the trade. I can record it. For you all and then talk about it after. But my concentration during the trade while I'm trying to focus on the entry and monitoring it when I'm in the position and making sure I don't mess up. I don't want to get distracted and mess up. But I am happy to record the actual trade and then talk through it in a live session or even in a one-on-one. I could do that. But that's why every Friday I'll go live um, to so that you can see my mentor trade the trade live. Okay, every Friday. All right. Now, one option I did consider to your question, Queen, is I did consider if you all were willing, if you wanted me to go live, if you're willing to just tap into the live feed, but not expect me to answer any questions during the live while I focus on my trades, I would be willing to do a live that way so you can see my mentor trade live. But I couldn't answer any questions during that point while I'm trying to focus on either entering a trade or managing the position if I enter a trade. So if that's something you all want to do, I can consider that. I can consider doing that. Let's see, Queen, you said you're right. Queen, so honest and real. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, as a new trader, that's why I'm super impressed with my mentor. This young man is, again, he's 24, right? He's 24, and not only is he focusing on trades to make, generate income, and he's making a lot of it, he's also talking through and taking the time to answer questions, talk through what he's thinking. That's challenging for a lot of folks. All right, he's doing that in real time. So yeah, if you all want to do that, I can go live. I could even test it out today since it's approaching, because he's going to go live in 5 minutes. My mentor is going to go live in 5 minutes. So I'll need to wrap this up. But if you want to continue this live and into that session, I can do that. But I couldn't answer any questions. So I will be going dark. And the only thing you will hear is my mentor, Tony and Jack. All right, Tony and Jack. That's who you'll hear. So you'll have to wait until I'm done. And as soon as I'm done, if I enter a trade or if I decide not to enter a trade, then I'll tap in the live chat and say, hey, I'm done, everyone. If you have questions, I'll answer your questions as you continue to listen in to Tony and Jack. So that I can do. Queen says, yes, please. Carlos says, trade during live and don't answer questions while you're doing it. We can wait a minute or two. He said you can wait a minute or two. I love it. Patty says, that would be appreciated. Queen says, that would be great to just watch. We don't distract you. Just watch. Cool. Queen says, questions can be held until after. Yeah, and those of you who are already in the free community, feel free to drop those questions in the Traders Lab channel. Okay. Let's see, Carlos, stay live while you trade. Yeah, cool. Okay, if that's what you guys want. So we're going to go live here. I'm going to stay on this live. I'm not going to drop it. We're just going to jump right into it as soon as they send the Zoom link. Then we'll just jump right into it. So until then, let me get prepared mentally and physically. Let me pull up everything I need. Let me open my brokerage account. Let's see. So I'm going to go dark here while I'm doing this, while I'm getting prepared. So because I have to prepare myself mentally, go over mentally what my strategy is and how to stay focused and disciplined. If you all could do me a favor, if you have the opportunity, please let everyone else who jumps into the live to let them kind of give them an idea of what's going on. If they ask questions or anything like that, just let them know I went dark and I can't answer questions until after. If you can. I'm not asking anyone to do it if you're not able to or willing to, but if you can, just let anyone who taps into the live, just let them know if you can, please. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go dark here and focus on my psychology. Mic check. Good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me and see my screen? What's up, everyone? Good morning. Zoom is good. Discord is good as well. Awesome. Let's get started here. So coming into today, we do have a little bit of red folder news that is going to be at 10 a.m. Jolt's opening, but the main news driver that we had overnight was NVIDIA. This one gapping up here, pushing the overall market. Really the only thing that's moving higher here is primarily the semiconductors. So let's first talk about the SPY, and then we'll end up heading over to some of the tech names. So first things first here for the overall markets, as you can see, SPY lagging just a little bit behind here, while the Qs ended up taking out the high for this week. As for SPY, currently we're right around your previous day highs, which is now your 638. So what I like to see here for the QQQ, at least coming into today, for some more upside is number one, hold above your previous day high, 638, and then a potential break above. Now it's going to be this 638.50 for potential continuation towards the upside. That's what I like to see, at least for long positions, is going to be above our 638.50s. You can also keep an eye out on SPY, a potential push back down in towards is going to be the 637.50s here as well. For the QQQ, you can see this one's definitely a lot more bullish than the SPY in itself, much well above your previous day highs here. Key levels for the QQQ now we're just going to mark out is our pre-market levels. So in this case, we're just going to mark out our pre-market highs along with our pre-market lows. What I like to see in this case really for the QQQ is really some sort of reclaim, either the break underneath, reclaim back above your pre-market lows for continuation, or the potential push all the way back down in towards our previous day highs, which is going to be our 567.
As for the overall tech names coming into today, really the only thing that's moving here in the pre-market is some of the semiconductors. We'll take a look at NVIDIA here first. So you can see NVIDIA, nice hold above our 174 yesterday. Key levels now for NVIDIA is going to be your previous day highs. You can see nice push coming into yesterday's close, and now we're well above your previous day high. So this is going to be the key level 177 for a potential retest. Of course, this is your previous day highs along with your gap fill. Another scenario we could be looking for is the reclaim back above our 178 for a continued push higher, or the low risk down in towards your 177. As for AMD, I do like this one here as well. On the higher time frames, right, the semiconductors, they are fairly overextended, but the key levels now is just going to be your previous day highs. So as long as we can maintain your previous day highs, we can expect it to continue higher. If we break down underneath your previous day highs, we're just going to be less bullish on the higher time frames. As for other names, Tesla filled the gap yesterday nicely up into that 331. What we'd like to see now, reaction off of our 324 along with our 331. But I'd like to see hold of your 324, and now it's going to be the break back above our 331, which is our previous day highs for continuation. As for the overall markets, we are about to, the market is about to open here in about a minute. Yo, what's up? Yeah, it seems like the Zoom can't hear you. I'm trying to fix that right now. Currently, we can also keep an eye on Amazon as well and try and fix this. Can you guys hear Tony by chance, or is it just me? Interesting here on Zoom. Just see, okay, let me try and fix this. Yeah, I'm just gonna unplug my mic then, so you guys should be able to hear it through my sound here on Discord. Sorry, for the Zoom. Can you say something?
Yo, check, check, check.
Yeah, all of you guys will have to listen through my speakers here on Zoom. It should be all right.
Cool. So AMD did break above pre-market high. This one, the retest is going to be 176.50s. Like I said, I want to see a little bit more of a break above for AMD. NVIDIA so far, not too many buyers stepping in. Tesla so far just came all the way back down. 322.57 is a key level. You want to see Tesla hold this level as well. Apple initially first two candles pushed up. QQQ trying to push back above pre-market high. SPY actually coming back to the previous day high retest. And then we want to see AMD, this one actually retesting, immediate retest of the pre-market high. Like I said, I would like to see AMD actually break above and retest with nice kind of a nice displacement move. But we'll see what AMD does here.
Yeah, for AMD, this one actually super nice right off the bat. Basically immediately retested your previous day highs here. This one is pushing nicely towards the upside now, breaking above your pre-market highs. As for QQQ, you can see this one popping right off the bat here as well. Let's see if we can maintain now. It's going to be above your pre-market highs on both AMD along with the QQQ. Yeah, as for QQQ, you can see so far maintaining above this 571.20. AMD immediately retesting that 176.55 here as well. This one's pushing up nicely here with the Qs. Yeah, SoFi absolutely crazy. My long term's looking nice. SoFi up. This one's very close to all-time highs.
All right, AMD so far pushing up nicely. This one, we want to wait for the retest of the pre-market high. Pre-market high retest is what I'll be looking at on AMD. NVIDIA so far hasn't really done too much. Tesla dropping as well. Apple, this one, really a little bit more consolidation. Apple, at least a previous day high is what you're going to be looking for a break above that level. QQ so far, this one, pre-market high, 571.22, broke above it. Immediate retest on that level, now trying to push up. We'll see if it continues. And then SPY so far, not too many buyers stepping in on this name. Previous day high is where you want to see SPY really hold for that continuation move to the upside.
So the QQQ so far holding above this 571. As for AMD, the retest now is going to be this pre-market high 176, or we're going to wait for your 5-minute range. As for NVIDIA, the key level for this one now is going to be your previous day highs or your first candle, which is going to be this 178.50s. So for NVIDIA, we can keep an eye out on this one. We're either going to look for the retest of your 177 previous day highs or the break above 178.50s, which is high of day, and a potential retest of that.
So Q so far still pushing up, AMD still pushing up as well. AMD, we just want to retest or really a pullback, right, for a nice move back to the upside. In terms of NVIDIA, this one 178.50s at a minimum needs to break back above that for a retest now, just based off the consolidation we already have. And then QQ obviously pushing up very nicely. The retest level on Qs would still be that 571.20s. As long as it's above that level, the momentum should continue in a lot of these names. SPY, a little bit of buyers stepping in. Tesla so far really not doing too much.
Yeah, for NVIDIA,
AMD now.
Let's see if we can have a strong candle closure here on NVIDIA. If we can get a strong candle close above this 178, potentially we can be looking for an immediate retest for a pushback up into towards your pre-market highs here.
Yeah, and then on AMD, what I was going to say was this retest of the one candle rule is something we can be looking at on AMD, the one candle rule retest. If AMD does push back into this one candle rule, this is something that I'd be looking out for because this one obviously has a lot of relative strength for a move back to the upside. NVIDIA also, nice buyer stepping in on NVIDIA there as well. For NVIDIA, what I'd be looking for is, once again, that break now, but now the retest of that 178.78, and then the push back above that level. Apple showing a little bit of weakness here. Tesla, a little bit of buyer stepping in. QQQ and SPY. So QQQ definitely a little bit more stronger than SPY today. something to keep in mind. AMD retest, like I said, one candle rule retest is what I'd be looking at around that 177.50 area. AMD to retest back into, and then on Nvidia, this one 178.78 retest.
Yeah, I was trying to get Nvidia on that reclaim that one candle close, but this one, any pullback now, we like to see get bought up for a push up in towards your pre-market highs. I'm looking at the 180s on Nvidia.
Let's keep an eye out on AMD and Nvidia here. AMD so far buyers stepping in, but I do want to see AMD come back a little bit deeper into that retest level for that kind of continuation move. Let's see what happens on AMD here. In terms of AMD, I'd be looking at the 180 contracts, by the way, the 180 contracts on AMD. We need to see buyers step up in that one candle rule, but the 180 contracts on AMD. 180 calls.
Yeah, keep an eye on this 1 minute order block here. Let's see if any sort of buyers can step in. As for Nvidia, key level is going to be that 178.60s. As for the QQQ, you can keep an eye on your 5 minute range here as well. Yeah, AMD, I took some of the 180s here on AMD, 180s on AMD, risk.
Yeah, I took the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took the 180 calls on AMD. The risk is right, the break of the one candle rule. Within the same candle, already back up into high of day here on AMD. Within the exact same candle, already back into high of day on AMD. This one has a lot of buyers stepping in.
Yeah, really nice pop.
This one actually moved pretty nicely. Yeah, I'm already taking some off here at high of day. This one actually moved really nicely. Even on 98 cons, I didn't even get filled the full con size that I wanted. This one already up about $5,000, $6,000 almost actually. Taking some off here on AMD.
Yeah, up almost 60 cents a contract. Look, the scale
179 full psych.
Yep.
179 psych level just hit there, taking some off on AMD. If you got in, take some off here. 179 full psych. Nice push up there. I'm out about 60% of my position there on AMD. 60% of my position, still holding 40%, but that one was just a really nice spike. I think we just got a really solid entry on that one. We'll see if this one has that continued push up, but this one had a really nice pop into high day. Now what we want to see is that 179 break, obviously, for that move up into 180. Sorry, 180. QQ, a little bit of a pullback here. If Qs can show a little bit of buyer stepping in, AMD should have a nice pop again. For the AMD hold level now, it's still going to be the exact same. Nothing changed. Still has to hold that one candle rule that we entered in on. The best would obviously be this retest of 178.25. But if it doesn't, then it still needs to hold the one candle rule we entered in on. And then, like I said, next move up into 180s for AMD would be the next move.
Yeah, for the Qs, we like to see it hold this 5 minute range. And then Nvidia looks good as well. You like to see it maintain above your pre-market, your 178.50s. You can get low risk on this one. Your risk level would be really this 178.50s on Nvidia. AMD, let's see if we can hold this down close candle here.
Yeah, this was a quick trade. Was anyone able to capture this one? This one was a very quick trade right into higher days. This one was a very quick trade into higher day. Just one or two. Nice. Yes. Can get in. Yes, got it. $600 on AMD, $1,200. Nice. Mom's getting a new fur coat. Cool. So AMD now, like I said, if QQ just needs to show a little bit of strength. Next level I have for AMD is 180s. Like I said, I'm out 60% of my position, holding 40% for that next continued move. Let's see if we can get that nice push up here.
Yeah, it does seem like Q's a little bit of rejections here. What we like to see for at least the QQQ now is really maintain above your pre-market highs. So as you can see for the SPY at least, we're rejecting off of your key levels in the pre-market, most likely SPY. If we do show a little bit more weakness, the next level is going to be this gap fill. All right, QQQ, let's see if we can bounce here off this pre-market high, 571.20s, SPY currently at low of day, and your previous day high, 638. This is the key level we'd like to see hold. If you want to see a push potentially back towards the upside here, AMD, we just like to maintain higher lows. As for NVIDIA, what you'd like to see is really this, now just this continued push back up in towards your high of day and potentially your pre-market high. Let's see if the buyers can step in here on the major indices.
Q so far trying to hold this level. We'll see if Q's can hold it. NVIDIA so far not really doing too much. This one a little bit of consolidation. NVIDIA 178.50s. You want to see it hold that level for that continued push to the upside. AMD, this one you want to see break high of day into 180s. That's the next level I have on AMD's is 180. Stop for AMD is just going to be a break back below where we entered in off of. And then let's see some of these other names in the market right now. SPY so far breaking below previous day high, trying to hold that level kind of. QQQ right back into pre-market high. This is the level, like I said, QQQ needs to hold. Apple, a little bit more weakness. Tesla, a little bit more weakness. NVIDIA, right, coming back down a little bit here. AMD is the only one that's honestly showing a decent amount of strength into today. This one's still trying to hold up even with everything else dropping. So we'll see if AMD can hit that brand new high of day, and then 180s, like I said, going to be the target for us for the remainder of our contracts that we're holding. But we'll see what happens with AMD here with this push up on Qs. Of course, we needed to hold that pre-market high level.
Yeah, you can see so far buyers are just trying to defend here on the QQQ. NVIDIA actually coming back down as well. This one's coming towards your low risk area where you can risk off that 178.50s. AMD, let's see if we can break above high of day here, 178.99. All we need is the SPY and Qs. If we can just see a little bit of buyers essentially stall at this level, we'll see a next leg higher here on the semiconductors.
NVIDIA popping nicely here.
Yeah, NVIDIA came very close to my level, not quite hit that 178.50, but this one looking really solid now for a push up and towards your pre-market highs. AMD, let's see if we can close above 5 day.
Yep, AMD right back at that 179 key level, 179 with NVIDIA popping here as well. AMD should get a nice high of day push here as well, as long as NVIDIA keeps popping. We need QQQ to show a little bit more strong buyers, but here's that AMD kind of pop back into that 179 area. Brand new high of day here on AMD. Let's see if we can get a candle closure above 179. That's going to be key. Q's rejection here, Q's coming down, SPY coming down, AMD right off that 179 area. You can see a little bit of sellers stepping in right there.
Yeah, we made new high of day, but as you can see, the overall market starting to show a little bit more weakness. As I mentioned, we wanted to see kind of staller buyers to step in, but so far, SPY and Q's dropping a little bit here. Let's see if the SPY and Q's, let's see how this 5-minute candle closes here on both the major indices, but as you can see so far, 1 minute closing, trying to close underneath the key levels here. Big lower wick here on AMD. Let's see if we can get this push above high of day. 180s in play. So yeah, overall market dropping here, as you can see, breaking underneath the 638 for the QQQ. Really no buyers kind of stepped in off your 571.20. This one's back down towards low of day here as well. So at least for the SPY, we actually just, we're coming down here. The next level here on the SPY is really this gap fill that we have. And then for the QQQ, similar thing, we actually have this gap back towards the downside now as well. As for AMD, this is basically the exact level, at least for the remaining. I would like to see it maintain above this 177.
Yeah, with Q's not holding up here, I'm going to keep a very close eye out on AMD. For the remainder of the position, if it does break back below entry here, I'm going to stop out of the trade, or at least the trailer of the trade. This one's still a very solid trade, very quick trade as well. But if it does break below, then I'll stop out. How so far it is holding, and you can see buyers trying to step in, but Q's just very, very weak with Q's and SPY. If Q's and SPY even had a little bit of buyers stepping in, this one could have had a really nice push to the upside, and still can potentially, but more so will probably set up as a reclaim or a 5-minute now if Q's and SPY doesn't show strength within the next like 5-ish minutes. NVIDIA coming back down into the pre-market here as well, 178.50s. This is the exact level you'd like to see NVIDIA hold. So far, AMD is holding our level, like I said, but if it breaks below that level, I will stop out. We'll keep an eye out on AMD so far, still in this trade, but if it breaks below, we'll stop. And then let's see some of these other names. So SPY coming back below previous day high. Next level I have on SPY is 637.07s, 637.07s. NVIDIA 570.25, or sorry, QQQ 570.25s. This is the level you wanted to hold. Apple broke the low previous day low of 213. This one does have earnings coming up soon on Apple. Tesla also breaking below 322.57s, coming into the previous day low. It would be the next level. And then AMD, this one buyers trying to hold it up right now. A little bit more consolidation after that first initial push that we got in on. We'll see what happens on AMD. If the buyers step up on QQQ and SPY, AMD will have a nice move to the upside. However, so far, because sellers are stepping in, this one's just kind of consolidating sideways.
Yeah, it looks really good.
But still holding the 1 minute.
It looks good on the 5 minutes still. As long as the Qs and SPY could potentially bounce off key levels, AMD in the 5 minute. Now we'd like to see break above high of day. That's going to be key.
Yeah, so far every 5 minute candle, we've talked about this, but every 5 minute candle, we've talked about this before, sorry, but every 5 minute candle on AMD so far has been green, right? So just shows the amount of strength this one does have. Every single 5 minute candle today has been green. And as long as we continue that trend, right, this one should hit that 180 level like I'm talking about. However, we need to continue the trend. And the only way we do that is if Q shows a little bit of buyers stepping in on that name as well. If it doesn't, then AMD unfortunately will most likely just consolidate, right? So we'll keep an eye out on what happens here overall in the market. AMD and NVIDIA are going to be the main watches for most of us for that kind of continuation to the upside if Qs can kind of push up. However, Qs technically this has the 5 minute retest at 570.72. So 570.72 is the 5 minute retest to the downside. So you'd like to see Qs ideally reclaim it for if you want to go long. However, if you want to go short, then the 570.72 level would be that short position on the 5 minute low. We'll kind of keep an eye out on what happens there with Qs. And of course, we're in AMD, so we are looking for that reclaim back above that level. That would be the best for us.
Yeah, this 5 minutes setting up fairly nicely. You can see so far now there's some buyers kind of stepping in here on the SPY and Qs. AMD, we should see this nice big pop here up into this 180 level. See if we can get a strong.
All right, let's see. Yep, let's see if we can get buyers stepping in, and let's see if we can get high of day. Where's the buyers at? Let's see if the buyers step up. You can see right at that 179, you do see a little bit of a selling wall here at 179, right? It keeps selling off right when it hits that 179 level. So when we do break that level, we should see a nice kind of push up into that 179.50. And then 180 is obviously going to be the target, but we'll see if we can get buyers to step up above the 179. We need, like I said, that Q's kind of correlation as well here. NVIDIA, we have some buyers stepping up here as well. AMD right at high of day into that 179 area.
Yeah, NVIDIA looks decent. The 1 minute doesn't look the greatest, but the 5 minute looks pretty good above that 180, 178.60s. You want to see this one make a new high of day. All right, AMD.
There we go. There we go on AMD. 179.50 is coming up. Brand new high of day on AMD right there. Nice push up. Nice push up on AMD here. I'm taking a little bit more off there on this push.
Yeah, let's see.
Right into that 179.50.
Let's see if we can get that pop into this basically 179.78 and this 180. This is a key level. Make sure it ticks them off as it moves higher here with the SPY and Qs.
Nice pop there. There's 179.55s. Nice. I'm in about 20% of my position now on AMD and about 20% of my total position from previously on AMD now. Nice trade for today. Very, very solid mover. Qs, a little bit of rejections on Qs here. You can see the relative strength, obviously, on AMD compared to the rest of the names. You can just see the buyer stepping in on this one compared to, of course, Qs or SPY.
Yeah, at least for AMD now, we just like to see it maintain above 178.90s. You can see multiple touches. Now this is the level we like to see essentially just retest for this continuation up and towards this 180 and above. Right, if we want to maintain the relative strength, key level is just going to be this 178.90s that we like to see hold.
So yeah, I saw a trade on AMD, less than honestly probably like a 15-minute kind of day today for me, at least on AMD today. This one, what we want to see now is that push into 180s, right? So for me, the remainder, I want that push into 180s. That's going to be the key level we really do want AMD to hit, 180 whole psych. AMD does have, if QQ and SPY can show strength, AMD does have the strength to hit 180s today. So that's what I'm going to be looking for primarily. This one, obviously, nice mover, relative strength. NVIDIA also, if it can break back above 179.60s is going to be the key level for that one now, or even potentially high of day. If this one can move up into high of day, this one will have a really nice push up on NVIDIA as well. AMD 179.80s hitting here, 179.80s hitting here on AMD.
Yeah, perfect hold that 178.99 that we talked about. A little bit of a pop here on the overall markets. We do have some red folder news here at 10 a.m., but it seems like we're popping most likely. Let's see if there's any sort of news in the overall markets. But right, nice push here on AMD right into that 180 level. Contracts up nicely now. Over $1 a contract.
Yeah, solid trade. Let's see. Who's still holding some AMD? Is anyone still holding AMD?
Yeah, we have room. The next level on the higher time frames for AMDs for me is it's pretty far away, but 184, 187, not out of the picture. It is very far, but with the relative strength, with the news that we had for NVIDIA, right, this is not out of the possibility here for AMD.
All right, let's see 180 hit. Let's see 180s hit on AMD. NVIDIA, there's that pop on NVIDIA here as well. High of day pop on NVIDIA here. This one, right, buyers slowly stepping in on this name as well with AMD coming back to the upside. QQ right at that 5-minute retest low. So like I said, this is the retest low on QQ technically. This is, if you're short, you're going to short a QQ here. However, we want to obviously see QQ reclaim back above the 5-minute low here. We'll see if AMD is able, we'll see if QQ is able to reclaim back above. 5 minutes still looks like buyers are stepping in.
Yeah, most likely we are going to get that reclaim here. NVIDIA looks good for a push up and towards their pre-market highs, 179.63s. AMD.
There's that 180. Yeah, there's that 180 on AMD. That's the main target there. 180 targets on AMD here. If you have some scale, some here. 180 was the main target for me. Obviously, now the target is a much more deeper, right, for AMD. But this was the first main initial target on AMD was in 180. Next target's like 184s, right? So obviously takes them off at this 180 level. Very key target here. And then now you can hold like one contract or however much based on your position you had. But 184s is going to be next.
Yeah, solid push towards the upside here.
180.
Q's 570.72 is going to be your key level. At least now, right, the key level, as I mentioned earlier, was at 178.99. Nice hold once we broke above that, even that retest right there, kind of that 957. Now we just, if you're on the 5-minute time frame, look, not a single down close candle here on the 5-minute time frame. As for the 1 minute, now there's not really any down close candles either besides that 955. Yeah, AMD's been being down quite a bit, really the past kind of year, but with a nice theme with the semis pushing up nicely, AMD's been moving nice just because there's a lot of room back towards the upside. Key level we'd like to see hold now for AMD is going to be your 180 and this down close candle here at this 955.
Yeah, solid trade there on AMD. Cool. All right. So if anyone has any questions, by the way, now for me, AMD, I'm only holding 10%. 10% of my position on AMD now, for anyone that's still wondering. But if you have any questions on anything, really, you can ask now. AMD super solid trade for that kind of continued move to the upside. By the way, today's YouTube video, I think will help a lot of you guys out as well. Today's YouTube video will be how to find which stocks to focus on on a daily basis. So you guys always ask me, like, how do you know to focus on? For example, today, AMD and NVIDIA, I came in today and I said, I'm going to focus in on AMD and NVIDIA. That's what we focused on. That's obviously what's showing strength right now as well. That's a question I get all the time, is how am I able to differentiate which one to focus on? And so therefore, today's video will help you understand which stock to focus on before the market opens to truly have the highest probability trades. Let's see, nice push up so far. How do you establish 180 key level? 180 is whole cycle, so it's a whole psychological number, 180. Therefore, that's going to be the next key target. That's where most buying and selling orders are most likely going to be sitting there. Plus, especially when you have bigger names like this, 180, 190, 200, those are going to be numbers that you want to scale out of, as that's going to be where higher volume steps in. I watched oh yeah, did you guys watch that podcast that came out? Actually, since I haven't been on Voice since I think it came out. Did you guys watch that pod that came out? I know a lot of you guys were waiting for it. Let me know how do you guys feel about that one? I thought it was good. Yes. Nice. Appreciate it. Cool. Appreciate it. All right, so for AMD now, the remainder of my position needs to hold above 178.50, or essentially it's kind of near this 179 area, like it's just that 179 to 178.50 area. If it doesn't hold that, then I'll stop out of the remainder of the trade. I only have 10% left, but I'll stop out of the remainder of the trade if it doesn't hold that. QQ is just really weak, right? So 5-minute retest on Qs, you can see we wanted the reclaim, never got the reclaim, and actually retested the 5-minute, and it's coming back down, right? So unfortunately on Qs, that one just coming back down with the 5-minute retest and coming back into low of day. However, AMD, because it has relative strength, I'm just giving it a little bit more room, and so I'm giving it that 179 to 178.50 kind of key area room. What was the reason you were, that was a good point. Thank you. Appreciate that. What was the reason you were waiting for a deeper pullback into order book? What was the reason you were waiting for the deeper pullback into the order? I just wanted to see a little bit more, like risk to reward, honestly, primarily, right? I wanted to see a little bit better risk to reward on the AMD setup. On the candle we entered in on, that one was a solid kind of candle because we entered in right as it was showing buyers stepping in rather than moving it to high day. Now, someone may ask, why did you not wait for the candle to close? We did wait for the candle to close. We waited for the previous candles to close, right? So if you look at the previous candles on AMD, right, the candle before we entered on, technically that one already closed above the one candle rule, right? It was like 3 candles that closed above the one candle rule. However, the one we entered in on was just showing strength. And so we entered in when we saw the strength because the candle closure already happened. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's see.
Yeah, that one was just waiting for the buyers to step in. So there's 2 different entry models. We have the conservative, and then we have the confirmation. In this case, right, we're already bullish. So we didn't have to wait for confirmation. So as soon as the buyer stepped in right off that 1-minute order block, that's our sign to go in for a long position towards the upside.
Trade reviews coming out today. Obviously, you guys know I've been traveling, so trade reviews should come out later tonight after the YouTube video. So YouTube video is going to come out first on how to select high probability stocks every single day and how to identify trend. But after that, trade reviews should come out later tonight. All right, AMD, let's see what happens here near this 179 area.
Yeah, as you can see for the Qs kind of been weak once we broke underneath their 570.72. So Qs pretty much weak all day. We had that nice push once Qs kind of stalled, but for AMD now, let's see the reaction here. Qs does have a very small gap back towards the downside.
Let's see, keeping a close eye on AMD here for the final trailers here, really.
Yeah, with Q's inspired low of day, AMD, we just like to see maintain at least on the 1 minute along with the 5 minute, right? That's going to be our key level. This technically our down close candle here on the 5 minute, 178.90s.
AMD still holding up, still in this trade, right? Keeping a close eye in that area, but still holding.
Yeah, a little bit of reaction here on Q's off of the low of day. Nice hold of your 178 so far here on AMD. 5 minutes still looking pretty solid.
Let's see, thanks to... Are you not looking good? Is JDM no longer doing pre-market? No, he is. It's just you can't run a live stream on YouTube with bad Wi-Fi. But he should jack one like next week probably, or Wednesday, Thursday.
Hopefully, I might have to stay a bit long. Hopefully I should be back by next week. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. AMD so far, buyer stepping in. So for the remainder of my AMD trade now, that pivot level that we just put in, 179, is near that, right below that green candle that just closed. That's going to be the candle that I'm going to be using now for my stop loss. So my stop loss is going to be a break below the green candle near the 179 that just closed. That's going to be my stop. And then my profit obviously is just going to be as we kind of move back to the upside. Someone said, "Be real, are you stuck there?" Jack's stuck there. I'm not. I'm back home. My boy's stuck there though. My boy's cooked. Let's see. SPY still kind of consolidating. Q's kind of pushing back up. If Q's can reclaim the 5 minute retest low, then it'll be solid for the AMD pushback to the upside. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that. No, Jack, I don't know, man. He's stuck there. I don't know what to tell you. There's nothing else I can tell you. Let's see. Trade Genius 88, you should know exactly what those lines mean, because if you watch the accelerator modules, I talk exactly about what those lines mean. So anyone that's new here, make sure before you join the live trading to watch the accelerator modules, right? Very important that you watch the accelerator modules to understand exactly how we trade. Obviously, you guys probably came from YouTube or wherever it may be, Instagram, whatever it may be, Twitter. But watching the accelerator modules will really put you up to date with everything that we do in here. Just for context, for my pre-market charts, the green lines are previous day high resistance. The red lines are previous day low supports, and then the white lines are the previous day pivot levels on the 1 minute time frame.
SoFi is absolutely ridiculous. I should just check my long term. AMD pop here as well.
Yo, this AMD is actually holding up nicely. This one's holding up nicely.
Yeah,
back into that 180.50.
There's room today. Potentially, look at these weekly charts. This one, really next major level is kind of all the way back up and towards this like 185-ish, 187 here. But at least intraday, that is fairly far away. So just keep an eye on high of day and other levels as well.
Nice pump on AMD. We'll see if it can get that candle closure, but nice pop into high of day. We'll see if we can get that kind of continuation to the upside. All right, cool. So for me now on AMD, really just looking for that continued push to the upside. I'll be holding these as long as the trailers keep moving back to, or sorry, I'll be holding these as long as it doesn't hit my stop. The stop on AMD right now that I have currently is just going to be a break below that 179 area. And if it continues to push up above that 179 area, I'll continue to hold. YouTube video tonight, like I said, is going to be based off of how to find these stocks to trade every single day and which stock is going to have momentum. Because, for example, right, some people may not understand why that's important, but like, let's say we came into today and we were just like, all right, you know what, I'm just going to trade, let's just say Apple, right? Like, that's a harder name to trade because let's say the market's pushing to the upside and Apple's moving down and you don't know why it's moving down. It's very difficult, right? So having a process to identify which stock to focus on that has the most momentum is very, very crucial, right? So no matter if you're trading, if you backtest this, by the way, if you look at, let's just say a setup that everyone knows, a 5-minute retest, right, that we trade. If you backtest the 5-minute retest plus what I'm going to talk about in the YouTube video tonight, right, if you backtest both of those, your win rate will significantly increase for a fact, right? Because you're trading momentum stocks, right? Whereas if you trade the 5-minute retest on the same stock every single day, that's fine as well. I'm not saying that's not fine. It is. However, your win rate is going to be what that stock is going to give you, right? Compared to just trading momentum, where we trade, for example, AMD if it's showing momentum, Tesla if it's showing momentum, NVIDIA, whatever it may be, right? You guys get the point. So finding those high probability stocks is very crucial. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about in today's video on YouTube. For Traders Lab, the session is tomorrow. The session for Traders Lab is tomorrow. Actually, I think we have Jared Tendler tomorrow, now that I actually think about it. So the session will be on Thursday for Traders Lab, but it'll be a combination of me and Jack. Hopefully Jack's back in
probably not
on Thursday. If you're back, if you're not, then it'll just be me. But hopefully we can do either both of us or just me if he's not back at that time still, which would be kind of cooked. And then I'm trying to think of anything else that I have to. I think everything else should be fine. Everything else is basically back to normal. Just that previous last week, we had some Wi-Fi issues and stuff like that. But the Wi-Fi stuff should be good now, especially going forward. And then, yeah, all sessions are recorded, so they will become back up. Fix your fire alarm. That's how you know about I'm back home, though. See, when you hear the fire alarm, you know I'm home. When you hear the fire alarm, you know I'm home. You know everything's.
All right, for those of you on TikTok Live, this is the segment where Jack, he will hang back and maybe for like the next 15 to 30 minutes, he'll just sit back and answer questions unless he has something to do. Obviously, because he's in Dubai right now. But if you have questions right now that you want me to forward over to them, I can pop those questions in the Zoom chat so they can potentially get answered today, or I can put it in their community to get those questions answered a bit later. So if you have questions right now, let me know, and then I'll pop those questions in the Zoom chat for them to get answered. All right. I appreciate you, Saved 85.
One a high of day, one at a key level, let's say, for example, 180 today, and then one hold as a trailer, so you'd still be holding one. That's for 3. If you have 2 contracts, you do 1 at high of day, 1 at key level. You don't hold for the trailers, right? If you have 5 plus, 10 plus, whatever, it's the same thing as the 3 contracts, but you just divide it by 2 then. That's how I would do it in a very simplified way. How do you notify people for entry into Traders Lab? Well, everyone in Traders Lab has lifetime in the accelerator, so they're also just in here with you guys listening to us as well. Okay, cool. So with that being said, solid session today. I'll have trade reviews for all of this up later today. Everything back to normal as well. Let's keep crushing it. I want to end off the second part of the year very, very strong. Last 1 or 2 months have been absolutely insane in terms of usually July is like a slow month, and for us it just wasn't. We had a very solid July, at least end of June to honestly still right now in July, I guess. So we'll see how August treats us. I think August will be a little bit slower, to be completely honest, right? Typically summer month, August, typically slower. Okay, so August will be a little bit slower. But starting September, October, November, December, that should all be very, very nice kind of momentum months. But with that being said, July is typically supposed to be slower and really wasn't slower for us. So we'll see what type of price action we do get. But with that being said, I will catch you guys tonight for YouTube and then trade review after. All right, catch you guys later.
Yeah, with overall markets here, SPY and Q's not really doing too much. We have a little bit of a gap towards the downside here on both these names. As for AMD, just going to maintain the rest of my position here on the higher time frames. I like to see it just hold this 178.90s. I'm most likely going to call it. I'm going to probably answer questions for like 5-10 more minutes. I do have to fill this thing out first. Let's see. If you guys had a question that wasn't answered, you can retype it in the chat. I'll answer it for probably until 10:30 here, and then I'll have to call it a day here as well. Let's see. Main contract is how to determine the contract size for a risk versus determined by a stop loss entry, but how do you determine so quickly? It's based off the risk. It depends on what ticker you trade. Of course, it's not going to be an exact amount, but generally speaking, if you trade 5 contracts every single time, then you know exactly how much you're risking on 5 contracts, one out the money. Right, if you're trading completely new tickers, then that's going to be a little bit more difficult. But if you're primarily trading the same tickers every day, then it's a lot easier. If we're trading NVIDIA, AMD, right, we're basically trading those names every single day. Let's see, contract entry and exit. Let's see, are you talking? Yes. Let's see, is this something I'm working? Okay. I haven't scaled any of my SoFi position. Will scale some at all-time highs, hold rest. Any suggestions? Yes. We'll talk about a little bit more about long-term positions, but if you want to maintain a core, so I have SoFi, right? If I want to be protected, my main target's all-time highs, but if I do feel like it's overextended, right, we can sell some covered calls. We can have other options, strategies where we can protect some of our assets and some of our gains. So my main target here for SoFi is going to be all-time highs. So we had just bullish earnings here. We just hit a key level, which is our 25 key psych. Next level is going to be 28. That's really going to be one of the main targets for SoFi and really the coming months here. So there's a few different ways you can, but one of the easiest ways and one of the best ways is to collect premiums, which is selling covered calls. And there's also other strategies as well that we can talk about. Meaning of the colored lines, those are for Tony. The colored lines are just your previous day highs, previous day lows, pre-market levels as well. Did you buy AMD market order? I personally always use market orders. I have Lifetime Accelerator. How to join Traders Lab. There should be announcements. I think it might be closed currently, but you can check the announcements channel. How do you deal with wash sales when you buy and sell off the mall? I think it's we're PDT, right? It's different it depends where you live as well. IV flush only happens if the IV is super elevated with earnings. Primarily you'll see, or at least earnings season, whenever you have a big pop or a big drop, the IV is going to be elevated right after earnings. So you don't really have to worry about it unless we have a really big move in the pre-market, or that has to do with any sort of news that we have. Is there a step-by-step? What's up, Paul? I currently use IG and buy and sell using the deal button and currently buy and sell. I've watched Accelerator and 3 sessions in Mastermind 5. How do you use your broker? Yeah, so there's a very basic video on how I personally use the broker. I know IBKR is fairly difficult. One of the main guys we recommend, at least for me, is a guy named Verillo Trading on YouTube. He has thousands of videos. That's actually where I learned how to use IBKR. So at least for me, there wasn't really a point of remaking his videos, but you can always search up on YouTube. His name's Verillo Trading. He has actually really good tutorials on how to use brokers. Do you get Traders Lab with like? No, it's the up. So you get lifetime with the Traders Lab. How do you find the time change? Looking to move to the time change is actually it's very interesting. I'm still stuck on New York kind of Eastern Standard Time, so my schedule is all kind of messed up currently. The market opens at 5:30 here, so it is an interesting. It's like by the time it sets, by the time the session's basically over, the sun's setting. Let's see. Do you recommend for beginners, and how do you identify stocks for long term? I have my own approach. We're really interested in yours. Yeah, we're gonna have like a full in-depth session. I know a lot of people are asking that. We're waiting to. Now we've been busy with a lot of things, but we're waiting to come back, and we're gonna have like a full tutorial on how to trade long term and how to kind of pick stocks as well, because that's a very important thing. Because SoFi, right, as I always mentioned, when the VIX, if you're looking at the VIX right now, you can see it's fairly low. So the VIX is basically underneath 15, which is very low for the VIX. That means markets are all-time highs. There's a lot of less uncertainty in the overall market. So, right, we've been able to have a few nice day trades, even though the VIX and the volatility is quite low, just because there's red folder. There's been some news that's been happening on the semiconductors, but the long term's been absolutely crushing it. In SoFi and a bunch of these other names, I've been talking about SoFi and Hood for a while now, and these ones have been really outperforming the markets. Have had very nice moves the past few months. Oh wow, Jack really used market orders. My TOS is a news switch. Yeah, I personally always use market orders, at least for interactive brokers. The context risking, but I have a hard time quickly determining the risk and relation. We'll talk about that a little bit more, but usually for your entries, it's always you're risking close to 10 to 20%. At 10% if you have a really solid entry, 20% if you're maybe waiting for confirmation or you don't have the greatest entry, but you shouldn't be risking more than 20%. 30%, that means you're most likely chasing. What's the name of the website? It's the guide. So yeah, Verlo Trading, someone mentioned that as well. Yeah, Lambo, book a call. Let's see. All right. Yeah, my sleep's been bad as well. Yeah, my sleep's been cooked. Okay. I am going to call it a session here. I need to do a few things as well. Hopefully I did record this. Maybe I didn't, which is unfortunate. But yeah, I guess I don't have this session recorded. Let's see if I do.
Nope.
Yeah, I'll see if I have the old sessions try and record as well, and I'll upload them. Tony,
he forgot to record it. All right, so for those of you who are still on the live, TikTok live, let me know if you have any questions about what you saw. This was my mentor. You got an opportunity to see them trade the breakout and retest strategy. Very, very simple strategy, easy to understand. And I love the fact that they take the time to talk through using simple language what they're thinking and what they're saying to determine their entries for a given trade. So let's see. But like I said, if you have any questions, let me know now in the live chat. Let me know now in the live chat. Let me know now in the live chat. For those of you who, by the way, for those of you who was present on the live where we saved 85, did you DM me? Did you DM me? If you DM me for the free community, I can send you the invite link, and then while we're on the live, I can make sure that you're in and you can access everything. Yeah, and I'll get you squared away. Let's see here. And let me see if I have some other DMs. Anthony, let's see. Okay, cool. I'm getting you squared away right now, Anthony. Let me send you the links. Let's see. Okay, cool. I'm getting you squared away right now, Anthony. Let me send you the links. Give me 1 second, Anthony. I'm going to get you squared away now. All right. Okay, Anthony, I just sent you the invite to the free community. By the way, if you are accessing the link from your mobile device or smartphone, right? What you can do is long press on the message containing the link, and then that should bring up a copy dialog window and provide you with the option to select copy. And then all you have to do is simply paste that into your browser, any browser for that matter, and then that will take you right into the community. The free community. You won't see anything off to the left. And by the way, don't select the paid option. That's for something totally unrelated. Okay, so do not choose that. This is totally free. All right, so just choose the free path and then you will be in. And once I see you, I'll go ahead and grant you the proper privileges to see the channels specific to trading. Okay, so as soon as you're in, just let me know that you're in and I will get you set up. Okay, saved 85. I'm on you right now. Give me 1 second. Let me send you the invite. And anyone else who's interested, again, just DM me the request to request the invite for the free community, and then I'll get you the link, the invite link, and then you will be good to go. Cool. Let's see, who else? Carlos, I see you. Hold on, let me see. Can I get the, yep, I got you, Carlos. Give me 1 second. And remember, if you're on your mobile device, you will have to long press on the message containing the link, okay? And then, Anthony, you're in? Okay, give me a second. Let me go ahead and set up your privileges here. All right, I see you, Anthony, and I also see 60s babies, 60s baby. So let me get you two set up. Okay, Anthony, you're good to go. You should just be able to refresh your browser and you will see the channels off to your left. 60s baby, give me a second. Let me set you up. All right, 60s baby, you are good to go. You should be able to refresh your browser and you will see the channels off to your left. Carlos, you're up next. I see you. Give me a second. Okay, Carlos, you're good to go. You should be able to refresh your browser and you'll see the channels off to your left. And this is where I can share all the resources. TikTok, unfortunately, doesn't let you share resources because to them, it's perceived that you're trying to transition people off the platform, which obviously isn't the case, but we do have to take advantage of resources that allows us to organize information and especially when doing something like this, investing that is. Let's see, did you get in that AMD trade? Miss Living Now, no, I didn't because I was trying to get you all set up to see the live, and then I didn't have my brokerage account logged into, and I didn't have my confirmation screen up, and I talked about that. And it takes a minute for me to psychologically, get into the trade. So I saw the development of the setup, and so I just decided to just watch. And I saw two re-entries, and I'm going to talk about that too here in just a sec. So stay tuned for that. I saw two re-entries. So I want to talk about, if you missed the initial entry, how to spot the second entry or the third entry, because they did call that out, and it may be unfamiliar to those who are completely new to trading. So I will talk about that here in a second. Let's see. Miss Living Now says, okay, looking at it helped me understand. Thank you. I'm glad that you were able to find value in that. And I want to continue going live to share access so you all can see this, because this is a huge opportunity for people to learn as much as they can for free. All right, for free. I paid $3,500 to join their mentorship, and they don't let everyone in, but they're really good. So you can also check out much of their content on their social media, which I've shared in the free. I'm sharing in the free community. So I'm going to create a channel specific for those, for my mentors. Information, so you all can check that out. Jack, he does the pre-market live every day. Well, he's not doing it this week because he doesn't have the proper Wi-Fi connection in Dubai. But as soon as he gets back home, I provided the channel. I provided his pre-market prep channel in the free community already. And so I will provide both my mentors information, all of their social media stuff in a separate channel. But I did add that. Let me see. Let me go ahead and add those now since I'm talking about it. Okay, so let me add their information here. Hold on, give me a second. Let me pull it up. Let me pull up their stuff. Feel free to continue dropping your questions. I'm just adding that information to the free community, so you all will have access to that, those of you who are already in. And I'm going to get to the rest of you. Just bear with me just a moment. I'll get to the rest of you who might have already DM'd me for that invite. Okay, give me just a second, and I'll get to the rest of you too. Okay, and then we do this. Okay, and here's the Okay, and then let me provide my mentor. Okay, so all of you who are currently in the free community, you can refresh your browser if you don't see the new channel that I just recently created a second ago. It says My Mentor's Social Media. So my mentor's name is Tony. He goes by Scarface on social media, Scarface Trades. And then his number 2 pro trader who you heard answering questions at the tail end of this live session was Jack. He also goes by J Dub, and I provided both of his social media channels there. And so one, you can catch out his pre-market prep, his live pre-market prep. He's really good at teaching how to chart. If you want to learn how to perform chart analysis and draw out the specific key levels that they use in a live session when they enter a position. And those are the same key levels that they use to scale out of the position that they enter in, okay? So feel free to check those out. Just refresh your browser if you don't see the channel. The name of the channel is My Mentor's Social Media. And let me set permissions because that's not for texting. All right, let me change that permission really quick. Save that. All right, cool. All right, so now let me check for others. Let me see. I don't want to miss anybody. Island Child Creations, I got you. Let me send you the invite. All right, give me 1 second. Island Child Creations, there's the invite, and I'm going to also just give you the link by itself. So all you have to do, Island Child Creations, again, if you all are accessing this from your mobile device or smartphone, long press on the message containing the URL. It will bring up a dialog window to copy the URL so you can paste that into any browser on your device. And then that should bring you right into the free community. And then once you're in, I can set your privileges so that you can see the trading channels, all right? Let me know if you get stuck. Let me see who's next. Touch of Elegance, how are you? Thank you. I'm not sure if you're still on the live, but if you are, you'd like to learn. Okay, great. I'm here to help any way I can to support you on your journey. So just let me know how I can help. What I do is I go live and I talk about what I've learned so far from my mentors. I've recently just shared their information in the free community. So for those who are interested in learning from the source, right? I always recommend learning from the source. And then a lot of people just like the way I explain things using simple language. I feel like my mentors are better at this than I am, but if you just prefer to ask me questions to kind of like, elaborate on some things that Tony and Jack may touch on, either during the live session or from some of the videos that you might check out, just feel free to, tap in with me and ask as many questions as you feel necessary. Obviously, it will be difficult to reach out to them directly because, they're super busy, but I do see them answering questions periodically on their social media channels. But I have access to them because I'm in the mentorship program, so I can more easily ask or forward your questions to them to get them answered if I don't already know the answer. All right. So whatever you need, Touch of Elegance, I'm here to help. Let me just type that in a DM. I'm happy. Feel free to ask any questions you have. All right, let's see. Next is... Okay, cool. I think I got everyone so far. Let me make sure. Allen Child, yep, you're welcome. You're very, very welcome. Let's see. All right. Is it Shanna or Shauna? I see you. Let me go ahead and set up your permissions, and then you'll see the channels off to your left. Give me a second to do that. Shauna, you're good to go. You should be, all you have to do now is refresh your browser and you will see the channels off to your left. Let me know if you have any questions whatsoever. I am happy to help. Don't feel afraid to ask as many questions as you feel necessary. The important thing is that you're trying to learn. So I'm here to help however way I can. All right. So I do not mind you all dropping all of your questions. Don't hesitate. All right. Just keep in mind, I am a team of one. I've been fortunate enough to have so many of you volunteer to help me out by answering some of the questions I've answered for you, for those who are dropping into the live, as well as those in the community. I'm so thankful for, was it Natalie? Natalie and She Trades. She Trades, she was on the live. She Trades was on the live. She has more experience than I do, 2 years experience. And Natalie has swing trade experience. And so those two resources alone, that's great. I'm glad that they have decided to tap in and share the edge that they've attained during their trading journey. So looking forward to them. She Trades is already in the community, and she's already active, letting everyone know that she's standing by to answer any questions that you all may have, those of you who are already in the free community. So I really appreciate her being present, and any others. If you have day trading experience, feel free to tap in. Let's lock in and collaborate. Just let me know what your experience, the extent of your experience, and how you feel like you can add value to the community. And I'm glad to collaborate because everyone here wants to learn, and I've been successful because my mentors are very, very great. But obviously, everyone doesn't have direct access to them, but they have access to them via myself. All right. So I'm just sharing everything that I've been learning so you can see why I've been so successful, because as you watch them, you can see it. Like, it's very easy to follow. This is the same thing you'll see every single session, right? They'll talk about what they're looking for. They'll talk you through it. And not only that, they'll answer questions at the end of the session. And they also answer all of those questions, or many of the newbies' questions, every week, Saturday. So if any of you are interested in checking out that, I can go live and show you what that looks like, because it's tremendous. They spend an hour and a half just answering all sorts of questions. So I was able to learn very, very quickly, like I said. Let's see. So you're welcome, 60s baby. I see you in here. Let me add a salute to yours. The only one. I love the handle. I love all of you all's handle. I think you all have some creative handles. So let's see. I got everyone squared away so far. And let me see. I'm gonna make sure I'm not missing anybody here. Let me scroll down. K-Dot, what's up, man? What's up? You're welcome, Island Child. Carlos, did you get in the AMD trade? No. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about that AMD trade. I did. Someone asked me about that earlier. I think it was Queen. Queen asked me about that. Forgive me, my memory is not the best, so I have a difficult time remembering names as well. So forgive me if I forget. Even if I just spoke to you 5 minutes ago, I might forget. Let's see. So no, Carlos, I didn't enter the AMD trade. Let's talk about that quickly. Let's talk about that. Let me pull up the chart here. Let's see. Whoa, look at AMD. Okay, so, or CRWV. Let's pull up AMD. Yeah, this will be a nice. This will be nice entry. Look at that push. Wow. All right, so jumping on to AMD. Let's talk about this. I'm on the 1 minute time frame. This same thing that it did yesterday, even cleaner than yesterday. If we go back to yesterday's opening, stretch this out a little bit. First 5 minutes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm on the 1 minute time frame. So this is the first 5 candles, right? So the first 5 minutes, each candle is 60 seconds in duration. Nice. But look, the sellers and buyers are pretty much even, right? It was balanced. There was a little fight back from sellers, you could see from the wick here and the next 2 down close candles here. But this was yesterday's, and then you see a bigger push by buyers a little bit later in the following candle. But if we fast forward to today's opening, even cleaner. Look at the wick on this, on the opening candle, right? Again, we're still on the 1 minute time frame. Each candle is 60 seconds in duration. So look at the wick. Oops, you guys can't see that. Sorry. Look at the wick on this candle. This shows that sellers pushed the price as low as 174 and change, right? But buyers fought back, pushing the price back up to as high as 175.90, and we ended up closing at 175.70. All right, so 20 cents less than the high. All right, and then look at the next candle. Man, this is a lot of relative strength by the buyers. So what? Those of you who are already on the live, you saw that my mentors, they entered on this candle opening here. All right, and I talked about this right before we right before we jumped into the live sessions with my mentor. I talked about using the previous candles as context for your entry, and this is so for me, I didn't like these wicks. Because sellers could have pushed back very aggressively and pushed the price higher. But what were my mentors looking for, right? My mentor, Tony, he was looking for speed and momentum. And we talked about this even in the mock trade yesterday in the live session, right? So as soon as they saw, starting with the wick, because you can see sellers pushed and they were pushing this price lower. This was a retest of the first down close candle at the open, right? This is the first retest of the down close candle, and that's what we wicked to this level. And so once price wicked to this level, my mentors entered in as the moment buyers pushed this price up aggressively, showing that they were going to potentially continue to step in aggressively to push the price higher, and they did. So you saw that within this 160-second candle, my mentor was already up 5K. He was already up 5K. He mentioned it in the live session. I did not like the wicks on these candles, so I did not enter this candle here. So when I see these wicks, all right, I'm a little bit more cautious. And not only did I notice these wicks on the candles. But if you took a look, so take a look at this. We'll start at 8:36. This is Central. You would probably see 9:30 if you're on Eastern. All right. So if we go to Qs, again at 8:36, I'm going to switch over to Qs. In fact, let me just open up a new tab, duplicate this tab here so we don't have to move away from here. So let me do this. If we go to 836, here's the push by Qs, right? We see buyers stepping in at for Qs, Qs for short. Now, if we go to 838, check out Qs at 838. All right, we have this one push, but then sellers just started to sell off aggressively for Qs. And that's what you're looking for, right? That's what I'm looking for to determine, okay, continuation, right? This is what my mentors teach. And so I was a little bit more cautious and decided not to enter into this trade. I was still opening my brokerage, logging into my brokerage account during these candles. So because I wasn't really there psychologically, I was like, man, I'm not gonna take the chance to enter into this position. They did, and they were able to catch this momentum, the speed and momentum of this candle, and quickly capitalize on that. So we did have some pullback. Now let's talk about the second entry. Well, here was a second entry. We had a retest back to this zone, and my mentor will sit through these types of pullbacks. I do not like to sit through these types of pullbacks with the majority of my position, right? He was out, he scaled out 60% and had 40% trailing. I do not want to be in these in a position during this type of pullback with 40%. He will though. He's been doing it for a long time, so it's no biggie for him. For me, psychologically, I just don't want to see that amount of money, on being subtracted from my position. So for him, he's been doing this for a long time, so he's okay with that. And that's the other thing that I talked about really quickly is when you enter your position, notice typically he might enter the position somewhere in the zone. He might even enter the position if he catches it late. He might even enter at the close of this candle. There was a question asked by one of the viewers about this. They asked, why didn't you wait to the close of this candle? He said, well, I use these as confluences. It had already closed several times above the 5-minute high. So I was just waiting for buyers to step in aggressively. And so I was willing to take this more aggressive entry. This is also considered a low risk entry. These are the types of entries that I like because your risk is a close below this initial down close candle at the open, right? Within the first 5 minutes. So it's just a close below. So he had a very, very low risk. Sometimes if he enters these at the close of these aggressive up close candles, he will sit through all of this, right? And that's a significant drawdown on your position. And you'll notice that if you even start to paper trade alongside with him, right? And so for me, as I started to observe that, I was like, you know what? I don't like entering positions here. I don't like the risk. At this point, I like lesser risk. So I like to enter more aggressively near the 5-minute high, whichever opening range you use, whether it's the pre-market, first 5 minutes or first 15 minutes, or the previous day high or low. Either one, I like to enter near the risk, the stop limit or the stop zone. Okay, whatever that key mark or key level is that we marked out or that you're using. All right, so the second entry point was here. Notice the context that you see here. We have these two down close candles, but look at the wick. Look at the wick on this candle here. This shows that buyers, they're still fighting, right? They're still trying to maintain continuation. But sellers had a little bit more momentum and strength, okay? But what we like to see is the wick back towards these that whatever key level we're using here. We're using the 5-minute high, so we do see this wick here at this zone. This shows that buyers are stepping in. You could tell that sellers took the price to the low point of this wick, 177 and change, but buyers fought back and pushed it to this point, and this is where the candle closed. All right, this is where this down close candle closed. Remember, these candles, the down close, the purple represents sellers, the green represents buyers, for those of you who are completely new. Then on the following candle, nice push continuation from this close. I want you all to be able to see this. For those of you who are completely new and you're just trying to understand how we're gauging the activity between buyers and sellers and why we might take a trade here. So you can see there was the push from buyers from here to here, and this is where the candle closed. This candle opened here, was pushed all the way to this point, and ended up closing here. Nice pushback from buyers. And as soon as this candle opened, we opened here, little push or a little fight by sellers. Buyers continue to push the price up higher. We went as high as 178 and change. Sellers stepped in a little bit more, and we closed at this level, okay? Then check out the following candles. So you could have entered on this candle, low risk. Your risk would have been a stop below this down close candle. The wick here, just a stop below it. Your risk would have been a stop below it. You could have entered anywhere in this candle or waited for the close of this candle at this point. You would have experienced a bit of drawdown from the entry point if you entered at the close. That's why I like to enter more, closer towards the high, whatever key level we're using. Again, this is the 5-minute high. So I like to enter closer to this because that's less risk for me. But if you waited to enter at the close, then you would have experienced drawdown, right? Because look at the wick on this candle. Sellers did push the price here. So why am I explaining this? Because I don't want new people to get scared when you see you start to lose money after the entry. That's normal. You're going to see this fight between buyers and sellers, and that's why you have a predetermined stop loss limit before you enter the trade. We're never ever guessing about this. We're not just guessing and hoping that the market moves in our favor. We're never guessing. This is strategic analysis, and once you've done this quite a few times, it's automatic. It's in your mind and you see it, right? So I've only been day trading consistently since the end of April, and you can see how quickly, and I'm 46 years of age, all right? I'm 46 large, and take it from me, this is not rocket science, all right? This is very easy to comprehend. So this is what we're looking for. You would have experienced a little bit of drawdown on your position if you entered at the close of this candle, okay? And so let's say if your position was $100, then you would have experienced maybe roughly, it would have been a lot, because you can see we came to nearly the open of this candle. Look at the wick here, and we came to just shy of the open of this candle. So you would have experienced almost, I don't know, let's just say 80% of your position. It would have been significant. It would have been significant, I think. All right. So, but you would have saw that. But remember, speed and momentum is a factor. You might have saw quickly that your position is losing money, and it might have reached 80 to 90%, like really quickly, but then there was this quick snapback, right? This quick push by buyers, and that could have happened within like seconds. So you could have seen, as soon as you enter the position, a quick drawdown on your initial position, and then a quick recovery of that from that drawdown, right? So that's why you're looking for speed and momentum before you enter, because if you do experience that drawdown, you should experience a quick recovery. All right. And so look at the next candle. Nice push by buyers. So let's talk about the third entry point. Okay. So now we have the retest, the initial retest, a second retest after the initial breakout, using the breakout and retest strategy. That's what we're using for those of you who just joined. Breakout and retest, textbook, right? Breakout, retest, continuation, retest, and then the next retest, right? This is when you also could have entered if you missed the initial entry and the second retest back to the 5-minute high, which is represented by this line here, okay? So if you missed these two entries, you had another opportunity. So I was sitting observing this. The question that was asked was, did I take this trade? No, I did not. I was just observing, going through this mentally, because that's what you also want to do, practice as a trader. Practice seeing it in your mind, right? I did have a win yesterday trading AMD, and it was the same setup we just saw when I showed you guys the opening of AMD yesterday. So same setup. And I like to see, after a win, I like to take my time and see, okay, is AMD going to do this again? And then I'm walking through the steps, preparing myself mentally like, yep, this is when I would have gotten in. This is, okay, I'm looking at the activity. I'm checking the variables, the confluences. The confluences are just things that we're using to confirm our theory or our thesis to either enter a trade or exit the trade if we're already in the position. But yeah, so these are the 2 points at which you could have entered the trade for continuation back up to the upside, right? And you would have made money. Now, I don't like the wick here. So if I entered this position, I would have been prepared to exit my position. My stop would be either 1 to 4% or stop below the candle I entered on, which is this candle. So it would have been a stop below this candle, all right? A stop below this candle. So I don't like the wick, so I would have been paying very close attention to the following down close candles. So notice the next down close candles, the next set of down close candles, we never dropped below the initial down close candle in this trend. Let me activate this tool so I can point to it. So we didn't drop below this candle here. So we had a down close candle. We didn't drop below this one. So we had a nice push by buyers. And the next two down close candles still did not drop below the previous two down close candles, okay? In the trend. And so that's great. That's what we're looking for. Nice sign. And after that down close candle, nice push by buyers and continued aggressive push by buyers. And we had some pullback. This is healthy. This is normal. This is expected. Look at the wicks. Be prepared to exit the position, but don't panic. You entered here. If you entered here, but if you entered at this point, you're really in the clear. If you entered here, you're still in the clear. This, you want to be prepared because, hey, one candle could wipe you out. All right, one candle could wipe you out. I like the wick on this candle, so that would have eased my concern. And then to see this continued push with one down close candle in this trend, right? One down close candle after this. So you could have entered here aggressively. This could have been another entry. If you miss these other two, this is a potential entry point here as well. You would have caught a nice run. But you can see, this is the reason why I get concerned about those wicks for the up close candles, because this could mark a sign for sellers to step in and start pushing the price lower. And that's exactly what happened after this. Let me zoom in so you all can see this more clearly. And that's exactly what happened. You see, this is an up close candle for buyers. But this wick here is showing that sellers could potentially step in and push the price lower. And they did. And so that's why I get concerned when I see these upper wicks on up close candles. And this here at the beginning, that's why I would have been more cautious and I would have waited. I would not have entered on this position, this candle here, even especially if I missed this entry, but I wouldn't have done it because I don't like 4 wicks on these candles. I didn't like that. But this is where I would have entered. I like the wick, which shows represents buyers stepping in, and I would have entered on this candle. So I probably would have entered right here. And you can see I would have liked to enter as close to possible on that next candle because look, I would not have suffered a drawdown. or it would have been really, really small, because I would have jumped in right here. I would have had my confirmation screen, and as soon as I saw this wick go from purple to green, I would have jumped in and took the low risk back down here. So if this next candle started to work against me, or the same candle, then I would have jumped out as soon as we closed below this key level here. So I would have been here. I wouldn't have experienced a drawdown, or it would have been very, very small. All right, so let me pause there. That's why I didn't take the trade. So no, Carlos, I didn't take that trade. Let me scroll down, make sure I catch every question. K-Dot, shout out to you guys. Yeah, appreciate you, K-Dot. Glad you're here. Rex, I want to learn. I'm a beginner. That's what we're here for, Rex. If you're still in the live, that's exactly what we're here for. All right, we have started the free community, so feel free to tap in, lock in, and ask as many questions as you feel necessary to help you learn. We're also doing things like recapping what my mentor went over, the trade that he may have entered or not entered, everything. We're discussing everything. All right, so if you have questions, keep tapping in. And we'll get your questions answered. All right, K-Dot said, yes, sir. I'm the only one. Yeah, love that handle, man. Love that handle. Let's see. Queen invited me. Man, the first ORB strat I ever learned was from Scarface Strat. So you already know. You already know. Yeah, he's amazing. He's amazing, man. I love it. I love it. He's amazing. K-Dot, I couldn't afford the trading labs, but man, I'm glad to know someone who did and having success. Yeah, that's been my goal, K-Dot, because there's so many scams out here, man. So many scams out here every single day. And it sucks. And it sucks that we have, due to no fault of our own, right, to all the people here, living in America and abroad, right? Due to no fault of our own, that we have to live through such economic times that even breed these types of conditions that tempt people to do such things, right? That's really the root of the problem. We can look at the people and how they behave, but there are conditions, there's causation, right? There's still causation, so we can't ignore that too as well. So if you have an environment, I grew up in Detroit. I talked about this a couple of times. All right. My environment was it was crazy. All right. I grew up in the hood, the projects. That's what it was. All right. So a lot of heavy negative influence as far as, selling drugs or the hustling and all of that good stuff. So yeah, man, it's terrible. But for me, my goal has been to really do my due diligence and check out. So I'm doing not just, I'm an investor, all right? Don't box me into as a day trader. I do day trade, but I am an investor, all right? Let's get it straight. I'm an investor. I started by investing in real estate. So my goal is to continue investing in real estate, stock options, Forex, crypto, businesses, and the whole nine. I am an investor. Okay. That's who I am. And so my goal is to do my due diligence to investigate all these service offerings, right? Whether it's someone in real estate or content creation. I also paid $6,800 to join Jordan Mackey's YT faceless automation, and his community is amazing. So if you all ever want to tap in for any other interests, all right, besides investing in stock options, I check out everything. All right, I do my due diligence, and then after my research, which might take 6 months to a year, then I tap in with the source that I believe is the right source. They've given me everything that I've needed. They've answered all my questions patiently. And I will even use ChatGPT, sources like ChatGPT, to determine what questions I might have missed. And I will forward those over to them and get those questions. And if they're patient enough to answer such questions, those are the mentors that I would choose. And so like Jordan Mackey, like I said, for the content creation, and then like Tony, Scarface, man, amazing mentorship program. So yeah, definitely lock in if you want that. So yeah, I feel UK. It's a shame, man, that when people Like someone was telling me, I'm not going to say their name, but because I don't know if they want me to make this public, but someone was telling me the other day that they ended up losing, over $1,000 being scammed from these so-called mentorship programs. And so, yeah, and I told them it's unfortunate that many people have to do that. But for me, you tap in with me, everything's going to be free. I'm also working on an app. You all know my background is in software engineering. I'm working on an app that I want to make it free too. My goal is to make it free, but to scale, that's very difficult. So I have to figure out how to scale and continue to add more features because I can't afford to spend time working on the app itself. So that means I'll have to hire developers to do it because I won't have the time. So I want to make it free, but we'll talk about that later, not in this session, but I won't digress to that. Continue with that. K Dot says, "You're awesome, bro. 100. Appreciate you, K Dot. Thank you." Let's see. Miss Living Now. Time frame. Yep, 1 minute time frame. If you're talking about the AMD, right now I'm on the 1 minute time frame. No, not the 15 minute, the 1 minute time frame. 1 minute time frame. 1 minute time frame. I'll get better, Miss Living Now, at making sure I call out the time frame before I begin the explanation. I apologize if I didn't do that. She Trades, what's up? I'm glad you're in. I don't know if you're still in, but I hope you are. She Trades, thank you for joining. I was just talking about you earlier, if you might have missed it. Glad that you tapped in. Super, super happy that you tapped in what you're experiencing and you're already active in the community, letting people know that you're available to answer questions. Like I said, whenever you want to jump in and co-host and share whatever edge you want to share or your tips and tricks, just let me know and I will let you in as a co-host. I have to set it up. I also have to set up the moderation access stuff too. Queen says I had to step away, but had you in my AirPod. Yeah, it's so grateful for all of this knowledge. You're welcome, Queen. You're welcome, Queen. She Trades, Rich Rising. Did I miss Scarface? You might have missed it. You might have missed it. Yeah, because they got off. Like I said, they don't play. You already know they don't play. Oh, well, you haven't. You told me you haven't had the chance to check out their live sessions. But yeah, they're in and out. So they'll do anywhere between an hour, max hour and a half. So they're in and out. They get in and I love it. And that's what I love about it. So yeah, you might have missed it, but I do have this live session. Yesterday, that session was so long that I was trying to get it I was trying to get it transcribed in the software that I was using. I was having difficulty because of the length. So I'm still working on it. So that will be uploaded eventually. Yesterday's pre-market, yesterday's live and mock trade, and today's live session. So it will be uploaded. So it may take me a moment to finish working on them. If you want me to just upload them, the regular video, the video itself, not through the Loom platform with all the with the summary and the timestamps, if you just want me to upload them while I'm working on the Loom part to get you the more efficient way to watch the videos or the replays, just let me know and I'll go ahead and upload the video themselves. So let's see, but you will have to obviously try to search and find, which is more difficult than having the timestamps. Carlos says, ONG, I be working every day and I have him in my AirPods for hours every day. Carlos, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Man, I love y'all, man. Saved 85. Not sure. I hate that you missed out. Yeah, let's see. She Trades, PB, they scare me. PB, what's PB? What's PB? Hey, forgive me, a lot of things go over my head, She Trades, so I'm not sure what PB means. Let's see, day trading, hashtag. Thank you for that. I forgot to add those hashtags. Thank you, She Trades. Let's see, that was a nice trade. Did you catch the live, or are you talking about the recap I just did for AMD, which my mentor took? I know it's taking me a minute to get through these messages, so if you're replying to my question, give me a second to get there. Miss Living Now says, what time frame are you on with this stock? I can't see in trying to follow along. Sorry again, Miss Living Now. So hopefully, I think you might have gotten that already. I am on the 1 minute time frame. She Trades, thank you for adding those hashtags for me. Irma, what's up? Good morning to you as well. LJ, great provided info. Appreciate you, LJ. Thank you for locking in today. Irma, let's see. Thank you, She Trades. Thank you. Let's see, LJ, Empowered Brew. Good morning to you. Irma, love learning this stuff. I'm glad you all are finding value here. Okay, She Trades, you're still in. Thank you. I'm glad you're still in. Appreciate you for staying locked in because I need you. Irma says this is fire for beginners. That was the goal. Not was, is. That was the intent, and that is the goal. No doubt. Let's see. I was done trading in 10 minutes today. So which trade did you take? Did you take the AMD trade as well, or did you take another trade? And do you want to share it in the live chat, or do you want to jump on a co-host and share what you did today? It's up to you, whichever way is comfortable for you. Patty says, yes, a replay. Yeah, I will get these up because they're so long. Yesterday was pretty lengthy. It was pretty lengthy. We were on for a long time talking about everything and then trying to make sure everybody got in successfully in the free community so they can tap in more easily. Let's see. Pullback, She Trades said pullback. Let's see, She Trades, Shannon. Oh my OMG, that's awesome. Please share more details. Co-host. See, they want it. She Trades, you got to tap in, you got to jump in. Hold on, let me see. Let's see. Let me hurry up and zoom to the bottom of this so I can make sure I'm catching up with y'all. Phil, what's up, Phil? Who is the content creator mentor that you just suggested? So let me know, Phil, if I'm answering your question. So what you were watching, if you were on the live session, on this live session earlier, is you were watching my mentor, Tony. He goes by Scarface Trades on social media. All right, Scarface Trades. His real name is Tony. Okay, his number 2 pro trader is Jack. He also goes by J-Dub on social media as well. Now, those two, really quick. Those two, if you can see this, they're very young. And they're very, very good at this. Tony, like I said, who's my mentor, has 7 years of experience, and he's a multimillionaire. Jack, he's Tony's number 2 pro trader. He has 5 years of experience, and he's a multimillionaire. Tony is 24. Jack is 23, I think. I think he's younger than Tony. I think he said he was 23. So. She Trades, you said you were replying to my chart. Now, forgive me, She Trades. No, my memory is not the greatest, so I don't even remember the questions that I just answered earlier and what I might have said earlier. So I apologize. I forgot. Let's see. Patty, excellent value. Irma, shout out to my hubby, Phil. That's your hubby, Phil. What's up, Phil? What's up, Phil? Glad you're here. Husband and wife duel. I love it. We also have mother-daughter duels here as well. So I love the duels, man. Great to have support alongside your journey. Let's see. I only trade IWM. Oh, okay, cool. Yo, I would love it if you would share your insight for IWM, because that's another stock. And if one idea is, because since I focus primarily on Tesla, if you want, we can also go live and do a pre-market. You could cover IWM. You could either do it first before I cover Tesla, and then I can cover Tesla after, or you could do IWM and then I could do Tesla. So that's great to have that option as well. So let me know. You said you could jump on? Cool. Let me scroll down to the bottom. Let me see if I can add you then. Now, I have to get used to this platform because, again, I'm new to going live. So I don't know how to help you share your screen if you don't know how to do that already. But I will let you get in here. Give me a second. Let me add you on.
Good morning.
Good morning, She Trays. What's up? What's up? What's up? Glad, so happy and excited you're here. What's up?
Nothing, nothing, nothing. Hey, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfect. I can hear
I'm
you.
not sure how to share my screen, so I'm going to turn my camera around if I can.
Let me
I'm
see.
not so savvy with all this stuff. Okay, there we go. So this the trade I took this morning on IWM. So the only thing that I do is I just mark my pre-market high, my pre-market low.
Hmm.
And if we reject at the top, I look for a put play. And on my entry candle, I kind of do the pullback entry versus the retest, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
So when the when the bears push down and the bulls push back up, as long as the bears reclaim and take out the bulls, then I enter a put.
Okay. Okay. Nice.
And then my take profit is always the pre-market low or the opposite side.
And when did you start trading IWM? Did you start trading IWM as soon as you began your journey, or how
I
long have you
didn't.
been trading IWM?
My journey has been everywhere. I've done the inside day breakout trades. I've done the QQQs, the PLTRs. You know, when I first started, I started in Discords, and they have you all over the place.
Facts.
So that's how I came to the one stock, one strategy method. One mentor, one stock, just one. That's all you need is one.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, I'm new as well, so you'll have to um, inform me of what those other strategies were. I know you use abbreviations for those, so but you'll have to help me understand what those strategies were.
Which one was it?
You
So
said
I've done the crossover. The first mentor that I had taught me completely wrong. So I was taught to buy when it's on sale, buy when it's 2% down, and sell when it's 2% up. And so I was doing that, and it was working for I guess about 2 months. I had put $3,000 in when I first started, and that method ended up not working anymore, of course.
nice. That's crazy. How many how many communities did you join before
I was
finding your?
everywhere. I probably was in at least five. And then one guy he taught to use the Heikin candles. And so I used those and they kept me stuck in a state of confusion for like almost a year.
Really,
Yeah,
really?
until I finally just took those candles off and started learning the original candles.
Hmm. Hmm. Nice.
I've been in the market for about 3 years. Just I've been in and out the market, but consistently, I guess about a year and a half.
I love that because you can share. I'll give you a chance to go through and answer questions because I see questions uh, piling in the chat. Well, I'll let you go ahead and do that first because I see a bunch
Okay,
of
I
questions.
see empowered brew. Is that considered option trading? What I did this morning, yes, was it was an option trade. I do trade futures as well, but I love options. So I trade them both. I traded on my Apex account this morning and my options account. So yes, that was a options play, or I guess it could be a stock play. I'm sorry. That play was just a play. It could be a stock play. You can buy stocks and bet the stock's going down. You can do a futures trade. You can do whatever trade that you want to. All the charts are the same, if that makes sense. The chart doesn't dictate whether it's an option.
I have a question too. Once you're done answering these questions,
Uh, Irma, did you have a question? I think that's all the questions. Let me see.
so what is Apex?
That's a futures funding company.
Mm.
A prop firm is what they call them.
So you're currently funded by Apex?
Yes.
Oh, can you talk? Can you talk a little bit about that? Or after you're done talking about the IWM trade, if you wanted to expand on that some more, it's up to you. However you want to do it.
I can. And so I was actually in a conference call earlier, and I did not continue to watch my screen as I was starting to. I'm trying to see how to do my screen again. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. And so I was on my conference call, and then right about here at my pre-market low, I started to see the support kind of breaking. And so my intentions were to wait until it broke and did my pullback. And it actually did that play that I would have taken, and it's still dropping.
That's crazy. That
I know, right? Yeah. But
that
this
was
is
a
my take
nice
profit,
push.
so I had to get out of that trade according to my strategy.
Hmm.
But if you're riskier, you can just stay in until the stock closes above this EMA line here. So if
Okay.
I played it risky, I could have just stayed into the trade until it closed above there. But it never did.
Okay. Cool. Can you talk about the edge that you noticed by using the EMAs? I do see some questions coming in here. It says, let me see. Oh, is that like Top Step funded accounts? So they're asking.
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
Let's
It's
see.
called Apex Trader Funding, and like even if you're paper trading now, that'll be a good way to paper trade, in my personal opinion, because you get more of the advanced market to use that data in.
Oh,
And I
really?
think Apex actually has a special for $15 this month. I think it may end today too. Let's see. I'm trying to check the questions, everybody. I don't want to get too far away like you be doing. You be so far away, and we
Yo,
be in conversations.
yo, yo, I'm so slow, man.
Because your that trade you had up, that was a good play. I would have got in that play. That was a nice play on that chart you had up.
Yeah, yeah, it
I
was.
would have got in at that pullback counter when it first broke out.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was a nice push. Nice push, Baba. Yeah, I know, man. I'm so slow to get to all those questions, and then I end up sometimes getting too chatty.
So Queen said, "Can you put a call and a put trade in?" You can. That's called a strangle, I think it is.
Mhm.
Um, that's another strategy, but you can. But you would need to have a good reason why you're doing that. Most people do that in like during news, because during the news after Jay Powell speaks, you can get a spike up or a spike down. So that's when people kind of buy the put and the call to see which one go in. That's like a gamble play, though. That's not a that's not advice. That's a gamble.
I
But
like
with
that.
prop firms, somebody said with prop firms are for more skilled traders. Prop firms actually helped me become a skilled trader. So it depends on how you use it. If you're using it for paper trading, you can use it to become a skilled trader. I think that's all the questions. Anybody had anything else they wanted to see on the chart? Is everybody on here already set up their charting platform? Because if you're watching him, everybody should have their chart set up kind of like he is, so you can learn and go along with them.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think I don't think everyone is, but I do know a few people did uh, get their chart set up, but I don't think everyone is set up to follow along.
They should, because you're teaching some good information. And another thing too, if you're gonna listen to him, listen to only him. Don't listen to 10 different traders, because 10 different trades will have you confused.
No doubt. No doubt. So you said that oh wait, I see another question. Unless a person makes millions from trading, they are not skilled.
That's not true. Money does not make you a skilled trader. The skill makes you a skilled trader.
Ooh, I like that. What do you think about that, Jet Sale Plates? What do you think about that? Someone else says the Apex you're talking about, is it Apex Resources Inc.?
No, it's Apex Trader Funding. Apex Trader Funding.
Empowered Bruce says, "No, I'm new here. This popped up at the right time. Glad you're here. Glad you're
So
here."
just go to tradingview.com, Empower Brew, and then start setting up a chart. And I think he really doesn't use the indicators, but you can find the indicator called ORB, and that's where he trades the ORB breakout.
Oh, do you want to walk? Do you want to? Do you feel like walking him through finding that indicator? It's up to you.
I can. If he's at his computer, he may be at work. Are you at?
Oh,
Let's see where he is. If he's at the computer. Empower Brew, are you at your computer currently?
Just Sale says, okay, so Just Sale obviously disagrees. He says trading is about money, but it's not about what? Trading is about money, but it's not about making money.
It's not supposed to be trading. It's supposed to be a skill that you acquire. The money just comes because you have the skill. If you don't have the skill, you can't make the money. The skill is the important part.
Yeah, I agree because a lot of people are jumping into this chasing after money and they're losing their shirts.
Right, right. Because they're thinking about making the money.
Right.
Yeah. And we can have a debate on that as well, but at the same time, we all have our different opinions on how we look at it, and it depends on what you've been through in this market.
Mm-hmm.
And it depends on what you've been taught as well, because some mentors may say you're not a good trader unless you're profitable. Some people may say that or may feel that way as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right, money is the result of the skill. You have to have the skill. But yeah, was he going to walk through his trading view? Does anybody on here want to walk through trading view, setting their chart up?
Queen says, yeah.
Okay, go to tradingview.com and create an account. Can everybody see that link? Or can you see that link, Queen?
What's up, Brilliant? Glad you're here. Queen says, yes, she can see it.
Okay. And so have you done anything to your chart, or do you just want to see the indicator? If you just want the indicator, it's called Key Levels by Liquid Trader. Okay. Can you see the indicator? Okay. Only thing I have on here is a blank chart. I just have the EMA. The EMA 20 on there. And I use the color EMA just for to show you what the volume is doing. Because I don't watch the volume bars. The EMA is my volume.
Mm.
And this right here is Kabbalah. It's the color EMA 20. And I have the pre-market level on. And for as my candles, I just changed the colors because of that red. It just kind of has a lot of power. It has a lot of power and energy behind it.
Yo, I was just talking about that yesterday.
And make sure you have your extended hours on. It's in symbol, under symbol. And I have the borders off my candles. And I use the extended hours.
Yeah, just sell place. I know I see that you're very passionate about what what you're feeling about that topic. And if you want to go live and discuss that topic in depth, we could definitely do that. And just have a conversation so you can present what you're saying, and then because like I said, I do have some thoughts about that, but I think it's, to me as an investor, growing money is a skill. And so to get money is a goal of that skill, but we could talk more about that. So you can have your goal in terms of whatever you're intending to do with this particular skill. And if for you, if it's money, it could be that. Or for others, it could be something else. For some, it might be to grow like a whole bunch of money all at once or very quickly or aggressively. But we could talk about that in a different live chat if you want. So I'm open to that, and anyone else who wants to do that as well. So I'm sorry to interject, She
Oh
Trades.
no, you're fine. I saw his other comment too, and everything is gonna be different from trader to trader, all the way across the board. Not just that one topic. We all like he don't use indicators. I do. It's no right or wrong in the market.
Hmm.
It's just what works for you.
Yeah, I like what you said. Well, I'll let you finish and then I'll ask my questions after. Let me
I
make
was just
sure.
showing her a little bit more of my screen on your stocks to trade. I would say find one or two. Trying to trade everything is confusing. Just learn one stock. Just have one boyfriend, one good man to take care of you.
I will.
So yeah, you want to get your I would say one or two, maybe maybe IWM and QQQ. Those are my two. You want something that's not going to be too volatile, because when those red candles get in the print, they make your little heart just pop out.
Mm, mm, mm,
I
mm.
trade IWM because number one, it has a lot of liquidity, right? So I can get in the trade, I can get out the trade real quick. The contracts are very reasonable, and I don't get that panic attack like I get from trading SPY and QQQ. When
Oh,
those big candles move, oh my God.
man.
Yes, I trade IWM up and down. Yes, ma'am. Yesterday was a down day. Today is a down day.
I'm glad you're here, She Trades. I appreciate you.
Oh, you're welcome. Any other questions before we change the topic on Trading View? I don't swing trade, but IWM can be a good swing trading stock. Yes, ma'am. If you have a strategy that works for swing trading, yes, ma'am, that would be a great stock because the premiums aren't too high. I got the what's mine from Jeff. So yeah, you want to have low risk premiums. I trade premiums that are 50 cents and less. I don't buy contracts over 50 cents. Swing trading is when you buy a contract or buy stocks today, but you sell them in the future. It can be tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Was I clear on that answer enough, Irma? You're welcome.
Hey, you quick with the answers too. Take me forever.
It depends on how much the stock moves. So you get paid according to the delta. It's not about how much the contract costs, it's the delta that pays you. So sometimes you can get 30% off of a $50 contract. The cost of the contract doesn't matter. It's the delta and how much that particular stock moves. I hope that made sense, Queen. You're welcome. You want to watch your delta, the volume, and the change percent. So I try to buy the change percent that is low, that's on sale. So maybe like a 70% off contract. If that makes sense. If you understand that lingo. If not, we're gonna have to do a vocabulary vocabulary live, because that lingo can get kind of confusing sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
But remember that trade I was asking Jay about? Look, it popped. We got off the phone. Any other questions, y'all?
Just sell place. Made $1 million from following Ace. Just sell place. What did I do to you, man?
I can do a walkthrough of the trading view completely if you want me to. I can just make a clean chart.
That would be nice. She trades.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm Ace. I'm Ace. I'm Ace. I go by Ace. My real name is Anthony. Yep, my nickname is Ace. My real name is Anthony. It's all good.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to get something to put my phone on so I can maneuver.
Yeah, that's man.
I'm gonna reset my entire chart and walk you through it.
Okay, great.
It's nothing fancy though, y'all. I just took everything off and made it clean.
Miss Living Now said, can you zoom out a little bit or like so they can see the whole? Yeah.
I have to get one of my kids to come in here and that's probably not doable, is it? You can see that, right? But you're not gonna be able to see up here when I click. So now my chart is from scratch. So you have to go in and change your own settings. Sometimes when you start it, the chart may be white. And if you want to change it from white to dark, you go over here. Everything is right here in your settings right here. So this is dark theme on this side. And I just switched it to dark.
Nice.
The white hurts my eyes.
Facts.
And so right here is your time frames, everybody. So you can use a 2-minute chart, 3-minute, 1 minute, 1 hour, 15. And that just tells you how much money was made or sold in that one candle. at that period of time. What time frame you use, Ace? I like the 2 minute and 3 minute.
I use the one.
The
I
one,
use,
okay.
and then I use the higher time frames, if necessary, to gauge. Sometimes to manage the position, I might use the 5 or 15.
Gotcha. And then right here are your candles. You got different kind of candles, y'all. You got hollow candles, you got line candles. Like it's a lot of ways you can chart. It's just up to the person. And so that's right here, your candles. Then you got your indicators right here. And then right here, you can save your template. You just click on that and hit save indicator template. So like once you set up your chart and you want all of your indicators to stay on your chart, that's when you do the save template. And here you can set up alerts for another time. So like right here, I should have set an alert because I missed this play. I missed a good play. I need to start using my alert. So you just set an alert at a certain price level, and then it'll beep when the price hits that level. And then you can look at it just so you're not sitting at your chart all day long waiting for a level to hit. And so after that, you got your alerts, then you got the replay. That's during the back testing that the ACE is talking about. So you can do your replay to replay all of this from that previous day or another day. And so that's the gist of the entire platform. And over here, you got your watch list. And then your alerts, they'll be over here. And I don't play with these. They're just under the tools and stuff. So that's nothing. And then you always want to save your chart. You can name it and then just save it. Am I going too fast?
No, I'm seeing the feedback in the comments. Everybody's following along so far.
Okay.
Just let's see. He said you could never fully get into Trading View. What do you use? What do you use for charting?
I think it's William, but sometimes the way it keeps moving my chart automatically, I don't like that.
Don't worry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, She Trades.
I'm trying to see what he used MetaTrader.
Oh, okay. I haven't checked into that. Have you, She Trades?
No, I've been Thinkorswim and TradingView. That's it. I tried using Webull one time, but it was too basic.
Mm-hmm. Just Jazz, I saw your message in the live chat. Feel free to DM me, and I will give you a link to the replays. So you will have access to the replays, this replay as well as future replays if you want. So just DM me if you're still on the live. Just DM me, and I will send you a link to the replay.
Okay. Next, we got the your date and your time frame at the bottom. I use the 12-hour, and I'll show you how to do that in a minute. And this is how you put it on extended hours. I'm way in the right-hand corner. It will have ERTH as a default. And the extended, it will pop up brown, and that's how you get your pre-market levels in this brown area. And pre-market is buying and selling before the market actually opens. So futures traders, they can trade that, but option traders can't trade during that time.
Why is that?
I don't know. Because the market doesn't open until 9:30. But, pre-market, that market doesn't close, futures market. Future market only closes, I think, on, I want to say Friday night, Saturday morning. You can't trade during that time, so that's probably why. Because the market is actually isn't open, but futures is. I used Thinkorswim. I like um, TradingView. You can now trade futures on TradingView through TradeStation.
Mm. Yeah, I use Thinkorswim also.
And so you have your time frame, and then over here you have all your tools, your drawing tools. So I'm not sure if you taught them trend lines and all that stuff yet, but
Nope,
this
we
is where
haven't.
you.
Nope, we haven't gotten there yet. So I'm glad that you're going through.
And field retracements, that's the main thing that we use in this area. I don't think I'm gonna do this one yet, but this is how we kind of do our entry, X's, and stops with the short and long position tool. And this is how I'm drawing these boxes. And you can use these same boxes if you're gonna do his open range breakout. And this is the rectangle I use. But all these are just drawing tools on that side. And so when you're looking to change the platform around, this is where you would do it over here on the actual chart. And you would just right click. And then once you right click, you would go to settings to see all the settings, like to remove these lines and stuff like that, to change of colors, it's in settings. And again, I just right clicked on the chart and it popped it up.
What really quick, what TradeStation software is 250 a month? What edge does it provide that you like?
No, TradeStation software isn't $250 a month. TradeStation is free.
He says TradeStation
That's just
software.
something separate from TradeStation, but
Hmm.
can you paper trade options on TradingView? I think you can, but I'm not sure if you can do it during live hours. So I don't know about that one because I don't paper trade it. But you can try. Just hit the trade button at the bottom. Let me unhook my trader vacancy. So here's the paper trading right here. And I went down here to the trading panel. So you got trading panel, replay trading, strategy tester, and the pine editor. I hit the trading panel and the paper trading popped up. This is how you can use TradeStation to trade options on the actual platform of TradingView. But let's see if we can paper trade. Let me try. I got $100,000 in here. Let's see. But I would be able to just trade. I think you can just trade stocks. Yeah, you can only trade stocks on the paper trading. So no, you can't trade the options on paper trading, but you can trade options on TradingView. You just go right here and hit options. So I went like I was trading a ticker. I went right there. And RWM is going to automatically pop up. And you got your stocks, futures. I go to options. And that's how you trade options on TradingView. And you just come in here and find your contract.
Nikki Nicole asks, do you have a subscription for TradingView?
I do, but I think it's due, so I'm getting these little pop-ups. But yeah, I do. I really don't have to have one because I don't really use a lot of indicators. Hmm? I told you.
Move.
Uh-oh. Trying to get out of options. And so when you want to trade, look for a stock, you just click on stock in the box and then type up. There's Tesla. I used to trade Tesla. Oh my God. I used to love Tesla back in the days. Look, Ace, everybody had the hype about when Tesla would have their earnings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, man, I had put like $1,000 in one trade. I think I had bought like some cheap 10-cent contracts. They went up to 19 cents. And I'm just waiting for it to keep running, to keep running, to keep running. I was up I think like $500. And I was sitting there waiting on it to go some more. And Tesla stopped and turned around. I don't trade Tesla no more after that. My little feelings was hurt. All that hype about Tesla earnings. My little feelings was shot.
I feel you. I feel you.
But if you know how to trade those out of money contracts, though they print. Like now I know how to do it, but I'm sitting there waiting on a miracle. And I should have took them 19 cents and cashed out the $500.
Yo, that's crazy. Just Sil said Trading Station is a brokerage. When I started 12 years ago, my mentor used Trading Station trading.
It was called what did they call it? Lottos. I was doing lottos professional. That's exactly what I was doing too. But I wanted to trade. Like my concept, it worked. I just didn't have a concept of okay, you need to have a price target. I
Mhm.
didn't have that yet. So back to setting up trading view. So right here you'll have lines. I don't like these lines. It's just a price line. And so to take off the price lines, you can just click on it. But if you like it, you can keep it. And again, I always change. I turn the board off. I take off my heart attacks. The red candles is the devil.
Facts. I told
I
everyone
say,
that I changed my down close candles to purple to represent royalty since we make money either direction as options traders. So
I know that's right. And I take the symbols and all this stuff off. I have ADHD, so all of those lines and all that stuff,
you take it
I have
all
to
off.
remove it.
Okay.
I do no lines. You can do vertical and horizontal. So the lines that's on your chart, if you go here and click none, it'll take them all.
Hmm.
And that's in Canvas. The canvas is the outskirt of your chart. That's basically it on that one, I think. And then you can go ahead and change the time frame. I think that's the only other thing that I do. So right here where it has, I'm on the scales and lines. And so this is where you change your hours from 24 to 12. Your updates, just always hit save as template and you can always change it again, resave it as you make your changes. I'm not gonna do it because I'm messing my chart. And I'm gonna go back to mines. All right. So that's basically it on that one. On setting up your chart. It's not hard.
Nice.
And you got to figure out your system though. You got to figure out if you're going to want to trade the open range breakout, if you want to trade the crossover strategy, you got to pick an entry and exit method.
Nice.
That's all I have unless somebody else wanted to see something else or have any questions.
Yeah, I'm glad you went through that demonstration to show how to set up and organize your chart.
Yeah, that's the most important part of your business is your chart.
Talk about why you use the EMAs.
The 20 MA is for the overall trend. And then I use it as like a guide, as a trend line. And to know which side of the market I need to be on. So we're below the EMA, I know I need to be on the put side. If we're above the EMA, I know I need to be on the call side.
Miss Living Now says she like how you call it a business. Exactly.
It is.
Nice. just just sell. You got an opposite on just about everything.
I wasn't taught in the beginning just sell plays. I wasn't taught properly. Like the mentor I had was trash. That's why I'm so glad that you found Tony your first go round. That's a blessing to find the right one at the first go round. So you don't have any kind of biases right now.
Oh, 12 years, huh? So, She Trades, can you talk more about the, if you don't mind, can you talk more about the application process for the prop firm? Uh,
You just go to their website and you have to read all their fine print though. It's a lot of rules you have to learn when it comes to prop firms. Every prop firm is different. So I would do my research when it comes to anybody wanting to do a prop firm.
yeah, let me hold on really quick, She Trades. Yeah, just sell the so let me share with you the format of these live sessions so you have a, f- a better understanding of what's happening here. So what I've been doing is doing my due diligence to find the proper mentor for trading, right? And in that research, so I began my research 2024, beginning of 2024, and I ended up finding two mentors, and I joined their mentorship programs. Okay, uh, like I said, I pay for each, one of which you may even be familiar with these guys, but his name is Scarface. He goes by Scarface Trades. His real name is Tony. And what I did, his name is Tony. He's 24 years of age. He's been trading, day trading stock options for 7 years. He's a multi-millionaire. He goes live every day, and he has a number two pro trader that accompanies him on the live session. His name is Jack, He's 23 and he's been day trading for 5 years. He's also a multimillionaire. Okay. Many people can't afford, there are so many people who can't afford this type of access. All right. So, what I've decided to do, because I want those who are interested to learn these skills, is to grant access and then to have a recap where we talk about what was discussed, how Tony and Jack trade, the trade that they entered into, and we just discuss everything. So there's many people who are complete beginners, obviously, that are tapping into this live and are finding tremendous value in it. And that's what we're doing. And I've been day trading for 3.5 months. So I joined his mentorship, Tony's, that is, the end of April. That's when I got in, and that's when I started day trading consistently with him. And then I was fortunate enough to have people with even greater experience, like She Trades, that has more diverse experience within the marketplace, to tap in and volunteer to share their edge, their insights, and so forth. So we just had another person tap in earlier today. Her name is Natalie, and she focuses on swing trades as well. So if you want to share the edge, given your 12 years experience with those who are on this live or future lives, feel free to share. But I do ask that we keep everything positive, right? It's okay to have a difference in thought processes and so forth. But I just ask that we keep everything positive, because we had someone jump into the live yesterday, that was just, I don't know what they were trying to do. But yeah, so that's the context. That's what we're doing here. So like I said, if you want to share your insight, I don't have any issues with allowing people who have greater experience than I do to share their insights, so that those who want to learn can learn. All right, that's the goal. We just want to learn and continue to learn and grow. She Trades has been profitable. I'm profitable. I haven't made $1 million trading. Like I said, I just started, but I am a profitable trader. And I've been consistent for these 3.5 months. All right. So I'm just sharing everything that I've been learning from my mentor, Tony, free of charge to those who are willing to learn. And She Trades has also volunteered to share everything that she's learned for the past 3 years with those who are willing to learn. So I really appreciate her, tapping in and sharing her experience with the viewers. Okay. So hopefully that gives you better understanding. All right, go ahead, She Trades. Sorry.
We were talking about Apex. It's Apex Trader Funding.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So is there a cost to apply?
So basically, from my point of view, they make money by us buying into their program. So they have different levels. They got 25K accounts, 50K accounts, and so forth. So in the beginning, you think, okay, I'm trading with $25,000, but you're really not. You're really trading with 1,500 or 3,000. So it's so much you have to learn, just like learning options. You got to learn the ins and outs of prop firm trading. And so what they do is they give you an account. You have to make so much money according to that package. So let's see.
Mm,
So if you have a 25K account, you have to make $1,500. And so you only have that $1,500 to really play with. So if you've taken trades and you've lost $1,500, your account is now blown. You did not actually have 25,000 to trade with.
mm,
And so you have to prove yourself that you can make $1,500 to pass the account. And so once you pass the account with Apex, you have a one-time fee of like 150.
mm-hmm,
Other places you have to pay a monthly fee for their accounts. So each company has their own programs and how they run it. And so right now, Apex do have a 90% off sale. It goes off, I think, tonight in 11 hours. Yeah. But if you have not learned options or learned how to read stocks, I really wouldn't try to pick futures as my starting point.
Mm, mm, mm. So is that $1,500 goal? Is that when is it? Is there a like set time frame to reach that, or is it just whenever you reach it, or it's either one or the other, right? Either you reach it or you blow your account. Is that the case, or is there a set time frame to reach that target?
There's no set time frame per se, but
Mm-hmm.
there will be a monthly fee as long as you're in the evaluation stage trying to get to the first $1,500. But um, you can finish within 7 days, and then you will have to get your permanently funded account, right? So you'll get a certificate saying that you passed, and now you have a funded account. So once you get your funded account, you do the same thing over again. You make the first $1,500, so you can start getting your payouts. And I think with Apex, you can only get 500 of your first payout. They make you keep a cushion, but some places don't make you keep a cushion. Apex do, because once you take your money out, if you get it below $1,500, now your account is blown because you took all of your funds out that you made. If that makes sense,
Mm,
you
yes.
withdrew all of your money out the bank, so now your account is basically blown because you took your entire payout. So they kind of started having it where you take so much of your payout out just to save the traders from blowing up those accounts.
Mm-hmm.
But I think after the first eight, because they've changed it so much since I've been with them. After the first eight payouts, then you start getting your whole full amount. So if you make 25,000, you can get your whole 25,000 out. So it's just each company is different. It's more to learn, but it, Apex helped me be a better trader.
How long have you been with Apex? Did you say this? Did you answer that already?
For a year.
1 year? 1 year?
Yep.
Okay.
I started getting my skills when I started with them because they have all these rules. And so you got to really, get good to where you can kind of stay within these. Like he said, you want to get a good skill so you can get the funds. If you don't have the skill, you won't get the funds from Apex Trading. So I had to really take hold and learn the skill.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Um,
You're welcome, Brilliant.
yeah, I like
Yeah, I
that.
don't really promote the futures because if they've started with options, it's just best to stay with options.
So you're saying that you don't have to. They don't give you a choice. They tell you that you have to trade futures. You can't say, "But I just want to trade options."
Right? They don't have options yet. They have futures, forex. No, they have futures. They have gold, silver. But no, they don't have options. They're supposed to be starting to get it. They've been talking about it.
Do you know if there's a prop firm that does offer the opportunity to trade options, or no? Is it just primarily
I don't
futures?
know. I don't know.
Yeah, futures are. Now, I had a friend of mine. He's been trading, right, and he was trying to tell me about futures and the benefit of trading futures. And what he explained to me so far was that obviously there's no Greeks, which are, I explained to those who have been following my live sessions. I just said, let me just use simple language to explain the way these Greeks work. As I said, there's just simply variables that could negatively or positively impact your position. And so he mentioned, well, futures don't have those Greeks, aka variables, and so you just get to trade the position itself. But when I saw the wick,
That's true.
go ahead. I'll let you jump in. Go ahead.
That's true, but you got those ticks that move way faster than options.
Yo, that's what. So like, man, that's what I'm like. I can't. Like right now, if there was somebody that was really skilled at trading futures that I could, you know, learn from, then yes, that's when I'll begin trading futures. So in the future, no pun intended, when I find a mentor that's really skilled at trading futures, then yes, I will begin my future. Um, there was so my friend he showed me using paper trades, right? How you could start. I like the idea that you could start with a little bit of money and then quickly grow to like you can start with like $5. I think it as low as $5 or 250, depending on the brokerage account that you're using, and then quickly grow to like 300, 500, or even greater. It just depends on how long you stay in the trade. So yeah, that's I was like, yo, that's crazy. $5. You start with $5 and make 500 in a matter of seconds or minutes. I just thought that was crazy. Yeah. But yeah, I like you said, when I saw the wicks on many of those, yeah, I was like, yo, I don't know. But Tony, my mentor, Tony and Jack, they will trade futures periodically, but their primary focus has been options. Just Sale, I saw you asked for their social media. I can't put their social media in TikTok because TikTok will perceive it as me trying to move people off their platform. And so if you want that, you'd have to, well, I could show you. I could show you on the screen if you want to see. If I go to here, he goes by the handle Scarface Trades. Scarface Trades. But he's really good. He's young. Like I said, he's 24 years of age, multimillionaire. He trades. Everything is transparent. So he talks through the entire live session. Many of those who are on this live had an opportunity to check it out and found tremendous value in that. So yeah, he's really good. But here's the, oops, you can see that on the screen. Let me move this up here. So this is him.
Miss Living, that's correct. You can lose quick in futures. Once again, I do IWM, which is the Russell in futures. It doesn't move as fast as ENQ and SPY. When they move extra fast, you can lose much faster. But you still, when it comes to options and your losses, you control your losses because you only put in what you get out. If that answers your question. When it comes to futures and stop losses, it's very hard because the ticks move super fast. Hey, Just Sell Plate, since you like candles and wicks, maybe that's what you can give us is a candles class. I don't like wicks. Wicks trick you sometime.
Yeah, like you said, it doesn't matter when you look at things objectively, right? It's the evidence. It's based on what you can prove. If there's any claim to be said, right, or to be had, it's a matter of whether that claim can be proved or disproved, right? And so when you have someone who has developed a skill, no matter the age, some of us are just talented in that way, right? It's inherent. So some of us has that. And like you just mentioned about where you said that skill comes from yourself. Well, what you do, there is a such thing as a learning curve, right? So if you want to go through the journey of making those mistakes and learning from your own personal mistakes versus you taking advantage of what's described as wisdom. If you know the difference between wisdom and knowledge, knowledge is what you acquire through experience. Wisdom is the insight without going through making the personal mistakes. And I prefer wisdom over knowledge. All right. So I would prefer to grab that insight from those who've already been through it. And then through that experience, continue to study and refine and master from that point using my own personal creativity, right, and my own talent. So that's my approach.
I will say to everyone that wants to look up Scarface and J Dub, when you go, they have over 300 strategies, maybe 300 videos. So you want to be choicey in what you go watch, because then you can get confused. So if you're gonna trade what Ace trades, look for their opening range breakout or their pre-market breakout strategy, and watch those videos only. The best thing you could do for yourself right now is to pick you 2 stocks at one strategy and one mentor, if you're just beginning.
Just sell is wilding, yo. Just sell is bugging, yo. Just sell said he's making money. No. Like that's what I said. You just got to do your due diligence for yourself. Just sell. Like if you really want to check into them, you're looking at something on the surface and then making a judgment. All right, without even you could talk to them yourself. Interact with them. Go send an email and then get the evidence. I mean, to make a judgment just based off what you see on the surface, that's just perception, right? That's judgment. That's not due diligence. That's just judgment. You said you have 12 years of experience, but you didn't watch a video. So I disagree with your mischaracterization there. I highly disagree with that. Like I said, to me there's a right way to. I know,
Debate.
yeah, to debate, and I just disagree with your approach. Yeah, he's already featured. He's already featured. He has the experience. If you watch other well-known, very very profitable traders, he's already been featured with interviews. They're interviewing this guy. They're validating. So you have people, others within well-known, reputable traders that's validating this individual. That's what I said. You just got to do your due diligence. If you know him, then you know this. So I just, I disagree with what you're saying. I don't get paid to promote other traders, but the facts are the facts. All right. So
And you're nice to even share your info with them, because most people won't even let you know who they're learning from.
yeah, exactly. Like I want people to have that opportunity to always validate the source of the information I provide. That's very, very crucial for me. So there's no what do you call it? This is just complete 1000% transparency all
Right.
the time, all the time. Oh, that's a good statement. You said you're going to disagree because you can spot a fake trader yet. No, I'm good at doing my due diligence and asking the necessary questions to make a more informed decision. Again, remember I talked about knowledge and wisdom. That's what's key. I'm 46 years of age, and so this is what is important: is to be able to know how to conduct your research, ask the necessary questions, see if those you're asking to trying to gain knowledge or information from whatever service they're offering, if they're able to answer such questions and with patience and so forth. Do they possess the knowledge? Can they prove it? I have a software engineering background, right? So I'm highly technical and I love science. So if you understand my point of view, it's all objective. All right. Science is based on you provide a thesis or come up with a theory and then you prove it. So my approach is always to take claims, whatever claims are being made, and prove it. That's what's key. And he's been able to do that. And so if you know him, you're saying you know him. What does that mean exactly? Does that mean you know him personally? You've had a
Hey,
conversation with him, or what? What does that look like exactly? What's up, She Trades?
I wouldn't take from the people that are trying to learn, because we're kind of wasting their time debating and going back and forth.
Oh yeah, you know what? That's a fair
Yeah,
point.
we
Just
got
sell.
people at work that's actually trying to listen and learn.
You're right. You're right. That's a good point. Just sell. You could DM me if you want to have continue this conversation, and we could take it offline. That's a fair point, she trades. Thank you.
I'm big on energy. The fact is, there are going to be a lot of mentors, a lot of people that may sell their courses only for money, but that's not for us to judge. That has nothing to do with this. What we want God to do is lead us to one mentor to help us on our journey and let God judge them for what they do right or wrong.
Agreed.
Anybody got any more positive questions about trading? Because we're trying to help. Most people are not going to help you for free. Like, just like he said, nobody's going to do it for free. So if anybody got any more questions from Ace or from me, it doesn't matter. Any more questions, any more concerns? Ace, you got something else you want to keep bounding on? Because we were talking about something very important.
Yeah. So I was interested in the your
Futures, I
journey.
think.
Yeah, we. I was. Yeah, you were talking about the. I was trying to get more information about the prop firms and how they operate, and your thoughts and suggestions as to, the benefits or like the pros and the cons based on your experience so far.
My pros were it made me be more serious because you had all these rules you got to follow, right?
Mhm.
So that helped me. And I like the fact that you can trade 5 accounts at one time. You can trade up to 20 accounts at one time with Apex.
Can you talk about that? What do you mean? Is that trade multiple accounts at one time?
So if like I have 5 accounts, right? 525K accounts.
Mhm.
And so, and versus me placing one trade on Thinkorswim, I get to place 5 orders from 5 different accounts on Apex.
Hmm.
So that's the main advantage that I like. Other than that, if I was trading one contract or trading one account, that's not a big deal. I can do that on options, right?
Mhm.
So that's the plus to Apex and futures.
How would you? How does that look? Like, what does that look like exactly in terms of that experience when you trade multiple accounts? If you're looking at, can you give me an example of what that would look like? So, are you trading one company using multiple accounts, or you're trading multiple companies using the
So
multiple?
that it's one company. I only use Apex. So one company, and you can buy up to 20 accounts. So the gist of it is, if you want to make $500 a day, instead of trying to do it on one account, you're going to spread it across all 5 to make 100 a day, and that gives you your 500. You're putting less time in the market.
So, are you selecting one stock to trade or five
I only
stocks?
trade one stock.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's basically going to copy my position. That's all it's doing. It's going to copy my position on a copier.
Really? So you just
That's
select one.
that's the advantage to me when it comes to futures. Other than that, the ticks and the candles move the same fast.
Mhm. Oh, okay, I got you. So you select one. So obviously, okay, you're trading IWM, and when you're ready to enter that trade, you're just clicking the button once, but it will spread across 5 accounts.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Yo, I like that.
That's the plus to futures, in my opinion.
Mhm. So IWM, you're trading IWM futures.
No, I trade IWM options, but I also trade futures, and it's on the Russell. Russell is the IWM futures. So like you
Oh,
got
okay.
SPX and SPY,
Hmm.
you have Russell and IWM.
Okay,
It's
I
called
was a
the
little.
Russell 2000.
Okay. Yeah, I was confused a little bit there because I know you mentioned that Apex only allows you to trade futures but not options. But I know you said that you trade IWM,
Hmm.
so I was assuming that there was a futures for IWM that you were trading this past year. So you're using a your own personal account to trade IWM, but you also have the funded account through Apex. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Got you. All right, I'm clear. I got you.
Yep.
Yeah, that's dope. All right, so let me make sure I didn't see any. Let me check to make sure we're not skipping past questions. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Miss Living now 2 years. Let's see. Miss Living now said she trade. How long have you been trading? Oh, she's asking you. She trades. Miss Living now is
What's
asking how
the
long have you.
risk in Apex? What do you mean? What's the risk in Apex? The amount you pay if you're buying the evaluation. The evaluations run anywhere from $15 to $30. So you'll risk that amount, and then if you're buying a actual account once you're funded, that can be like 150 per account. So that's the only risk that you put in. Thank you. My trading journey has been everywhere, y'all. I've been in the Discords getting call outs, and you get in the call out. As soon as you get in, it go the other way. You don't know why you got in, you don't know when to get out. My journey has been a mental journey. It has taken a toll on me mentally. For 1 year, and I guess I don't know when you really count your trading years, because 1 year I did nothing but study.
Mm.
I had books in my bed. I roll over, I'm studying. I wake up, I'm studying. So after I had that one mentor issue, I didn't get another mentor, which I probably should have. But I just started studying on my own.
Hmm. Hmm. I'm glad you're here to share. You know what you've learned from experience.
I can't stress enough, find you one mentor, pray on it. Pray on one mentor. Find one stock, two stocks, and just learn, study.
So, did you want to? Dang, I don't know if I should ask in a DM or I should just ask you on the live. I was just because I mentioned it in on earlier in the live. I said, "Did you? What are your thoughts on co-hosting during a pre-market session to talk about how you prepare for your trades? If that's something that you think would be."
Oh, okay. I think I said, yeah, I answered you.
Oh, you did?
I answered.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get it set up where y'all can see my screen, because we really could take some trades live if you want to.
Oh, there we go.
We would actually have to, because if I'm doing that during for pre-market, I'm ready to trade after that.
You ready to go in, huh? I hear you. I hear you. You're welcome, Miss Living Now. You're so very welcome.
I did inbox you though.
Me?
Hmm.
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Why would someone who's making millions want to take their time from making money to teach somebody? You got to give back. That's why. Sometimes people don't want you to suffer like they suffered. Trading is not about money. It's not about money.
Yeah, like I said before, just sell. I feel like there's a more productive way to have these conversations or these discussions. So I just ask you to DM me, and then we could talk further, and then set up a format that will be conducive for everyone to learn and benefit from any potential jewels, gems, nuggets that you feel like you can offer. But for now, I would like to ask you to uh, drop from the live, so as not to cause further distraction. Can you do me that favor? And then just DM me. Just DM me if you want to continue. All right, thank you. I appreciate you.
Have a good day. But I'm so excited you found Tony and them on your first go round. That's awesome. That's awesome. They are very consistent in what they do. I like them.
Yeah.
Hey, Ian, what you doing, Ian? Look at my friend. Now, Ian has been trading longer than me.
Oh, you know Ian?
Yeah, that's my buddy. We fight a lot, though.
What's up, Ian? I see you, man.
Why are you not
That's
working, Ian? You should be working, sir. Not on TikTok.
Man, I'm so glad that so many people are tapping in with these existing relationships, and we're able to have such, camaraderie. I love it.
Ian taught me a lot of stuff.
Did he?
He taught me how to push the buttons. Just push the buttons. I'm serious. You laughing. Just push the button. Because I be hesitating on my trades. You got to push the button, little mama. Push the button.
Hey, right. That's the same as how does the saying go? You can't make the shot if you don't take the shot.
I be trying to make sure this going through, this going that way. I want everything to go the right way before I get in. Just push the button.
Thanks.
Ian like the full port. Ian go in heavy.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
What is his primary focus? Does he trade IWM also, or does he have another stock?
He the one actually put me on IWM. It's he trade QQQ.
He like Fuse? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He the one actually gave me IWM because I was trading QQQ. Have a good day, darling.
Have a good day, Miss Living Now. Love you. Appreciate you for jumping in. See you on the replay. No doubt, I got you.
Me and Ian used to trade together in the morning time.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
He taking shots in the car. He always drinking.
Yo,
He had started back working. He went back to work
oh, okay, okay.
doing stuff I told him not to do for important.
Really?
So he ended up going back to work. Hmm.
Yo, I'm never going back to work. As long as I can invest now, never ever.
What's your struggle, Island Child? Could you see what his struggle was?
Yeah, he said he asked if we could do a session of showing support and resistance and key levels.
Oh, oh yeah. Um, you want to do it? You want me to do it?
It's up to you. If you want to do it, let's do it. If you want to do it, go ahead.
Let's see. You basically just drawing a bunch of lines. That's it. Just draw some. Just draw some lines. So when it comes to charting or doing your levels, I don't know how to do this better. Wait a minute. Let's see. When it comes to marking levels, you want to get in the zone. It doesn't have to be perfect, if that makes sense. It doesn't need to be perfect. So what you want to do is go on a higher time frame. So right now I'm on the 3 minute. I'm gonna go to, let's say maybe the 5 minute or the 15 minute or the hour. You want a higher time frame. You're gonna get a lot of chaos going on, but you basically want to look for points on where the stock was most of the time. So if you look at my chart, where do you see the most action at? That's basically where you want to draw your lines. Let me clean this off so you can see. So I'm on the 1 hour chart. Do you see how these are even? That's all you're doing when it comes to drawing your levels. You see how you got more touches right here in this zone? You got one right here, 2, 3. You want to draw a line right there. You see up here, you got 1, 2, 3 in the same zone. That's how you chart your levels, your support and resistance. And see right here, I already have the high of the year. I chart the high of the year and the low of the year too.
Oh, okay.
And I keep that one on my chart. So you come to your drawing tool over here to use your horizontal ray to draw those zones. And you can make them whatever color you want to make them. I kind of like use a gray color. And that's basically it. That's how you draw your levels. That's how I draw mine. I don't draw 4, 5, 6, and 7. I draw just the main ones. So I got one zone, one support, one resistance. And what I'll do if I use these just as a profit target, basically. And I'm using the most recent data. So this year was July 23rd up until today. And this was the zone that the stock market ranged in. So when you're drawing levels, I'm not concerned about a breakout. I'm just concerned about where the support and resistance is or where liquidity is. I'm not sure if you know what liquidity means. That's where orders are, where the buyers and sellers may be. I don't draw the opening of the 15-minute. I use the pre-market high and low. Ian, what you drinking in the car, boy? And Island Child, once I do that, then you just go back down to whatever time frame you enter on. And so you see the levels that I drew. You see how today, how it came right down there for a profit target. It came straight to it. So for my pre-market, I have the indicator on. I don't use previous day. I've tried that strategy, but it never does anything for me. It's like it's just in the way. Because sometimes even if it'll break that level, it doesn't really hold. Like it's not really a strong level. Crown for breakfast. Oh wow.
Yo, wow.
So no, I don't use previous day. I don't use the opening range 15. I use the pre-market high and low. Ian, what are you using nowadays? I think Ian like the he just used his 20 M day and like the previous, I mean the pre-market breakout too. He look at the pre-market levels.
Okay.
Because when you got the pre-market levels, they're levels that that's already formed that you can use to get into a trade faster than you can get in those 15 minutes. Because once that 15 minutes come and it didn't broke out, you're already behind. Because you're waiting for the breakout when we're already in on the pullback. So just pick one island, child. Pick the one that you want. If you want to use the previous day, use that. If you want to use the opening range, use that. If you want to use pre-market, use that. You don't have to use all of them because then you get confused. And from my personal opinion, because I got ADHD, so I have to just pick one of everything, one stock, one strategy, one line, just one, y'all. So Ian's doing top-down approach, market structure, previous consolidation, support and resistance. Yeah, that's okay. That's how they teach us, though. They taught us to use all of them, and that's just not. It don't work for me. You have to do what works for you. Brilliant. That's ideal, but sometimes it will fail. The market does a lot of fake breakouts, so a lot of times I play the reversal. But that is the idea. That is the strategy and the way they teach it. Once it breaks out the pre-market high, you enter on the retest. But when I studied the ICT, those breakouts really are liquidity grabs. So that's why I'll trade the reversal. You quit next week? Buy me a car before you quit, Ian. You're welcome, Alan Shaw. All right, for homework, Brilliant and Island Child Creations. Come back tomorrow and tell us what you are picking. Opening range, pre-market, or yesterday's high and low. And what stock you're going to trade. Come back with your homework tomorrow. Think about it and pray about it.
Yo, I like the vibe you bring to this live, yo. I really appreciate you.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm back on Ian. Ian, buy me a car before you quit.
Hey, yo, that's one of my favorite songs right there, Ian.
Me and Ian been friends for like, I guess, what, 4 years now, Ian? Almost 5. And I haven't met him in person yet. He been coming to visit me for over 3 years.
Is that right?
And he lived like an hour from me.
He said he on the way right now.
He been on the way for 3 years. We supposed to been setting up shop and trading together and stuff. Oh, that'll be fine, Bird, if you up in there, yeah. Yep. Yep, that'll kind of help you have a guide. Because if you keep trying to learn everything, that'll put you behind. In my opinion, now everything is my opinion and what I've been through. So don't nobody on here please ever take what I say as written in stone. I'm just sharing what works for me and what I went through.
You see what Ian posted?
What Ian said. Ian just talk noise. The police might be knocking. You better stop. Let me see. That's my little son, Ian. Shut up. He's my son. The police might be knocking. It's just my little son. Tell him, hey, Kobe.
Hey. Man.
That was my little son, Ian. One of my little sons. That's my son, best friend.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What'd he say? Oh, I keep losing out. 'Cause
I keep losing out only because I don't exit out in appropriate times. So it's two ways to fix that. Number one, you should have a profit target actually before you get in. So like when you're using the pre-market high and low, or if you're using the yesterday high and low, you want to use those as profit targets. That's number one. So pick your levels that you're going to use for profit targets beforehand. Number two, you can take profit at 30%. Or number three, when you see green, just go ahead and take some off. If you got 3 contracts, sell 2. So if you have a profit target, that'll be your best bet. Because the market moves fast, especially when that 9:30 to 10 o'clock range. You have to be quick in taking profits because it's going to have that 10 a.m. reversal, most likely. Like today, we didn't have the reversal. Today, we had a 10 a.m. continuation. But a lot of times it'll reverse at that pre-market low level. Hey, I'm glad we helping somebody.
facts. What is that? Trading faces? Yeah, tell about it. What's SO?
Shout out.
Oh,
I think you're getting trolled.
yeah, like I don't even know. Like,
That gotta be a troll. When you start making money trading, you still learn, you still studying. It doesn't stop. So there's never gonna be anything else to do but study for trading and then whatever other businesses you got going on. So I'm not sure if he's trolling or what he's saying. You get what he's saying, brilliant? He said when that money start coming in, find something else to do. More investments, maybe. It get boring quick. Oh, it's
yeah.
supposed to be boring. If it's boring, you're doing it right.
You said you getting bored? Oh man,
He
yo,
said he got bored quick.
yo, talk about that trading faces. Talk about that, cause
It's
this,
lonely.
Oh, you said it's lonely. Oh, you said it's lonely. Do you use a trailing stop? Yeah, brilliant said I won't board and pay problems. Yeah. Yo, it's funny that they mentioned that because I was just talking about this in the previous live session, and I was like, "Yo, I'm trying to extend all the knowledge and resources that I have at my disposal to everyone, right? Because I said it's lonely at the top, man. It's lonely at the top. So definitely want to have other people, there with you. But I love this stuff, man. Like I don't know, I don't feel like I'll get bored with investing. Period.
No.
Trading faces, what strategy you use? Are you trading stock options? What strategy do you use? Ive is asking, do you? Uh, oh, she asking brilliant. Okay.
Are y'all using manual trailing stops, or are y'all using the ones you place in the brokerage? I always get kicked out of those, so I stop.
You said you always get kicked out.
They come take my little money because it's an order that's actually sitting there. So if the market's still going my way, they're gonna come and kick me out and play and buy that order. So I stopped doing it.
Hmm. See green, take green. Yeah.
But
Yep.
Ian be leaving money on the table too. He take green so fast. Ian gonna buy. He gonna buy 200 contracts. He gonna get the contracts for about $5-10 and get out.
Yeah, that cues, man. You should have them jump on and talk about, one day to talk about the cues play.
Are you still trading the cues, Ian? I'm sure he is. Yeah, nah. He stay in the market all day. I don't. After 11 o'clock, it gets choppy to me.
Right. Yeah. I'm Mr. In and Out.
And stay out. Brilliant. The simple one would be Thinkorswim is simple. The new Schwab one is not though. See if you can type in the Thinkorswim and get into that one. I think Thinkorswim is really the easiest one.
You think so?
I think so. Where you just open it up, push one button. You got to push like 2 or 3 buttons on Robinhood.
Do you?
Yes. You got the calls and puts on one face of the platform in Thinkorswim.
Oh, right. Yeah, they bought out TD Ameritrade. Yeah.
Yeah, but I still have the Thinkorswim format
Mm, mm.
because the Schwab format is a little bit too much. So you got a Thinkorswim app, and then you also have a Schwab one.
Yeah. Where do you access that? Because I use the Thinkorswim app, and then I use Thinkorswim in the browser. and the Thinkorswim app on my phone.
You know, I noticed that you don't use the desktop version of Thinkorswim.
Yeah, so I have that when I'm going live, then I just have to use the browser
Oh, okay, okay.
because I can switch easily between the paper and live trade.
Oh, okay.
But the app, you have to log out and then log back in if you want to switch from live to paper and vice versa.
Right, right.
Yeah, I could download the app on this computer. They're both Macs, but this Mac that I go live with, or where I'm, you know, showing my screen from, I like to keep that one light, free from all these different applications, so it could, just stay running smoothly. Yeah, I wanted. So, who all was in the on the live yesterday? Peace out, Ian. I appreciate you dropping in, man.
Okay, Ian.
Yeah, who all was on the live yesterday when we took the Nvidia trade? When we did the Nvidia trade yesterday.
I saw it. He
You
said I
saw it.
used toss, but my long position numbers from trading view never match what I put in toss. Are you saying you bought stocks as a long position on trading view? Because trading view can be a little slow too if you don't have the paid portion. If you're not buying the data. He's saying it
Mm-hmm.
didn't match what he put in toss and trading view
Mm.
for options. So did you use the options contract that's within trading view? Is that what you're talking about? But you use the long position tool.
I'm a little confused on that question because you can't connect Thinkorswim, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. Is he saying that he's trying? Is he trying to? Because you can't trade using Thinkorswim. You can't connect Thinkorswim to trading.
Right, you can't.
Okay, yeah, yeah, right, right, right. Okay, okay, okay. So I'm sorry, brilliant. Maybe I misunderstood the question. What are you trying to compare or match between the two platforms exactly? Did you understand what he's asking, C trades? Maybe I'm just tripping.
Don't. Mm-mm. He lost me at using the position tool. So I'm not sure if he's talking about the country. I guess he's talking about the contract prices, but I don't understand what contract price he will use on trading view, unless it was the trade station contract.
Okay. I know what he's talking about.
Right. I know about the long position tool. That's this right here.
Yeah,
So if I
yeah.
was buying a call, I would put it right here. So this is what you're talking about right here. And I pull my stop like this. That's the long position tool right there.
Okay, he said right, right.
So how are you comparing this to Thinkorswim? Do you use any chart patterns, Ace?
Say that again.
Do you use chart patterns?
Mm, Chart patterns? What do you mean?
Like double tops, double bottoms, bull flags, all that stuff.
Um, I so I haven't paid attention to that. Short answer is no.
Okay.
Short answer is no.
I don't either. I was just asking. It's too many of them.
Yeah, I agree.
It's too many of them babies.
You know, it's crazy, right? Because if I think you mentioned this. You actually touched on this earlier, right? A couple of times you told people to just, focus on one strategy, one company, one mentor, indicators. Like finding one particular indicator as you was describing the one or talking through the one that you use. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I, what happened? I think She Trades accidentally dropped. Yeah, that's a good point, Trading Faces. If you can, if you can afford to subscribe to get the real-time data, that is a decision you definitely want to make. So, how many of you were on the live yesterday when we took the Nvidia trade? Yeah, I'm like, where'd you go? I'm like, where'd you go? I was having a whole conversation with you and you was gone. But you just connected it to the charger? Yeah. Hold on, let's. Yeah, I was having a whole conversation.
My phone just went bye bye.
I was like, dang, I was having a whole conversation and she just ended it on.
I know you were talking about the trade from yesterday. I was on live on the Nvidia play.
Yeah, I wanted to I guess I could share the results in a free community. I was gonna go over that trade with everyone who was present. But I don't see anyone else in the live chat that was there. And so I'll do it another day. I'll do it tomorrow in the live probably. I'll just cover it in the live or in the pre-market.
To go over the replay of it.
Yeah.
And the
So
video part looked pretty this morning. You seen it?
huh?
Did you see the video today?
No, so I gotta the videos are so long because the pre-market we just went right from the pre-market right into the live with my mentor with Tony and Jack. So this is that same live session. So today, I don't know how long we were. So we've been on since 7. So 5 hours. So when it's the duration is that long, it's taking me a little bit longer to get it added to the loan platform that I'm using to organize these videos, these replays.
Are you
So
trading live with them and taking plays at that time?
no, so what I did today, so here was the original intent. As I said, I will go live with my mentor on Fridays, so you all can check. So everyone who's interested can check them out and watch them use the breakout and retest strategy, right? So I said I'll do that every Friday, and then what people were asking for, they was like, man, can we really? A lot of people said, can we really check it out? Can we check it out? Can we check it out? And so today, when people asked, I said, okay, I tell you what, here's what I can do, because they said,
Today.
huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgot I was on here. Go ahead.
Yeah, so they said, yeah, can we check out the live? So I said, I tell you what I'll do is I'll go ahead and keep this live active and then pull up, as soon as my mentor, as soon as Tony sends the link to go live on the Zoom call, then I'll just keep this live active so you all can check it out. But I will have to go dark so I can focus on my psychology, my mental, and prepare mentally to, get ready to trade. Else, it'd be too much of a distraction if I try to answer questions while I'm trying to trade. So that's what we did today. And so we just went right from the pre-market into the live session with my mentor as soon as they went live. So they said it was just a bunch of people that said, yeah, that's cool. If you want to just go live and go dark, so we could just watch and then we can hold our questions until the end of the live trading session. So I was like, all right, cool. So I might just go ahead and do that every single day. But I won't be able to answer questions because that'll be too much of a distraction for me.
That's nice of them to allow you to do that.
Yeah.
That's very nice. That means they're really not all about money.
Well, I'm not really sure from what point. I don't know. It's like I don't really understand where he was coming from. Like if you
He
know,
was trolling. Everything he said was negative. He was trolling.
yeah, it's like like how it's amazing to me. Like I don't know, maybe it's just like different personality types, right? Um, because to me, I'm thinking like, all right, so if you're a millionaire, what point are you trying to make on this in the live chat? Like, what are you saying? What's your goal? And if people are jumping in, right? If people
Right.
are going to jump in and they don't state their goal or purpose, it's like, okay, here, my goal would be to share some information for those who are interested. Is it okay for me to invite people to learn a few things that I've learned? That to me is the appropriate way to jump in someone's live and, begin to interact. Otherwise, people might be confused as to what your intent is. And I was trying to understand his intent. That's why I kind of entertained some of those questions, but I did kind of feel the energy, but I wanted to, kind of fill out the situation.
You were too patient on that one.
I was like, well, he left. He was crazy. I mean, not crazy, but interesting. He did leave. Look at brilliant. All right, brilliant. So,
Yeah, you was a little too patient on that one, my friend. I'm like, look, now I know I don't know him like that, but he need to block him. Cause look, I know you got stuff you can be doing. I got stuff I could be doing, but yet we're still here trying to help somebody for free. So you bringing the wrong type of energy, interfering with that, my sir.
yeah, you know what? I'm glad you were here to actually, what I'm saying, point that out to me because that was a very, very valid point. Very valid. And I definitely don't want to take away from anyone's experience. That is not the goal.
Right,
So I'm
especially
glad.
when they're learning, they don't need to be confused about what it takes to be. a skilled trader or not. No, I don't know. The confusing about it like that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that.
There are a lot of skilled traders who don't make money because sometimes you have more skill and you figure you know so. Like me, I know a lot, and I have to compress all that I know.
Right, right.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you're right. Like, and then that's why you saw I invited him. I said, look, man, we can have a conversation offline. So if you want to do that, let's establish a better format. So people could take advantage. But yeah, that energy was just way off.
yeah, that was crazy. I'm glad Brilliant got something out of it today.
What Brilliant say? Hold on.
He
He
learned
was
something out of
just
life. Him and Island, they learned the energy and vampire. Right. He was just all over the place.
yo, I'm gonna steal that one. Brilliant energy vampire.
No, he's right. You have energy vampires. They just suck the life out of you.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
drain your energy.
Island Child says either offer advice or just leave the live. Right, exactly. Yeah. And let me apologize to all of you for that, because yeah, I did, like She Trade said, I probably entertained that for too long.
Because some of it was going over your head too. You were thinking he really interacting, but because you're taking it from the perspective it should have been given in. You wasn't thinking like, oh, he throwing jabs, but you were thinking from your energy perspective. You were thinking calm, nice. You know what I'm saying? We learning, but he wasn't really giving that energy.
Yeah, I actually peeped it from the start. I was just trying to give him an opportunity to, like, what I'm saying, not let him jump off the deep end.
Where are you from, Ace?
I'm from Detroit,
Detroit.
Michigan,
You
Highland
from
Park.
Detroit? And you giving somebody some space?
Man, that's it. Hey, yo, we was just talking about this the other day. I said, yo, I've come a long way. I've come a long way. So, yeah, you can see. I just demonstrated. I've come a long,
Oh
long.
my golly. I'm from Mobile, Alabama, but I live
Oh,
in
word.
Birmingham. Yeah, but we don't give all them chances. You don't get that many chances.
Yeah, I'm glad. That's what I said, yo. I'm glad that you're here though, because that was I appreciate you reeling me in and getting us back focused again. So I appreciate you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Bree. And just let us know. We're gonna give you 60 days. Brilliant and where he went. Island Child Creations. Is that you're a female or a male? We're gonna give them 60 days
All right.
to get them right. They're gonna have a strategy. They're gonna have it by the end of the week. A strategy, a stock. We're gonna give them 60 days to practice it.
Yeah, I hear that.
So they can be our first testimony. We taught
Yeah,
them for free.
free.
And they making money.
Love it. Love it.
Thank you, Alan Child. So that's a female. Okay. Especially when somebody's trying to learn and already know a little bit. When they know a little bit, you can help them faster.
I agree. I agree. Dante says, "Do y'all trade live?"
I
So
don't.
you don't? Will you? Or what's your thoughts about that?
Oh, I don't mind. I'm to myself. Like I'm an empath. Trading, I'm just stuck in the house.
Okay.
So I mean I travel and stuff like that, but other than that, I trade live accounts done to in firms. I think Ace just trades live accounts. Oh, okay, Shayna Jewelry. Okay, I'll look it up.
Oh, nice. Okay, I see you, Island Child Creations.
Where's everybody from?
313. 313. What up, though?
That's good, Dante. What you trade? Do you trade stocks or you trade indices?
Where's 805? Where's 805?
You can smell all you want. Where you going, son?
To Jamaica?
Austin, Texas.
You heard me?
Houston, Texas.
Jamaica? You coming?
Oxnard, CA? Cali?
Nobody in Florida?
Is
I've
everything
never heard
good
of
in
Oxnard.
Texas? Huh? What'd you say she trades?
I've never heard of Oxnard. Did you share the Discord with Empower Brew?
Let me see. Let me check
I
my
went to LA last year, Dante.
Empowered. I don't see you empowered. All you have to do is DM me and I will share the invite to the free community.
I'm going in September, Dante. Oh, that's cool. Was it with Nora Trades boot camp? Who's hosting the boot camp? Okay. You can reach for mine in a minute, but you won't share yours at all. That's what's up, Dante. What strategy do y'all trade?
Oh, is that right? 101, huh?
Smart money concepts. Is it ICT? I like the ICT silver bullet.
What are the smart money concepts?
It's you basically following institutional players in the market.
And you said there's one that you chose. You said ICT. How does that work?
It's the same thing as smart money. He said they use liquidity, supply and demand, and order blocks. Okay, I just use basically the liquidity sweeps and the fair value gaps, but I enter in at that certain time period of the silver bullet. So ICT is called inner circle trading, and what he figured out was the way smart money moves. So when I was speaking about when you enter a trade, they can see your stop loss and they come back down to buy your position.
Mm-hmm.
That's what smart money does. And if you don't know about the smart money concepts, you don't understand the concept of why your trades keep kicking you out when you got the stop loss. because your order is an order that needs to be filled. So they come down there and fill your order.
Hmm.
Yeah, I like the fair value gaps. I play basically the inverse, Dante. The inverse FVGs. You still on? I thought she was gone. That's why I was saying that guy was being so um loose with his language. I knew she was listening at work. I want to hear that while they at work. She trying to learn how to stop being at work. I'm scared of SPX. He said, congratulations.
I'm super scared of SPX now. I'm traumatized by SPX.
Did you get the homework assignment, Miss Living now? Homework. Homework. It's picking one stock or two stocks, setting up your chart and finding your strategy and one mentor. One strategy, one mentor to practice for 60 days. I posted in the Discord. Thank you, Dante. You too. Okay, see you later. I was done trading at 10. I don't play around in the market. No, no, no.
Yeah, I'm Mr. In and Out too. I don't play with me.
So when is the next live for Scarface?
So they go live every day, Monday through Friday. And like I said, I was just trying to share access on Fridays, so at least people can see how the breakout and retest strategy is used by Tony and Jack.
Do you record your sessions with them?
No, but when I go live on TikTok, TikTok does record the sessions. They record the sessions themselves and they make the replays available.
Oh, okay.
I just don't. I don't share those, but if uh, I haven't shared those, their replays, because obviously, you know. But yeah, when you go live, when I go live on Fridays, TikTok does record live sessions, so I do share the live session replays.
Okay. That's what's up. Well, it's nice to meet you.
Same, ditto, ditto, ditto. You ever, you probably, well, I'm probably way older than you, but
You're not.
I was about to say, I don't know whoever seen the movie Ghost, but Ever since I heard that word ditto, I've been using it ever since.
No, you said you were 46. I'm 47.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up. And let me correct you just a little bit. I said 46 large.
Oh, you did. Yeah, you did. I'm sorry. Yeah, you said you was 46 large, so yeah, my bad. My bad.
It's all good. Yeah, so what however you want to continue the format, I'm down. So just I'm just glad that you're here. So and I like the vibe that you bring to the chemistry, the vibe, everything, the energy that you
Well, thank
bring for
you.
this live. Yeah, definitely.
When you was getting ready to talk about the video, I had pulled the chart up, and if you want to, we can go over the chart for today on how you would play it, and I can show how I would play it, so we can give them a gist of how you can get the same thing from two different ways. And that's why it's so important to maybe find the one way, because you'll get confused trying to trade 4 or 5 different ways.
Yo, I like that idea. Yeah, I'm down. We can do that. You do that. Give me 1 second. Okay, I just got the DM from you, Empowered Brew. Let me get you the links.
Because you're going to find me a stand. She was in class, You in class?
All right, Empowered Brew. I just sent you the invite for the free community, as well as the single link to access all replays from the past and the future. All right. Let me know if you have any issues whatsoever with access, and I'll get you unblocked. Okay, cool. You said nice. Thanks. All right, yeah, we can go over NVIDIA. All right, so yesterday, let me pull up, hold on, let me pull up something really quick. Excuse me.
Thank you, Brilliant. I'm very authentic. Sometimes I'm too authentic. So if I say something not the way, y'all know. I'll be serious. I'll be serious, though. I'll be serious when I say it, but yeah. Decree and Adri said, how do she join the community? Inbox him and he'll send you the link.
Yep, I'll get you squared away right now. All right, so let me pull this up here.
Are you on today's chart?
Um, yeah, today, but I'm gonna go back till tomorrow, Monday.
Okay.
All right, what's today?
I want you to do the days too.
Okay.
Because today's chart looks nice. I didn't see the one yesterday. Let me see the one yesterday.
All right, so I'm just gonna do a really quick high overview of what we did yesterday. So we entered a trade for NVIDIA yesterday. Want to quickly talk about that, talk about the strategy, the entry, and protecting ourselves, protecting profits, and protecting ourselves against reversals or aggressive pullbacks. And then I'll hand it over to She Trade so she could do her thing. And
I want
then
to see you do the today's chart. I mean, do that one too. But I was saying when you said you were going to go over the one from yesterday, but you decided not to.
Okay, I
So
can
I
do that.
still had the video chart pulled up, and when I just looked at it for today, it looks very nice. So I wanted you to see how you would play that.
Okay, yeah, I can start with that one. Can you all see my chart? This is today's.
Look like you have two EMAs and I mean one SMA and one EMA. That's the same number on there. Is that right?
Uh,
The yellow lines, they look like they're the same, but just one a SMA, one a EMA.
no, this one is it's a script that I wrote
Oh, okay.
for this one. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, but this is the EMA. This purple line, that's the 200, and then the blue one is the 9,
What's the yellow line?
and the yellow is the 20.
Hmm.
And yeah, we could go over this one today. I can talk about this one.
Like go through your whole process.
What did you say? You broke up a little bit. What'd you say? She trades.
I said go through your entire process. Like do you draw your orb? Do you use the indicator?
Okay, yeah, I could do that. All right, so this is the chart. I'm on the 1 minute time frame. Just for those who might have just dropped in and want to follow along, I'm on the NVIDIA chart on the 1 minute time frame. So each candle that you see here is 60 seconds in duration. I'm going to talk about the strategy that I use and briefly how I draw out key levels to determine things like entry points, target levels, and exits. All right. So, and how I protect myself or protect my gains, secure profits, and protect against reversals or steep pullbacks. So I'll go over that really quickly, and then I'll answer questions if you all have any at the end. But then I'll forward, obviously over to She Trades and let her demonstrate the strategy she uses in NVIDIA, or using NVIDIA as an example. All right, so the strategy I use is called the breakout and retest strategy. I love it because of its simplicity. Now the EMAs, these squiggly lines that you might see on the chart, you can ignore those because I do not use them for the breakout and retest strategy. Although I do have them enabled, but you can ignore them. I do not
Can
use
you
them.
turn them off for us?
Yeah, I can do that. All right, cool.
You use that yellow one, but that was the 20, right? Okay.
Nah, this is a part of the script that I wrote for. I don't know if you can see it. It's just I could turn it off, but it's
So what
part
do
of.
you call your script? Talk about it.
You
What
want
does
me
it
to?
do? What's the function?
So the 4 hour confirmed levels is to mark out. So I can stay on the single chart. So I can stay on the 1 minute chart, and instead of drawing key levels from the higher time frames, I can have them marked on the lower time frame charts. That's the gist of it.
Okay, got it. Cool. That's what's up.
Yeah, it's ideal because if you have the subscription to TradingView, you can open up multiple window panes and change your views, right? To have the 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 an hour, all of those different charts on one pane. But if you only have the free version, then you can only add two different layouts, or like I don't know. You all see. Well, let me explain that briefly.
I normally have the first one that you paid was 16 a month for because I was having 5 indicators on my chart.
Uh-huh.
But this past week I narrowed it down to 2 indicators.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. So
That's
my My subscription is due, so I'm thinking about do I want to still pay for it? Because I don't use it 2 minute anymore. I use it 3 minute.
Nah, that. How much you paying for your sub? What did you
It's
say?
like 20 a month. I think it's like 16 a month, 16 17 a month.
Yo,
And then plus the data that I buy.
mhm. Yeah, that's. I think I bought. Yo, I can't even remember what I bought, but I know I could. I wanted to. I think I bought the highest so I can add any number of custom indicators that I'm working on.
Got you.
Because eventually I want to transition to automated trading.
Oh, now that would be nice.
Yeah, so that's what I'm working on behind the scenes anyway.
If you get that made and it works out, oh my God, you'll make a killing.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm
Everybody
hoping.
wants that AI trading for them.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what I'm hoping. Because I would prefer to not have to manually enter these trades or exit them, right? Just, yeah, that'd be nice. Let me turn this off too.
Charting on Thinkorswim Brilliant. I have charted on Thinkorswim. I know Thinkorswim platform in and out.
All right. So, starting with the breakout and retest, starting with the breakout and retest strategy for NVIDIA, I'm going to talk about first how to mark out the key levels. I'm not going to mark out every key level, but I'm going to mark out the most important for this demonstration. And feel free to ask me to restate anything that I'm explaining, and I'll be happily do so. All right. What I'm going to do is talk about these two key levels that you see drawn here. And this happens automatically because, like I said, I wrote a script to do this for me automatically, so I don't have to do it every day. And these two key levels, the top is considered the 5-minute high and the 5-minute low. And to mark these key levels, you simply mark the lowest point the price fell at the open. All right, the market opens at 8:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 Eastern. And so when the market opens, we mark out the lowest point within the first 5 minutes. Keep in mind, we're on the 1 minute time frame where every candle is 60 seconds in duration. So the 5-minute low marks the lowest point the price for NVIDIA fell or opened. All right, so we open here. Stock sellers push the price lower to 177.63, so we mark out the lowest point the price fell. We count the first 5 candles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we mark the highest point. Obviously, the 5th candle did not reach the highest point. The first candle after the open is the highest point the price rose within the first 5 minutes, so I mark out the 5-minute high. So now we have the important key levels marked out for the breakout and retest strategy. Now, with the breakout and retest strategy, what I'm expecting or what I'm looking for is a break above the key levels or a break below the key level that's drawn out here. That's the breakout and retest strategy. So because we're trending up. I'm expecting a breakout above the 5-minute key level here, right? And once we have that breakout, I'm simply waiting for a retest back to this key level. And what I talked about before is the retest, when these candles pull back toward this level, they do not have to touch it directly. They can come near it, they can touch it, or even break slightly below it like you see here. I'll zoom in just a little bit more so you can see that. So it can break just slightly below it, but what I'm expecting for continuation to the upside is for buyers to hold this key level and step in aggressively to continue pushing the price higher. All right. That's the breakout. This is the retest. And what we're looking for the third condition is for buyers to step in aggressively to push the price up. All right. Now, what does that look like? Because you're looking at a static candle right now. So this doesn't illustrate exactly what we're looking for. But what we're looking for visually is speed and momentum, how quickly this candle is developing. This shows us how aggressive buyers are stepping in based on how quickly this candle begins to form, right? You can see the distinction between this candle here and the other smaller candles on the chart. All right, notice this candle, notice the distinct size from the other smaller candles. So obviously you can't see the momentum or the speed of momentum of this candle here because it's a static candle now that the time has passed. But if you saw this live, you would see, if you saw the speed of buyers stepping in aggressively to push this price higher, that's the confirmation that I would use to consider entering this trade. Now, there's a few points I want to talk about as far as that potential entry. And it depends on your choice, but I want to talk about risk. All right, risk when in reference or in relation to the entry. Some people will, or many people on average, might enter the trade at the close of this aggressive candle. Others might prefer to enter closer toward the key level that they have marked out. I prefer to enter as close as possible toward the key, near the key level, because it's low risk for me, lower risk. All right, which means what I'm looking for, that sometimes when you enter into a position, you could experience an immediate drawdown on your position. And some people, that may make them very uncomfortable. Like myself, it makes me uncomfortable to experience a significant drawdown on the initial entry. All right, so I prefer to enter what's described as a low risk entry that's closer towards my stop loss limit. So I probably wouldn't have entered. I wouldn't have entered at the start of this position here because of the context of the previous candles. All right, these previous candles, if we take a look at it, if I zoom in here, I do like the wick on this down close candle. We did break slightly below the 5-minute high, and again, that's okay. That's okay. What we're looking for, what I would be looking for to determine entering into this trade, is the speed and momentum of this candle. I don't have that in front of me now because I wasn't watching NVIDIA at the time when this candle took place. So I can't tell you that I would have entered this candle. If it did develop quickly, then I most likely would have entered this trade at the close of this candle, and I would have experienced a brief drawdown, maybe almost close to 50% of my position based on the wick of this candle here. But notice we did have some nice continuation. Buyers continued to step in. We did have slight pullback, so some resistance from sellers, but buyers did continue to push the price higher. So we made a new high of day. Let me talk about where I would look to scale my position after entry. All right. So let's say I bought one contract. If I only could afford to buy one contract and I entered my position here, I would be looking to exit. Let me draw this out. At high of day. At high of day. All right. So if I entered my position here, if the stock price, if buyers continue to push the price higher, this is where I would look to exit my one single contract. If you have multiple contracts, then I could look to scale and keep trailing contracts. Where would I exit if I entered here? Where would I exit? Would it be, this candle, this candle? What I like to do is push on a push. I like to exit on a push.
So again, I'm trying to capture that momentum toward the upside. So this candle looks like it probably formed fairly quickly. Again, I can't say that for sure because I wasn't watching it in real time, but this will be the candle where I'd probably look to scale out. So whatever this is, so that's a 178 to 178.98, so 178.64. So that's a 30-cent move on that position. Okay, so you would have made some money, maybe not a whole lot, depending on the how many contracts you bought at that time. But if you just bought the one contract, I would have looked to either exit my position here, or you could have waited for the next candle. This was a nice push by buyers during this point, and it broke and made a new high of day. So we made a new high of day with this candle, and we sustained that high of day with the following candle. This is what I would note on these types of candles here is notice the wick on this candle. Notice the wick on this candle, and then notice the wick on this candle. This shows me I'm gauging in real time what the stock is doing. There's a constant battle between buyers and sellers. So I'm looking to see when sellers will step in eventually, because eventually they will. You just don't know when. So you have to keep an eye out on it. And so this would be my first notice. This will be the second warning. And this is the third warning for me. All right. And so notice right after this wick, we had another wick on this second candle, and sellers began to push the price lower. This would have been another entry if you failed to miss or enter in at this point. This would have been a second entry potentially. But for the simple breakout and retest strategy, all I was looking for is after drawing out or marking out the necessary key levels, which we have here, 5-minute high and the 5-minute low, simply waiting for a breakout above that 5-minute high and a retest back to the 5-minute high, which is the key level we marked out. I think that's about it. So let me know if you
Cool. That's how trading is. You got your way and I got mine. And you still make money doing it your way.
right.
I like that. Let me turn my chart on.
Let me clear this.
And I don't trade NVIDIA, you guys. NVIDIA is just as scary as QQQ.
Oh, dudes, man, I'm telling you that Jones be scaring me.
NVIDIA move like that too. All right, listen. All right, y'all. So my process would have looked like this in the morning if I was trading this stock. So this is the pre-market area here that we talked about. And just like when I was showing you how to draw the levels on the hourly chart, this is the same thing. I'm just closing in to get the pre-market high and low. While AC uses the opening range high and low. So you got the pre-market high and low, and you have the opening range high and low. I use this pre-market high and low. And so what I do is I have a line right here, and I just box my line in. So that's where this box comes from. So I can see my box, or I can see the line better. And then here, pre-market low is right here. And you can put a line or you can put a box, it's up to you. And now I have my levels. So like when he did his, he did the first 15-minute high and low. I'm doing the pre-market high and low. Some people do the yesterday's high and low. So I want you guys to pick one system that you're going to follow. And that'll help you get to the next level. All right, so when the market opened, I'm not waiting for the 15-minute range because I already have my range here. I'm looking for the breakout of these two lines. So I wouldn't have entered a call because we were at pre-market resistance. Resistance means you can't get above. You can't get above your ceiling. So if you bounce the ball to your ceiling, the ball will hit the ceiling and the ball will fall back down.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't have entered a call, but he entered a breakout of the 15-minute range and he still made money. So me, I'm waiting for the opening pre-market to break. And so once it breaks here, that's when I would enter a put on this candle here because it was a pullback candle. So it was the opposite color candle from the trend candle. So that's a pullback. So now I'm waiting for this to break through. So once it breaks through, I don't automatically enter. I wait for the pullback. He's doing the breakout and retest. It's basically the same.
Mhm.
It's a different name for it. That's all.
Mhm.
So I don't want us to confuse you with our terminology either. I just have a certain candle that I look for to help me with my entry. It has to be a specific candle for me. And that's it on mine, y'all. They both were the same technically, just using different levels and different eyes. And so you'll have your skill that'll develop once you get to doing this.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think if you had had the pre-market level on your chart, you would have had that as your profit target. When you took your 15-minute breakout, you would have had your profit target. That's it.
For me, or
For you.
yeah,
So if I had a
I use the
15, let's see.
not the 15, the 5 minute.
I thought you do the 15-minute high and low.
No, I was using, and the example I just demoed, that was the 5 minute high and low.
Oh, the 5-minute high and low. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought you did the 15. Okay.
Now earlier, I did explain that it depends on what the stock is doing. I might use the pre-market high or low, or the 5 minute high and low, or the 15, or the previous day. It just depends on where the stock is at the time.
And so you had to use, this is your levels here, the open range high and low. So if you had have had this one more line right here for pre-market, that would have been your profit target. When you took your play, let me get to your 1 minute. Use on 1 minute.
Mhm.
I'm on 3 minute, looks a little different. So right here, when you got into your position here, if you had have had the pre-market high level, you would have had that as your profit target,
Mhm. Mhm.
taking that call position.
Yeah, I actually have them both.
You do? Okay, I couldn't see it. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I actually have them both. Because the script that I wrote, it does the 5 minute high and low, the pre-market high and low, and then the previous day high and low.
How much you charge to do your strip? Your script.
Oh, that's free.
I wonder
That's
if I
free.
can get one that's based off my strategy. But I like the boxes though. Can you draw the boxes?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's
All
free.
I need, I just need the pre-market high and low and the that's it basically because I can use their 20. But that's all I use is the 20 EMA, the pre-market high and low.
So, and then when you break out below the uh, key level, which is the pre-market in your case, right? You're waiting
Hmm.
for a pullback to that
Hmm.
level.
Yep. See right here, it retested and it rejected right there.
Mhm.
So this here would be a pullback candle. And then I would wait for the momentum to start back. So I would enter in on this candle when the price breaks below it.
So that would be the second candle, the long bearish candle, is where.
Yeah. See when price broke this level
Mhm,
right there. And the stop loss will be right above this candle.
mhm,
That same green candle. That's my entry and the stop.
mhm, mhm.
Oh, Nikki, we did that earlier. You missed it. We can do it again another day. Yeah, brilliant. I've heard that too.
Yeah, if you yeah, brilliant. ChatGPT does work. If you're not a coder, it's going to be challenging because you won't know how to fix the errors because ChatGPT and DeepSeek does make mistakes. Because I'm a coder, I can use ChatGPT and DeepSeek to start the code, and then I just fix it and adjust it accordingly because it will make a bunch of mistakes unless you give it a really simple script to create.
Mm-hmm. I think my script would be simple, wouldn't it? Just some boxes. Some boxes and one line.
Yeah, if you wanted to just draw out the pre-market high and low, yeah, that would be really, really easy to do. If you want to eventually transition to trade automation, then it's more of a matter of, you know, the script understanding the conditions at which to, enter the position and exit the position.
Right.
So in this case, like based on what you showed, um, it would look for one, the pre-market high and low, and then
Mm-hmm.
use indicators to gauge when the breakout occurred.
Yep, 20 MA.
So it would say, okay, this is when it broke out, and then the next condition would be when to enter that position so it could get ready to, enter the trade. And then what would be the condition for the exit, as far as like different target levels that you wanted to do.
I would probably just leave it at the general where you exit when the candle cross back above the EMA.
Okay, yeah. So like conditions like that is very easy to add.
Oh, okay. Nikki, are you in the free community on Discord? Kinto, he has a Discord. He doesn't have Telegram. If you want the link, inbox him. Were you okay with that put option explained, Nikki? I think that's it. Okay.
Yeah, they look like they the same strategy.
Right, exactly. They basically are just different terminology. That's why I was saying to the guy, like, your skill, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna make you money, but you gotta have that skill. And it's up to you what skill you pick. That's why I'm really stressing everybody to go ahead and find one strategy, one mentor, and really go at it hard for 60 days.
Hmm. Do you see any distinction between the two at all?
No. Mm-mm. I just have a pullback candle that I look for. And I think you have a retest candle that you look for.
Okay. Right.
And I'm waiting for the breakout. And you're waiting for the breakout.
Hmm.
Breakouts barely happen. So I like the reversals. But I think today and yesterday, IW broke out both days. Because in the middle, you see how choppy it is in the middle?
Yeah.
But then once it go ahead and breaks, you get a little move.
Yeah, I was explaining to in the previous live sessions that with the breakout and retest strategy, you can use either the pre-market higher low, or the first 5 minute higher low, or the previous day higher low, or the 15-minute higher low.
Right.
Those different different.
Or the 30 minute. Some people use the 30 minute.
Yeah, exactly.
My friend. I don't know about you, but that irritated me.
That fast, huh?
He took an hour just to answer one question. It made me so mad.
Open this for me.
Huh?
Open it for me.
Open the door.
Open that for me.
I'll open this for me.
What you thought I said,
When
son?
I tell you, I didn't hear you each time, so I was just gonna walk away fast.
Oh, really? You weren't gonna stop and say, Mama, I can't understand what you're saying when you repeat yourself? You just gonna say, forget
I be
it.
getting irritated fast. I ain't got time to be hearing it one more time.
Cause you 13. You're not supposed to be getting irritated.
No, okay.
Gosh.
He said, I was just about to walk away.
He did. I had to look at him like, where's you going? He didn't walk past my desk.
I didn't even hear that.
I was about to waste more water trying to open it with my phone in my hand. Shoot.
I can get ready for camp
Okay.
at 1:30.
I'm gonna get Diamond to take. I gotta go open up the pool.
Okay. Have fun with that.
I will.
You want to my topic?
Mm,
HWH.
crap.
You know what HWH?
HWH.
Yeah,
Now
Jeff.
you know I'm old, so let me see.
Jeff
I be
just.
learning the best I can. Oh, that's a stock. No, I've never heard of it, Jeff.
Yeah, what's that? Let me see. Operates as a lifestyle business through a membership model. Maybe it's not it, right? Because we're not doing too much.
All your stuff washed?
Yeah.
What in the world?
I'll do it.
Okay, they
Hmm.
did early today.
You said all my stuff, right?
All your stuff washed?
Yep.
And then they fail a little bit later in the day. Operates a lifestyle business through a membership model. It enables home-based people in the new gig economy to create lasting wealth. Okay.
There's so many new stocks out now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Stuff I didn't have just heard of recently.
You know, it'd be nice to find so what was that? Oh man, I can't even remember the name. Let me see. Block.
Oh yeah, Square.
Yeah, it used to be Square. Yeah.
Hmm. I used to trade Square, CRM. When you first start, them discords have so many call outs.
That's yeah. I'm gonna keep looking into that one to see maybe more of like a long term trade for that one because they just recently was included in the S&P.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they got a bunch of stuff in the works, for payment with crypto and everything else too. So like
Just be careful with that.
with Block,
With investing off of news. Sometimes good news drive the stock down.
yeah,
Told you what I did with that Tesla. The rumor was it was finna go sky high. It was they earnings, they did good. Mm-mm. It went the other way.
yeah. No, I was So you heard of Jack Dorsey, right?
Um, the white guy.
Yeah, he the one that created Twitter.
Oh, him no.
Yeah. So remember well, you don't remember. Well, yeah, Jack Dorsey is the one who created Twitter, right? And he sold it to Elon. They ended up selling it to Elon. And Jack ended up buying Square. He bought into Square, which is now Block. So Square and Cash App uh, is now Block. And they focus on creating entire ecosystems, for customers. And that's what's crazy. Like this, I mean, like he already has. That's why I'm looking into it because I'm like, yo, this guy already successfully built this, huge, social media platform, sold it for a significant profit. So I'm just following what's going on to stay abreast on what they have in the works. But it's Block XYZ.
Right.
Heard of XYZ?
I just heard of him. Let me see some new stuff I just been hearing of. Bears or something. I'm like, where are these people getting all these stocks from? They trade TSL instead of Tesla. Um, I've heard of TQQQ that they trade now. It's all these new trades. They just finding something to trade. Just get you one good index or two indexes. Because running around chasing stocks, that gets to be a headache.
Right.
Hey, brilliant. I have watched Aristotle. I've never watched Wall Street Trapper, although I've seen him come across my screen. I've never heard of Chris Sane, I don't think of.
Oh, okay. I just scrolled up and saw it. Yeah, brilliant. I've heard of all of them. Chris Sane is the first mentor that I joined this year
Really?
or last year. Last year. Yep, he was the first mentor that I found. He's from Detroit.
Oh,
He's
I
been
thought
doing.
Tony was your first mentor.
Nah, Tony was a second because
Okay.
he primarily focuses on Tesla. That's why I like Tony. So I joined his mentorship because of that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Chris Dane in his community, he has 5 pro traders in his community, right? And they each offer a different, you know, point of view or POV, right, to
Right.
trade. But one of the pro traders, he was always going live for free on Thursdays. And he would just go over a ton of tickers and he'd answer all the questions people had. And so that's how I began to, understand how to, trade stock options.
Okay.
Yeah, but Chris saying he has a huge yo, man, his social media is crazy. But he does charge for his access. But it's cheap. It's really inexpensive to join the community. But to get one-on-one help, it is like $150 minimum to get one-on-one help.
It's not bad.
Yeah. So what did you think about what did you say? Aristotle Investments?
I had a friend that was in his group, and she said it wasn't hyped up to what it be. I bought one of his books, though. I do have his book, his options book.
What did you think about the book?
It was pretty good. This just was the beginning of my options journey. It's just an options book,
Oh, okay.
just telling you how to
What
do options.
you like Chris and Trapper's personality?
Now I like Real Life Trader. That's who I like.
Real life trader?
Hmm.
Let me see.
I watch a lot of him.
Real life trader.
Real Life Trading. Hmm.
What do you like most about real life trading?
He has a simple strategy. He sticks to that one thing. He's not on there telling you about how to trade this, that, and that. He teaching you basically, what I'm saying, one or two concepts.
Hmm, hmm.
Yep, I like him. He don't give y'all that extra fluff, basically. He only have like two steps on his strategy.
What's 2 steps?
Yep. Yep.
What's that? What
So he
goes?
uses the 10 EMA. The one, I think you got the 9. He uses the 10. He just waits for a candle to cross the EMA,
Hmm.
and he enters on the pullback. And
For
of course, he uses he does his targets and all that stuff. But other than that, that's it.
oh, okay. And did he start using that strategy or that approach, or did he just begin using that at some point?
No, it was just a strategy he was he was testing out. And so I think
Oh.
he tested out that one strategy for like 2 years.
Hmm. Did he ever talk about the win rate? That,
I don't know if he did have.
okay.
If he did, I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. What did you talk about, or did you mention what journal? Do you use a journal to journal your trades or no?
I have one on my iPhone that I use, and then I have my paper journal.
Which one do you use mostly? Or
Well,
both?
the one on my phone, it tracks the profits and stuff, kind of like yours do.
Mhm.
And then the one on my paper is tracking everything, my emotions, my mindset, all that.
Oh.
y'all doing?
Well, does anyone have any additional questions? Any additional questions? If not, I don't want to hold everyone up. I know y'all got things to do. I want to give a special shout out to She Trades for tapping in and bringing that energy, that positive energy, knowledge, and experience.
You're welcome, Ace.
For sure, for sure. Any questions whatsoever? I'll hang back for a couple of minutes, see if anybody has any final questions, thoughts.
But they can drop them in the Discord.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if everybody here though is in the Discord. I know a few people are. I see. Yeah, there's only a few people that's here that's in the Discord.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your guidance today, Brilliant said. You're very, very welcome.
You're welcome, Brilliant.
Dropping a bunch of jewels and gems on us. Do you want me to keep saying She Trades, or you want me?
Oh, it don't know. Shanine is my name.
Say that again.
Shanine. That's why I got it on the side.
Oh, Shanine. Okay, cool. Where you have it on the side? Where? Where?
Of my name. After the hearts. It doesn't show.
Oh, I didn't see that at first. It's truncated.
It's hiding it.
Yeah, but I can see. I'm looking at my. Okay, yeah, I see you now. Yep, I see it. I must have missed that. Yo, it was a snake. It would have bit me.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna drop this homework in here before I forget, Brilliant, because I probably would have got up and got busy. I guess Ace, if you don't mind making a homework room, because that way, as new people come in, you can always send them back to where to start.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'll make the channel really quick.
I'm gonna take some fish out the freezer. Who did?
Okay, I just made it. Do you see it on your end? What's up, Lex Lou? Just DM me and I can send you the invite to the free community. No problem. I can get you set up really quick. Do you see the She Trades?
I'm finna reset.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I see it. Okay. I want to make sure I put it on here right now, y'all. So if y'all don't have any more questions, I'm gonna hop off. Thank you, Ace, for having me today.
Thank you for joining. Appreciate you. Much love.
I'm gonna have to sign in with my 4-5, messing around with spare plates. Have to bring my game side.
Yeah, man, keep it ready.
Have to bring my game side. Golly.
He was on attack. He was on full attack mode.
Man. Lord. Have to have my sage burning.
Yeah, man. Hey, yo, I love that keyboard. I love that.
Thank you. This is my little journal right here. I just document why I entered the trade, would I take the trade again. I used to put my percentage, what I was winning, like my win rate on that day, what I did or whatever. Yeah, so this is just my little manual I can go back and read.
Love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Yeah. You're so welcome. I can't miss J Dub next time. That's gonna be very interesting to watch.
it. Super
And you
interesting.
doing it for free? That's so nice of you.
Yeah.
Cause I
Yeah.
know they cost some bands.
Yeah. I paid 3,500 to
Yeah,
join.
they cost some bands. And how long you get to be in the live trading for that much?
It's life.
Oh, that's what's up. That's not bad.
3 fee. That's it.
That's what's up.
Hmm.
Are you taking their trades?
Well, so they no. The short answer is no. But really quick, they don't encourage people to do signal training. They want everyone to learn, and so they
Right.
created a community specifically to learn. But because people are trying to use them for signal service, they say, look, the only reason why we're calling out everything is to be completely transparent, but this is not for you to use as a signal trade group.
Right.
Yeah, so can I give you a really quick story? Like
Mhm.
2 minutes. You got time?
Yeah.
So recently, um, for Tesla, he had called out that he was going to enter into a swing trade, right?
Hmm.
And for swing trades, the rule goes to if you're considering entering a swing trade, you need to account for zero, meaning to just already plan to walk away from the trade because it could potentially reach zero pretty quickly at any day, overnight, or what have you.
Right.
And so he said, look, everyone, I'm going to enter into a swing trade because a couple of people did ask. They was like, hey, do you swing trade? He says, yes, I do. But not when day trading is working very, very well. But for the longer term positions, he do take swing trades. But anyway, the point goes is that he called out everything that he was looking for, the contracts, the target levels and everything. And he said, look, if you're new to this, just practice along using paper trades. Don't use your real money. I highly encourage everyone to know exactly what they're doing before they're doing it and amass, more confidence over time. And then once you gain that confidence, you'll be good. Deal, deal. Guess what happens? People
What happened?
took the trade with him. Now he's big money, so he's buying a lot of contracts, right?
Right. Right.
As soon as he entered the trade, I think it was the next day, the very next day, the stock price of Tesla fell so dramatically,
Oh, ouch.
so dramatically. And he had already made this very, very clear before he said, look, I'm expecting this stock price could fall within this swing to about 80 to 90% of the position. He said it so,
Oh.
right?
Mm-hmm.
There was so many people in the community with a bad attitude. I mean, you could just tell in the tone in their messages and stuff like that. And they just started to lose so much confidence in this trade, right? And so
Right.
he was trying to politely address people's concerns and stuff. And he said, "Look, you can't panic. I talked about this and I said it several times. If you can't take these types of trades, these are not what you want to do, and only enter into a position that's comfortable." Long story short, there was a bunch of people who jumped out of that trade because they just, obviously being new, they panicked and so forth, got too nervous and everything else, and they jumped out. This man ended up making, guess how much he made?
What about 10,000? He stayed in, didn't it?
Psst, psst. Take a second guess. This man made
$100,000.
$199,000 on that one swing because it eventually recovered, right? And it
Right.
only took a week. A week. So later
Wow.
that week, it ended up spiking. I mean, like 2 days straight, 199K,
Dang.
1 week.
You
And
have to
now
have a
everybody,
stomach to swing trade.
huh?
You have to have a stomach to swing trade.
Facts. Facts. I think like that was just like I don't know, but the point is, it's just like people. Even though like you have these types of mentors telling people like, listen, I don't recommend you jump into trades like this if you don't know what you're doing. Practice,
Right.
practice. People, it never fails. People still jump in. That happened in Chris Sain's community too, because I'm a part of that. They was pretty upset with him for a trade that he was telling people that he to look out for, and I guess a bunch of people lost money. But I don't know. It never fails. So
Mm-mm.
anyway,
Wow.
yeah, crazy. All right, so I'll let you drop. I'm gonna go ahead and end this live. Let me make sure. I think there was. Hold on. Let me check the. I got one DM. Lex Lou, I see you. I'm gonna go ahead and get you squared away. And if there's anybody else, quickly get your DMs to me so I can get you squared away for the free community. After that, I'm going to end this live and catch you all tomorrow. So Lex Lou, hang on, hang tight. I'm gonna get you squared away and make sure that you have the proper access in the free community. She Trades, I really appreciate you dropping in and helping out. I really, really appreciate you for that. Truly,
You're
truly.
welcome, my friend.
You
I'm
are.
trying to
Thank
see
you.
what
Thank you.
Ian
Thank you.
talking about. Ian, you should have called out the play for it went, son. It went both ways. I've never heard of this stock. Y'all was just making up stocks now.
He said people just making up stuff.
Just making up stocks.
Oh, SBet daily chart. SBet daily chart. I heard of SBet. What is SBet? I heard of that before.
It says Sharp Link Gaming.
That's what it. Okay, yeah, I heard of that before. Oh, so what? Ian's good with you. He's good with swing trading. Is that what he does too?
I don't know. I was just knowing him to scout. Maybe he's slowing his little stuff down with pushing buttons and he pushing them less and swinging them. He said he watching that one.
Oh, okay, okay. Yo, not the scap God, huh? All right. He said
I'm
for
telling you,
half.
I need to tip 10 or 20 cents and he out of there. I be trying to hold on for dollars.
Right, right, right. 100%. He said.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Lex Lou, I got you. I just sent you the invite. Oh, I accidentally sent you the one for the replays too. You can ignore that or delete it if you don't need that one. But I did send you the invite for the free community. So if you want to, if you need me to help you make sure you got access, I can hang on a little bit longer on this live if you need me to. If not, I will go ahead and end the live.
You got to stop doing the 5 times a day. Just do it twice a day, sir.
Dang, 5 times? Five times though?
I told you he just pushes buttons. He for real. Push the button. I don't do. I can't do that. Twice a day. That's all I got to give.
Yeah, those 20-cent moves. Okay, yeah, because that's $100 a day. Oh wait, no, you're doing 100 contracts.
Yeah.
100 times $20. Okay. Yo, you said no guts, no glory. All right, I think Lex might have dropped off already, but I sent her the links, so she should be good. I'll get her squared away a little bit later when she reaches out. All right, y'all.
Okay, I'm gonna post the homework before I head to the pool.
Okay, appreciate you. See everyone tomorrow. If you're able to join, same time, same place.
All right, darling. Have a great day.
You too. Later.
Bye.